alcohol. So he was on night patrol duty. He rushed to the scene because there was a distress call that was made, and that was when this violent altercation was taking place. And this man, this sub-inspector, this special sub-inspector, was hacked to death. And staying with the news from Tamil Nadu is the dishonor killing of that Dalit techie. Now that is something, of course, which is, the DMK allies are demanding a strong law when it comes to the law that's needed for the freedom to marry in the state of Tamil Nadu. That is the demand after the Dalit techie was murdered. It was the brother of the girlfriend who was involved in the murder of this Dalit techie. The father was involved as well, and do remember the parents, both the parents were also inspectors. So this was, the brother carrying out the murder of the lover because based on the caste that he belonged to. And staying with news now, let's get you the latest when it comes to the ED and the heat on actors, including influencers. 29 of them that are going to be questioned by the ED. And today it was Vijay Deverakonda's turn, who appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in Hyderabad. Do remember that there are more who have been, in fact, questioned so far is Prakash Raj. And we also know that Rana Daggubati was to be questioned earlier in the last month, but he's out of Hyderabad. He is out shooting, so therefore he's asked for more time. There are more people who are going to be questioned to know all the details of this case. Let's go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir.
Actor Vijay Deverakonda, whose film Kingdom was just released and incidentally is getting a good review at the box office. The actor appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. He was of course summoned by the Enforcement Directorate after ECIRs were filed against 29 people that included the actor, other actors as well as social media influencers. The team of Vijay Deverakonda, when his name had earlier come up, had said that he had only promoted skill-based games which are allowed by the Supreme Court and also in those regions where it was allowed, and that the legal team had vetted it before he had endorsed it. But subsequently, with all the confusion or ethical considerations that came up, he has stopped endorsing any of these kind of illegal betting apps. The Enforcement Directorate cases were registered on the basis of FIRs registered by the Telangana police that were alleging that huge numbers of people are losing a big amount of money because of the endorsement by the celebrities of these betting apps. But the Enforcement Directorate per se will be looking at violations of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, tax evasion, whether it is in sponsorship deal or in promotional deal or in revenues that are got because of the digital ads that were done by these celebrities. Rana Daggubati had also been called on the 23rd of July, but because he was caught up with some shooting in Pollachi in Tamil Nadu, he had sought a alternate date, and you had Prakash Raj, who appeared before the Enforcement Directorate on the 30th of July, and then Lakshmi Manchu is to appear again on the 13th of August. And there are other, actors and social media influencers and TV anchors as well who have been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. Moving on now, it is the BJP hitting out at Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, saying that the Gandhi family cannot be allowed to believe that they're above the judiciary, and that this is after Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, criticized the Supreme Court's observation against her brother Rahul Gandhi, coming out in his defense, saying that the courts won't be, can't decide who is national and who is anti-national. That is something now the BJP is saying that is a smug entitlement of the Gandhi family that is, completely baffling. It reeks of contempt for the judiciary. That is how the BJP really is reacting. Listen in to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra coming out in defense of her brother.
Well, with due respect to the honorable judges of the Supreme Court, they do not decide who a true Indian is. And it is the job of the opposition leader, it is his duty to ask questions to challenge the government. And my brother would never say anything against the army. He holds the army in the highest respect. So it is a misinterpretation.
She has committed a gross contempt of court by making so many statements before the social media and print media, also before the electronic media. Therefore, we are going to file a contempt petition against her because she has been making such statements, irresponsible statements. Therefore, we are going to file a petition for initiation of contempt. It will be filed by the bar, by the lawyers. The the public of this country will not tolerate such irresponsible statements by Mr. Priyanka Gandhi or whomsoever it may be.
The BJP, they're saying the court must take cognizance and talking about the attitude of the Gandhi family. With that, we're slipping into a short break. We will continue our coverage when it comes to the Uttarakhand tragedy. The death toll has gone up to 5. Rescue operations are underway. However, rescue teams are stranded at multiple locations because of the roads that are completely cut off.
जय जवान जय जवान।
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Sixty people have been evacuated so far, but the death toll has risen to 5 in Uttarakhand. As far as some areas are concerned, they remain completely cut off. The Chief Minister has reached the site, taking cognizance of the situation on the ground, and the Prime Minister assuring all kind of assistance. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the Kartavya Path, a key part of the Central Vista project conceived in 2019. A special sub-inspector in Tamil Nadu has been hacked to death by a father and his 2 sons during an altercation that took place at a private estate owned by a local AIADMK MLA. Supreme Court sets aside Madras High Court order banning the use of the Chief Minister's name for Tamil Nadu government schemes.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux. From conflict to India's crowning glory, I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
You know, first when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think. along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw.
Five people have died in the Uttarakhand disaster after flash floods in Uttarkashi. Rescue operations are underway. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami meets with those affected, holds an aerial survey. The Prime Minister also meets with MPs from Uttarakhand, assures them all support. NDTV
This is the problem. The more they try and clear, much more comes from the top. And it creates this blockage all across this highway. Which is very difficult to.
The rescue teams, as landslides are reported along the Gangotri highway, NDTV's team to stop because of these landslides. Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Telangana Chief Minister protests in the national capital demanding a reservation, a 42% OBC quota. As he marches through the capital, says the centre must clear these bills immediately. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates the Kartavya Bhavan today. This is a key part of the Central Vista project conceived in 2019. This will house several ministries. The Supreme Court quashes the ban laid by the Madras High Court, which prohibited the use of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's name in state government projects. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Some breaking news now coming in on the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, who has written to MPs on the issue of statehood for the Union Territory. Remember, this has been a long-standing demand of Omar Abdullah. In fact, all the parties of Jammu and Kashmir demanding that statehood be returned to Jammu and Kashmir. So he's now written to MPs on this issue and has rallied the MPs on the issue of statehood, saying push for a bill in this parliament session, in the monsoon session, demanding statehood for Jammu and Kashmir. This comes on the just after the 6th anniversary of Article 370 being removed and Jammu and Kashmir losing its position as a state and being a union territory being formed. Let's just listen into what Omar Abdullah had to say.
वो पार्टियां जिनकी एक अच्छी खासी तादाद है ऑनरेबल एमपीज़ की पार्लियामेंट में, उन्हें एक चिट्ठी लिखी है और उनसे गुजारिश की है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ जो स्टेटहुड का वादा किया गया है उस वादे पे वो हमारी मदद करें और पार्लियामेंट में इस चीज़ को ज़ोरों शोर से उठाएं ताकि इसी सेशन में बिल आए और जम्मू कश्मीर जो है उसको दोबारा रियासत का दर्जा मिले। ये किसी एक फ़र्द की बात नहीं है, ये किसी एक पार्टी की बात नहीं है, ये हुकूमत की बात नहीं है, ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के साथ एक वादा किया गया है।
All right, so there you just heard Chief Minister Omar Abdullah making that demand for statehood and asking all members of parliament to really push for statehood in this current monsoon session. Remember, all parties of Jammu and Kashmir, in fact, were marching yesterday on the 6th anniversary of the statehood status, in a sense, being removed for Jammu and Kashmir. All parties of Jammu and Kashmir making that demand that the centre once again revert Jammu and Kashmir to a state. So Omar Abdullah asking for members of parliament, writing to them and saying that please push for this demand in this current monsoon session. Let's go across to Nazir Masoodi for more on this. And Nazir, this is one of those issues that all parties in the valley are united on. And now Omar Abdullah writing to MPs asking for them to push for this in this monsoon session. All right, we will try and connect with Nazir Masoodi, but that's the big breaking news we're bringing you right now, that Omar Abdullah has written to members of parliament asking them to push for a bill in this current monsoon session, demanding statehood for Jammu and Kashmir. This is a very emotional issue that all parties in Jammu and Kashmir are united on. In fact, they even held a combined march yesterday on the 6th anniversary of the revocation of Article 370, when statehood was removed from Jammu and Kashmir and it was made into a union territory. The territory of Ladakh was also separated as a separate union territory. All right, let's move on to the big story that we've been tracking, the situation in Uttarakhand after the flash floods that took place in Uttarkashi. 5 people have died, that has been confirmed, but dozens remain missing. And what is a huge issue is the landslides all along the Gangotri highway that are really hampering in the rescue teams, the relief materials all reaching Uttarkashi, the place where this devastating flash floods took place yesterday. It was the village of Dharali that was engulfed with all the silt, the mud, the boulders that came down the Khil Ganga, which was after a cloudburst, we're told, took place in the upper reaches. Now, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has managed to reach Dharali, where he has been meeting with many of those who have been affected. Over 150 people have been rescued so far from the mud and the slush, but really time is of the essence, and it's the need of the hour is for the more rescue teams, to more people on the ground there, more boots on the ground, more people to be involved in this rescue effort, for special machinery to detect whether people remain stuck in that slush and mud that came down the mountainside yesterday, engulfing the village of Dharali, just knocking out buildings all along the way. 11 army men are also missing from the army base in Harsil, is what we're told. Earlier, the Chief Minister conducted this aerial survey. He has set up camp on the ground there in Dharali, from where he is, supervising the entire rescue work that is going on. There are 2-3 teams that are over there on the spot engaged in the rescue work, but more people are needed on the ground there to help with the rescue and relief. Remember, yesterday the water swept away the homes, shops, hotels and key infrastructure. A bridge has also been damaged to Harsil, which is a major impediment for the forces, for the teams to get there. Though as we said, there's an army base in Harsil from where people immediately swung into action, army men swung into action to help with the rescue and relief. So let's take a look at some of the defining images that have emerged over the last 24 hours. Now, this is after the devastation. This is the Dharali village, and it is from the mountain there, the river of Khil Ganga, from where all this silt and mud came pouring down and just engulfed this village. As you can see, just roofs left poking out from the silt. A key bridge has also been damaged. What the good news we can tell you that at least 150 people have been rescued so far since this devastation. Lots of questions, to be asked. Why were so many buildings there just along the river, alongside the river? Because always in times of calamity, natural calamity, which, very often does befall these higher reaches of the Himalayas, we do see that the rivers, burst their banks, there's flooding, and invariably it's the buildings along the river that face, the full devastation, and that human tragedy is really compounded by these illegal structures. if at all they are. Of course, we're waiting for confirmation right now. The priorities to rescue people. Well, take a look at this visual from Pushkar Singh Dhami's chopper, which he took an aerial survey earlier today. He's lucky he managed to reach the village. He managed to reach Uttarkashi, because since then, because of the kind of weather being experienced in that area, very heavy clouds, intermittent rainfall, there is a red alert as well that remains. And because of this, we believe that choppers have tried to take off from Dehradun to come here and bring relief materials, but have had to call it off. So we're really hoping the weather clears and more supplies can reach this area, Uttarkashi and the village of Dharali. There you can see how the mud and silt just went into the Bhagirathi river. Well, as you can see there, rescue efforts are on. Initially, it was the locals who engaged in the rescue efforts. We all saw those horrifying videos yesterday where you can hear the people screaming and shouting and comments like "give a call," but really of no avail. How fast that water just came in. So take a look at these visuals of the army there helping with the relief and rescue, really manually picking up boulders, trying to clear the way. Of course, more machines are needed on the ground there to help with this rescue effort. As we said, time is really running out in case any people are actually stuck in that silt and mud that came pouring down and engulfing all these houses, and there are over 20 hotels and guest houses that were all built along the river here in Dharali and Uttarkashi. And let's get you visuals now from Rishikesh, and this is the Shiv statue there, just near the banks, near the ghats. The ghats are of course completely submerged, and this is always one of those images that comes out whenever the Ganga river is in spate, whenever there's major flooding, and is when we see the statue here. But let's go across to my colleague Ankit Tyagi and Momin, who join us from the Gangotri highway. Let's listen in.
जो टीम्स है एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ की कई टीम्स हैं जो पहुंच नहीं पा रही हैं। बताया ये जा रहा है कि यहाँ से करीब 10 किलोमीटर आगे जब मैं जाऊँगा तो वहाँ पर एक पुल है, जो पुल आप नदी को पार करने के लिए इस्तेमाल होता है, वो पुल बह गया है और उसके कारण ना तो एनडीआरएफ एसडीआरएफ की टीम्स वहां जा पा रही हैं और उसी की वजह से रेस्क्यू में काफ़ी दिक्कत आ रही है। सुबह से मौसम काफ़ी ख़राब था, हेलीकॉप्टर्स का इस्तेमाल हो नहीं पा रहा था, लेकिन अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हमने एक हेलीकॉप्टर की आवाज़ ज़रूर सुनी थी, लेकिन फिर से अभी बूंदाबांदी शुरू हो गई है। मेरे चश्मे पे आपको कुछ बूंदें दिखाई पड़ रही होंगी और अब हमारी कोशिश ये है कि हम यहाँ से क्रॉस करके दूसरी तरफ जाएं, फिर 10 किलोमीटर आगे जाएं और फिर जहाँ पे गंगनानी है वहाँ पे देखते हैं कि उस पुल के क्या हाल हैं और क्या उससे आगे जाना संभव है। तो इस वक्त यहाँ से थोड़ा समय लगेगा क्योंकि ये पूरी चढ़ाई का रास्ता है और यहाँ से चढ़ते हुए इस सड़क के जो गांव वाले जो रास्ता यूज़ करते हैं उसके सहारे अब आगे जाने की कोशिश इस वक्त हम कर रहे हैं।
All right, so Ankit Tyagi there reporting from near the Gangotri highway. As we have been showing you since morning, parts of the highway have been destroyed, simply washed away because of the landslide and the continuous rainfall. And this is a huge challenge, not just to our media teams, but also for the rescue efforts, for the teams, for the equipment, machinery to really reach this area in Uttarkashi where the devastation has taken place. Even a bridge has been damaged in Harsil, which is one of those key links. And let's just go back to Ankit and Momin as they make their way on foot.
मैं यहाँ रुका था तब नदी का बहाव बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया था, काफ़ी ऊंचा तक था, लेकिन अभी भी क्योंकि आज रेड अलर्ट है यहाँ पर इस पूरे इलाके में, उसको देखते हुए जो नदी के आसपास के आश्रम हैं, होटल हैं, रेस्टोरेंट हैं, उन सबको बोला गया है कि आप लोगों को वहाँ पर ना रखें, हट जाएं वहाँ से, क्योंकि उम्मीद ये जताई जा रही है कि जितना इस वक्त ये भागीरथी नदी उफान पर है, इससे और ज़्यादा इसका जो लेवल है वो हो सकता है। और अगर लेवल बढ़ेगा तो जो बिल्कुल तट पर, क्योंकि देखने में बहुत खूबसूरत है, लोगों को लगता है मनमोहक पर्यटन वाली जगह है, लेकिन जब नदी का तेज़ी से उफान बढ़ता है, ऊंचाई बढ़ती है, तो नदी अपने जो रास्ते में जो भी कुछ आता है उसको अपने साथ ले जाती है। तो इस वजह से जो आसपास में लोग हैं उनको बोला जा रहा है कि आप यहाँ से दूर रहें। मुझे एक हेलीकॉप्टर की आवाज़ इस वक्त एक और आ रही है, तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद ये यहाँ की अभी की आखिरी फ्लाइट होगी, क्योंकि बारिश इस वक्त हो रही है। सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत ये थी कि हरसिल में जो हेलीपैड हैं वो बह गए थे, और उसके बाद अभी पता चला है कि आर्मी के 2 हेलीपैड ऐसे हैं जिनका इस्तेमाल सिविलियन और आर्मी के जो ये देखिए आपको दिखाता हूँ, ये हेलीकॉप्टर ऊपर जाता हुआ दिखाई पड़ेगा। ये जो हेलीकॉप्टर है ये हरसिल की तरफ से आ रहा है। हरसिल के पास जो था वहाँ पर एक उससे थोड़ा पहले आर्मी के पास 2 हेलीपैड अभी बचे हुए हैं, वहाँ पर कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन इस वक्त आपको बादल दिखाई पड़ रहे होंगे पहाड़ के ऊपर आते हुए, तो बहुत खतरनाक हो जाता है इन हेलीकॉप्टर्स के लिए उड़ान भरना, और इसी वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा अब लगता है कि हेलीकॉप्टर्स को बहुत ज़्यादा देर हवा में रखना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा।
All right, so Ankit, they're showing us a chopper there in the sky. Remember, this has been a huge issue because of the weather, the clouds, that the choppers have not been able to really take off but not really land there on Uttarkashi. There is one helipad in that area. A lot of relief materials are needed, given that so many people have lost their homes in this flash flood. Let's return to Ankit.
बहुत सारी एसडीआरएफ की कुछ टीम पहुंच पाई हैं। 100 टीमें बनाई गई थी, जिसमें से 3 या 4 ही वहां पहुंच पाई हैं। एनडीआरएफ की 1-2 टीम है, और उनके पास हैवी इक्विपमेंट नहीं है, तो धराली तक पहुंचना अभी बहुत मुश्किल होगा। कितना समय लगेगा उस पुल को या कच्चे पुल को बनने में, उसके ऊपर निर्भर करेगा कि कितनी तेज़ी से जो रेस्क्यूअर्स हैं वो वहाँ पहुँच पाते हैं। कुल मिलाकर अगर देखा जाए तो एक काफ़ी मुश्किल सिचुएशन है, और इस मुश्किल सिचुएशन में वक्त जो है वो बहुत कीमती है। कल दोपहर में 1:30-2 बजे के आसपास जो घटना हुई, उसके बाद से लेकर अब तक अगर वहाँ पर तेज़ी से, जो अंग्रेज़ी में कहते हैं टाइम इज़ ऑफ एसेंस, तो वो एक बड़ी बात है। और कितना वहाँ पर जल्दी पहुँच पाएंगे, कितनी जल्दी वो पुल बन पाएगा, अब सब कुछ उसी के ऊपर निर्भर करता है। मनोज्ञा, मुझे अब यहाँ से निकलना होगा क्योंकि तेज़ बारिश है और हमारा जो सामान है हमें उसे भी पैक करना होगा। माफ़ी चाहूँगा मैं दर्शकों से, मुझे अब यहाँ से थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करनी होगी।
All right, Ankit Tyagi, they're reporting, as he's making his way there in Uttarkashi district. This is off the Gangotri highway. That is the national highway that is damaged in various parts, and there have been landslides as well. A huge challenge for the rescue teams that are to get to that spot. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is there. He's been meeting with many of those affected. He has also been directing the relief operations. The army too is at the spot, manually engaged in removing of boulders. As Ankit was saying, time is of the essence in the rescue operations as well, because it has been over 24 hours since this devastating flash flood took place, engulfing Dharali village, where so many people were washed away, complete houses. We've been showing you those visuals of just roofs popping out of the silt and mud. Lots of questions, of course, but that is for later, of why there was so much silt and mud there. Is it because of the efforts to broaden the highway and the throwing of the mud into the rivers? That's something we've been reporting on for quite a while now. But let's just listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
अभी जो हमारा कल धराली की आपदा आई है, उस आपदा में सभी एजेंसियां हमारी वहां पर काम कर रही है। सेना के लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं बचाव और राहत के काम में। आईटीबीपी लगी है, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ और स्थानीय लोग, सभी लोग आगे आकर, हमारे जनप्रतिनिधि सभी लोग बचाव के काम में लगे हैं। मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी धन्यवाद करता हूं। कल भी उन्होंने हर संभव मदद का, सहायता का, और आज भी पूरी जानकारी ली है, और उनके स्तर से लगातार सभी भारत की एजेंसियों को हमारे यहाँ के लिए हर संभव सहायता के लिए कहा गया है।
सर, एक खतरनाक स्थिति थी और बहुत ज़्यादा डरावनी स्थिति थी यहाँ पे। ये कार्बन आया 1:30 पे आया, हम इधर से पासे में, फिर देखा हमने कई आदमी उड़ के जा रहे थे नीचे, कई मकान बह गए, इधर हट थे, सारे पेड़ थे, सारे खत्म हो गए।
मुख्यमंत्री जी आए हैं, कैसा लगा आपको? मतलब आश्वासन दे रहे हैं हर तरह से।
अच्छा लगा हमें, तब देखते क्या काम करते हो सुबह।
उत्तराखंड में त्रासदी के बाद आज उत्तराखंड के सांसदों ने पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी से मुलाकात की है। त्रिवेंद्र सिंह रावत जी हमारे साथ हैं। क्या बातचीत हुई है? पीएम साहब ने क्या कहा?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को हम
4 सांसद और प्रधानमंत्री प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं वहाँ पर बहुत स्वयं निगाह रखे हुए हैं, क्योंकि पिछले दिनों माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जहाँ पर हादसा हुआ ठीक अपोजिट में मुखवा गाँव है, वहाँ पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी गए और उन्होंने हमको ये कहा है कि केंद्र सरकार पूरी तरह उत्तराखंड के सहयोग के लिए हस्तदम खड़ी है और वहाँ पर केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा जो भी फोर्सेज वहाँ पर दी जा चुकी हैं, डिप्यूट की जा सकी हैं और जैसे ही वहाँ पर अनुकूल मौसम होता है तो वहाँ पर
DIG, NDRF, Mr. Zaidi, who is joining us at this moment. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you, it's a humongous challenge, a Himalayan task for your institution at this moment. Could you give us your understanding of what is the situation in Dharali and how many resources have you pressed into action?
Well, you see, this incident took place yesterday at about 2 p.m. and immediately 3 teams of NDRF were mobilized in Uttarkashi, 1 each from Manera, Barkot and Dehradun. And 2 teams have also been placed at the airport for airlift. Now the challenging task is, because of the landslide, the inclement weather conditions, the movement on the road is slow. There are landslides due to which the roads are blocked. Some of the parts are almost washed out. That is being repaired, and we are hopeful that as soon as it is repaired, we are very close and we'll be able to make it and join the operation. The airlift also is hampered because of the inclement weather conditions, and all out efforts are being made, to see that if we can get a window and we are able to take a sortie, then we'll be there.
All right, so some of the reasons, the challenges really in the rescue efforts, that there is the Army, Police, National Disaster Response Force, State Disaster Response Force that are all engaged in the rescue and relief, but a lot more effort is needed as after the flash floods that took place yesterday to look for people who may still be stuck in that mud, in that silt. 150 people, though we know, have been rescued so far. There are various landslides being reported all along the Gangotri Highway, which is really a huge impediment in the rescue effort. Also, as we heard there, the inclement weather is a big challenge for helicopters to carry relief materials from Dehradun and other parts to arrive in this area. So hopefully the weather will clear and the rescue efforts will continue. The bridge has also been damaged near Harsil, so efforts are on to repair that bridge as well. We'll continue to bring you all the very latest, and remember, we've been getting you ground reports as well. More of that coming up after this short break.
जय जवान जय जवान।
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights,
Real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You don't.
In the Uttarakhand disaster, 5 people have died. Rescue operations are underway. The Chief Minister visits the disaster site. The Prime Minister meets with Uttarakhand MPs, assures all support. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy holds a protest in the national capital demanding 42% OBC quota in Telangana. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurates the Kartavya Bhavan today, a key part of the Central Vista project. The Supreme Court sets aside a Madras High Court order prohibiting the use of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's name in state government schemes.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. Our continued focus on the flash flood that took place in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand yesterday that has led to devastation in the region. 5 people are dead. Many more are missing. 150 though have been rescued as the rescue teams are at the spot. Also, inclement weather is proving to be a huge challenge for more teams and more manpower that needs to be sent to that area. A bridge has also been damaged, and as rainfall and landslides are continually being reported. Let's go across to Ankit Tyagi, who joins us from somewhere on that Gangotri highway that leads up to Uttarkashi. Ankit, in fact, I think you've left the highway because it was so damaged in several parts, and I can see you're making your way on foot. Now tell us where you are and what is the latest you can share with us.
Well, you saw that the highway, in fact, as I said, it was the end of the road. The highway does not exist at this moment. So what we are doing, we are trekking on the mountain just next to the road, and we'll try and make our way to just across this patch, which is completely washed. You will also see the Bhagirathi River, and my colleague Momin will also show you that heavy earth-moving equipment, which is at this moment digging and trying to make way for the NDRF and SDRF teams, which are stuck just behind this. So we have made our way all the way up here, and then of course we have to go further up and then cross over to the other side. Now what we know from Batwari, this is Batwari, from Batwari we will have to, then we'll make our way further, and about 10 kilometers from here is the place where the bridge, which was used to, to cross, in fact, on the other side. That's a connecting bridge. If you want to go to Harsil and Dharali village, that bridge is washed off. So the problem is that there is no way that you can move beyond that bridge, till the time that bridge doesn't get repaired, it is going to be difficult for the heavy equipment, for the rescuers to take the very necessary equipment on the other side of that bridge and then to Dharali. Now, what it has done, it has also started to drizzle again. You will see some, some drops on my spectacles. Because of the rain, the few choppers which were, going from Uttarkashi towards Harsil. So Harsil Air Base, the chopper, the helipad has been completely washed off. Just before Harsil, there are two army helipads which are functional, or at least have been made functional, where the civilian and the army helicopters are landing, but they do not have the capacity to land heavy lift helicopters. So a lot of heavy equipment cannot be taken through choppers. They are only taking personnel, and hopefully are also getting back the people, those who have been rescued, if there's anybody is injured. Now, Momin and I will keep walking, and we'll have to walk another. So after about a kilometer, we will climb down, and once we climb down, then we'll have to walk. Then the road is all right, so we will try and make our way to the spot where the bridge is washed off, and see whether there is any way, because the SDRF teams were saying they're trying to make a rope bridge, a temporary structure, so that they can cross over to the other side. That can only take personnel. Even if it is, in fact, they are able to do it, it will take personnel, but it will be difficult for any equipment to go till the time this road, this patch is built here, and the patch after that is also, in fact, built for the trucks and the heavy equipment to move along this entire road. Now, this is a very important, of course, the Gangotri, highway. So I can safely say about 40 kilometers from here is the Dharali village, and at this moment, at least, it looks almost impossible to reach there. We will have to wait and see if there is any way through mountains that we can trek and cross over. But at this moment, it looks very, very difficult.
That's right, Ankit. Really a sense of how, the massive challenges for the rescue forces to reach there. We do know the Chief Minister, however, has set up camp in Uttarkashi. He is overseeing the entire relief operations. We've been getting those visuals. He's been meeting with many of those affected as well. What's worrying is that the time is running out in case there are still people who can be rescued from this silt, from this mud that we saw coming down the mountain yesterday. We do know over 150 people have been rescued so far in the relief efforts. You can see those visuals of the army at the spot there, manually removing boulders. We have seen so many visuals of just roofs sticking out from the mud, and people were in those homes when this devastation took place, when this mud and silt came pouring down the mountainside. Let's go back to Ankit. So Ankit, really that is the huge challenge. You need more machinery, you need more boots on the ground to be engaged in this rescue effort, if there's any hope for those who may still be stuck there in that silt, in that mud.
It's a race against time, and I'm sorry, Gargi, let me apologize to our viewers that it will be a very distorted moving frame because it's raining. And if I stand here, then this whole area, this whole trek will get even difficult for us because it gets very slippery. So we are moving, and you are right, till the time the numbers, the boots don't reach. So it's only the army which has been the first responder as far as this operation is concerned from Harsil. Now remember, army also has a few of its soldiers missing. So they have divided themselves in two columns. One is helping the civilians, one is looking after the camp and looking for the soldiers, those who are missing, 11 of them. So it's also a tragedy in that sense for the rescuers. On the other hand, 100 teams of the SDRF have been made. Out of that, only 4 have been able to reach there. 2 from the NDRF. Others are waiting. I'll ask Momin. He will show you there is a jeep that you can see standing there. And behind that jeep is a massive convoy of SDRF and NDRF people, those who are stuck there. So they are yet to make their way onto this place. But let me also show you, if you reach here, you will see that this is where the road connectivity has ended. You can see some people standing there, sitting there, and you will see a crane also, a JCB also working as we speak. So they have to flatten this entire thing, make sure that the boulders are thrown away, and then use mud so that it's a makeshift road which fills the gap. And this is what we are trying to overcome by coming through this route that we are taking at this moment, and going across. So once we are on the road on the other side, then we would be able to walk and on the road, and hopefully we'll be able to reach a place where we'll be able to show you the bridge also and see if there is any way that you can trek up. There is a chopper. I can see a chopper. So I think because the rain is subsiding, there is still activity in the air as we speak, and they are using this to send personnel. They are using this to send medicines and other stuff. But the question, Gargi, I was speaking to some NDRF officials, and they said that without the necessary equipment, the heavy equipment, the cutters, the diggers, it's very difficult for the personnel, even if they reach to mount an effective rescue operation, especially for people, those who are feared, trapped in the debris, because it was a huge slush. We saw those visuals, very, very dangerous, very, very terrifying visuals of the massive slush and the muds and the debris that came. It almost took everything with it. People didn't even have the time to react. And because of that, what has happened is that till the time the heavy earth-moving equipment doesn't reach the rescuers, it is going to be a very difficult task for them to mount a very effective rescue operation.
All right, Ankit, do take care. You and Momin, take care. Ankit Tyagi there reporting from off the Gangotri highway. The highway, as he was showing us, has been destroyed. There is still rain and landslides taking place, and this is a huge challenge for the rescue teams to reach Dharali village, where so many houses are completely engulfed in that mud and silt that came along with that flash flood yesterday. 5 people confirmed dead. 150 have been rescued. However, dozens remain missing. Now, this region of Uttarakhand is where the rivers and all the tributaries of the Ganga emerge from, and this is the Bhagirathi along the Gangotri highway, and this goes down to the plains. And as the Ganga is in spate, there is flooding being reported across the plains as well in Uttar Pradesh. So let's now focus from Uttarakhand. Let's focus on Uttar Pradesh, where flooding is taking place in the areas of Varanasi and even in Patna in Bihar. This is all along the Ganga. We've been reporting this for a few days now of how the Ganga is in spate given this heavy rainfall that is taking place in the hills. So all the tributaries, the Bhagirathi, the Alaknanda, all coming together and and this huge amount of water in the Ganga. So the Ganga flowing above the danger mark in various parts. There you can see visuals from Varanasi. Ghats have been emerged. People have been asked to evacuate certain areas. A lot of low-lying colonies have been submerged in Prayagraj and in Varanasi. Now my colleague Himanshu spoke with Akhilesh. Just take a look at those visuals. These statues completely submerged. All you can see are the hands there rising up. My colleague Himanshu spoke to Akhilesh Yadav, who has urged the Yogi government for
రాంగో మన దేశంలో డిసైడ్ చేయడానికి సుప్రీం కోర్టు ఉంది, స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్లు ఉన్నాయి. వాళ్ళు ఓకే అంటే మనకు డిస్కషన్ ఉండకూడదు. సో ఐ థింక్ దే ఆర్ ద బాడీస్ టు డిసైడ్ వాట్ ఈస్ రైట్ అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ రాంగ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Was the actor speaking after being questioned in the betting case.
వెరిఫికేషన్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళ డెలిజెన్స్ తీసుకోవాలి. మనం చేసింది గేమింగ్ యాప్స్కి ఎండోర్స్మెంట్. గేమింగ్ యాప్కి బెట్టింగ్ యాప్కి అసలు సంబంధమే లేదు. గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ అనేటివి కంప్లీట్లీ లీగల్, రికగ్నైజ్డ్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్, లైసెన్స్డ్ యాజ్ అ బిజినెస్, వాళ్ళకి జిఎస్టీలు, టీడీఎస్లు, కంపెనీలు, ఇట్స్ ఫుల్లీ రిజిస్టర్డ్, రికగ్నైజ్డ్ బై సుప్రీం కోర్ట్ అండ్ వేరియస్ స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్. అది గేమింగ్ యాప్. అటువంటిది A23. ఇప్పుడు క్విక్గా డౌట్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి క్విక్గా మీరు గూగుల్లోకి వెళ్ళి టాప్ గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ అని కొడితే కొన్ని వస్తాయి. A23తో సహా మై 11 సర్కిల్, డ్రీమ్ 11, NPL, జుపీ ఇట్లాంటివి కొన్ని వస్తాయి. ఇవన్నీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ గేమింగ్ యాప్స్. ఇవన్నీ మన ఇండియన్ క్రికెట్ టీమ్కి స్పాన్సర్, మన ఇండియన్ ఒలింపిక్స్ టీమ్కి స్పాన్సర్, మన ఇండియా ఉమెన్స్ క్రికెట్ టీమ్కి స్పాన్సర్, IPLకి, NPL ఒకదానికి అఫీషియల్ స్పాన్సర్, వేరియస్ కబడ్డీ లీగ్కి, వాలీబాల్ లీగ్కి అన్నిటికీ వీళ్ళు స్పాన్సర్ చేస్తారు. ఎందుకంటే దీస్ ఆర్ కంప్లీట్లీ లీగల్ ఎంటిటీస్. ఇండియన్ ఒలింపిక్స్ టీమ్కి స్పాన్సర్ చేయాలంటే లీగల్ ఉండాలా వద్దా? సో ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ఈ గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ని, ఈ ఇల్లీగల్ బెట్టింగ్ యాప్స్ని మీరు సపరేట్ చేయాలి. అది జర్నలిస్ట్గా మీ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ. నా మీద మీకు ఆ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఉండాలని కోరుకున్నా. కానీ మన పేరు వచ్చింది కాబట్టి కొన్ని క్లారిఫికేషన్స్ అడిగారు. ఆ క్లారిఫికేషన్ అకౌంట్ డీటెయిల్స్, ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ డీటెయిల్స్ ఏంటి, ఆ కంపెనీ అవన్నీ పంపించేసినాము. ఇంతటితో సమాప్తం. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఇప్పుడు లీగల్ యాప్స్ జియో లొకేషన్ లాక్ ఉంటుంది. మీరు కొంచెం రీసెర్చ్ చేసి ఈ యాప్ A23 యాప్ తెలంగాణలో వాడాలని చూడండి. అది ఓపెన్ కాదు. ఓపెన్ అయ్యి మీకు మెసేజ్ వస్తుంది, ఈ ఏరియాలో మీరు అలౌడ్ కాదు అని. పర్టికులర్ కొన్ని స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ లీగల్గా అలౌ చేశాయి, కొన్ని స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ లో అలౌ చేయలేదు. సో అది క్లారిఫికేషన్. అవును.
దానికి సంబంధించి పిలిచారు కాబట్టి బెట్టింగ్ యాప్ మీరు చెప్తున్నారు కాబట్టి ఇది చేంజ్ చేస్తాం.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మీరు పిలిచారు కాబట్టి మీరు ఏం చెప్పారు? మీ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ అడిగారా? లీగల్ డబ్బులు తీసుకున్నారా? ఇల్లీగల్ తీసుకున్నారా?
అసలు వాళ్ళకి మీకు చెప్పింది వాళ్ళకి చెప్పడం జరిగింది. వాళ్ళ డెలిజెన్స్ ప్రకారం కాంట్రాక్ట్స్, యాప్ డీటెయిల్స్, ఏజెన్సీ డీటెయిల్స్, ఫైనాన్షియల్ డీటెయిల్స్ అన్ని తీసుకుంటారు. అవి తీసుకున్నారు. దాంతో దే ఆర్ వెరీ సాటిస్ఫైడ్. ఇఫ్ ఎనీథింగ్ ఎల్స్ యూ విల్ గెట్ టు నో. మీ అందరికీ ఫ్యూచర్లో తెలుస్తుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ గైస్. ఇప్పుడు మన దాంట్లో నడుస్తుంది, కానీ మనని పిలిచింది వాళ్ళకు కూడా తెలియదు మన పేరు ఎందుకు వచ్చిందో.
All right, so that is actor Vijay Deverakonda after being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, a host of stars have been summoned by the ED in this betting apps case. This is to do with illegal betting apps. The stars on their part, the actors all say that they've done no wrong, that yes, they took money for advertising, for endorsements, etc. But that was before they knew that there was something illegal or there was some issue with these particular apps. It's been a few years, in fact, since many of them accepted money or even endorsed these online platforms where betting is taking place. The Enforcement Directorate is investigating the matter for money laundering, and we've seen a host of actors, including Rana Daggubati and now Vijay Deverakonda, all being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in this matter. So as we just heard him talking about it, he said he'd done nothing wrong, that these sites are not even illegal, he claims, though the ED is investigating some illegal practices by these betting gaming sites. These are illegal gaming sites, and many of these stars were paid for endorsements. So the latest to be summoned and questioned by the Enforcement Directorate is Vijay Deverakonda, who, he's a Telugu film star, and he has been recently seen in Kingdom. So he was questioned by the ED in this case. Let's go across to Uma Sudhir now for more. And Uma, so the latest, film star who has appeared before the ED in this illegal betting apps case is Vijay Deverakonda, and many of these stars had actually taken money for endorsements earlier.
Yes, indeed. Vijay Deverakonda has also, appeared before the Enforcement Directorate after summons were issued to not just the actor, but also several other actors along with him, Rana Daggubati and Prakash Raj and Manchu Lakshmi, and also some TV anchors and celebrity influencers. So he has been inside for about 4 hours, after which he's come out and now speaking to the media. and saying that he has not done anything wrong at all, and that he is also making a reference to the fact that there are betting teams sponsoring various sports teams as well. And I've given all details regarding my bank accounts. And earlier as well, Vijay Deverakonda's team had mentioned that when he had endorsed, his own legal team had in fact vetted the contracts that he had done, and he had his team had put out statements also saying that he had only endorsed skill-based games, and pointed out that the Supreme Court has said skill-based games like Rummy are not to be considered in the same category, and he had only done it for regions where it is legally allowed. And subsequently, when the controversy broke out, or when he realized the ethical and legal implications, that's when he has withdrawn from it. So while the Enforcement Directorate's own cases are something that were registered, the ECIR was registered based on the FIRs that were done by the Telangana police. They are specifically looking at whether there is any tax evasion in either the promotional kind of the sponsorship or the promotion or the digital ad revenue or any other kind of a revenue that's coming in. And that is why the actor has also spoken about sharing all the account details to say that he is very much willing to be transparent and willing to cooperate with the agencies as far as the betting app is concerned. The endorsement, he says, was above board. And if they were involved in any illegal activity, then he's willing to show that his own accounts are clear.
All right. Thanks so much, Uma, for joining us with those details. So Vijay Deverakonda, they're questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for around 4 hours. And this is in the betting apps case in which several stars have been summoned. In fact, in total, 29 people are being questioned from the entertainment industry. Well, let's move on to news now from West Bengal, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee today undertook a padayatra in Jhargram district. It's a tribal stronghold. The Trinamool Congress with this rally is upping the ante against the central government over the special intensive review of voters which has taken place in Bihar. And remember, the Trinamool Congress has been concerned that it will soon take place in West Bengal as well. Also, Mamata Banerjee raising the issue of migrants being targeted for speaking Bangla. This is after several people who were speaking, who spoke in Bengali were picked up in other parts of the country, including the national capital, in Gurugram as well. So Mamata Banerjee has been raising this issue of Bengali-speaking migrants being targeted and hitting out at what she's describing as the BJP's anti-Bengal stand. As you can see there during this protest, where they're carrying pictures of Ambedkar, of several luminaries. She's accompanied by many of her senior ministers as well. Shreshi sent us this report.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee taking out a rally here in Jhargram, which is a tribal-dominated belt. And of course, at the heart of this issue is the SIR of Bengali migrants being targeted in BJP-ruled states. And it almost feels like the campaigning for the elections next year has already begun. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee walking almost 3 to 4 kilometers in the district to ensure that her message is taken to every household across the state of West Bengal to fight the BJP tooth and nail ahead of the election scheduled early next year. The Trinamool Congress leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the message of united Bengal, of the pride of being a Bengali, is taken to each and every citizen of the state to ensure that Bengal's, power remains with them. Of course, it's a high-stake political battle for both the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, which is locked in a political battle here in West Bengal. On one hand, we've seen how the BJP is fighting with the Prime Minister, Home Minister, making frequent visits to West Bengal. Now, the Chief Minister here has begun her district visits, where she is taking out these padyatras, meeting people. You can see on a working day the kind of crowd that has gathered to get a glimpse of the Chief Minister of West Bengal. One would not even understand that, whether it's a holiday or a working day, lots of women, lots of children, all from various areas around Jhargram coming in to get a glimpse of the Chief Minister, who is walking with her senior ministers and party members. With GD Shankar, Sreshide for NDTV from Jhargram.
And news now of Tamil Nadu, and a big win for Chief Minister Stalin after the Supreme Court today dismissed a challenge which was raised by an AIADMK member of Parliament, Shanmugam, to naming Tamil Nadu government outreach program after the Chief Minister as misconceived and abuse of the law. In fact, the Supreme Court castigated the petitioner for singling out Tamil Nadu government and its Chief Minister when similar schemes exist in other states. 10 lakhs has also been slapped on him for having raised this matter. So this is over the Madras High Court order which prohibited the use of the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's name in state government schemes. Let's take a look at this reaction.
See, any government, when they announce a scheme in the name of the Chief Minister, it is not normal. It has been happening for many long years. When Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India, a housing scheme was announced as Indira Awas Yojana. And there are many schemes like that. How can it is the Chief Minister who would announce that scheme for the welfare of the people? So it is in the name of the Chief Minister. What is wrong in it? But these people, somehow they want to stop that these schemes are, if they are in the name of the Chief Minister, then people will vote for them. People anyhow, they will not vote for ADMK.
All right, so big vindication for Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us. Disaster, 5 people have died as rescue efforts are underway. The Uttarakhand Chief Minister visits the disaster site. The Telangana Chief Minister holds a protest in the capital. Revant Reddy demands 42% OBC quota in Telangana. The Prime Minister will inaugurate the Kartavya Bhavan today, a key part of the Central Vista project. And the Supreme Court has quashed a ban on Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's name being used in schemes in the state, setting it aside.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in.
Welcome back. Congress workers today, led by Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy, along with other state ministers and MLAs, held a protest at Jantar Mantar demanding 42% OBC reservation in Telangana's local bodies, asking that the centre pass the bill immediately. NDTV's Vasudha spoke with the Telangana Chief Minister.
Sir, this massive protest on OBC, the ordinance issue and the bills, what is your intent? What do you want the centre to do?
So we wanted to tell that we are waiting for education employment reservation 42% OBCs and political reservation in local bodies 42%. 2 bills are pending with President of India. We have waited long more 4 months, but they have not accepted. Now we are demanding, Parliament is going on, सड़क से लेकर संसद तक हम तो लड़ाई जारी है. So we are fighting from road to Parliament. So our demand is that they have to clear those bills. Education employment reservation 42% and political reservation in local bodies 42%. Till now they have not cleared, and also we have asked the appointment of Rashtrapati. Till now, we have not got any appointment. I think 2 days back, Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji, they have met Rashtrapati ji. I think they are pressurizing Rashtrapati ji to not to give appointment to Telangana people. Now we are here, entire cabinet, parliament members, MLCs and MLAs, most of the rural nook and corner OBCs are here. We are pro-OBC. Rahul Gandhi is pro-OBC. Narendra Modi is anti-OBC. This is the fight between pro-OBC, anti-OBC. So we will see how to get this reservation. If Modi is going to accept it, is fine. Otherwise, we will defeat him coming election and we will make Rahul Gandhi as a Prime Minister. We will get that 42% reservation in all over India.
Mr. Reddy, BJP is saying that this is a conspiracy for vote appeasement because you're giving only 5% for OBC and 10% for Muslims. They are saying this. What is yours?
I'm challenging whoever is the Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party. Bandi Sanjay or Kishan Reddy, they are illiterates, I can say. Why? Because ask them to go through my bills. Governor has accepted our bills. If there is anything for reservation separate for Muslims or any other thing, it is just impossible to accept Governor of Telangana. So it is approved by the Governor of Telangana. How come they are making allegations against government of Telangana? So it's a political stunt. So it is not going to save Bharatiya Janata Party, this political stunt.
They don't listen your demands, sir.
Yeah, that is one formula. My point is that why that formula? Why don't you amend our act? Already you have amended for EWS. Why can't for OBCs? We are not taking any others reservation. So we are their legitimate right. We wanted to give their legitimate right. So Rahul Gandhi is trying to get a legitimate right of OBCs. Modi is refused to give that legitimate right to OBCs. That's all.
So what is the intent of OBC participation?
Sir, that is, by hook or crook we wanted to get a 42% reservation for OBC. Okay.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun, because I just think making music, film, you still get to see something. I think music is so amazing. You
don't need to see anything.
It's in the air, and suddenly it just comes together, and it's just, you can just feel it. And something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Watch our continued coverage of the Uttarakhand disaster as our reporters on the ground bring you all the very latest. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. So far, 5 people officially declared dead in the disaster in Uttarakhand. Several, however, remain missing. 9 army soldiers are still untraceable. The Prime Minister met with MPs from Uttarakhand, assured them all support from the centre.
This is the problem. The more they try and clear, much more comes from the top. And it creates this blockage all across this highway.
NDTV reports from the ground as landslides obstruct rescue teams en route to the site of the disaster. NDTV's team brings you all the very latest. The Enforcement Directorate today grilled actor Vijay Deverakonda in the betting app case. He spoke to the media, denied any wrongdoing, said the company was fully legally had it vetted. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy protests in the capital demanding 42% OBC quota in Telangana, says the centre must clear the bills immediately. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the Kartavya Bhavan, the first of the bhavans to finally be ready. The Prime Minister, it's a key part of the Central Vista project, will house several ministries. And in a boost to Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin, the Supreme Court today set aside a Madras High Court order which prohibited the use of Stalin's name in state government schemes. In fact, the AIADMK petitioner has been fined. All right, let's get you all the very latest developments a day after the devastating flash floods that took place in Uttarkashi, where the village of Dharali was engulfed with slush and mud after a cloudburst took place in the higher reaches, and the torrential water, bringing down that boulders and slush and mud on to the village. In fact, even now, a huge challenge as the main highway, the Gangotri highway, remains blocked in several parts. In some parts, it's not there anymore, which is what NDTV's reporters have also been bringing you, from the ground there. The Chief Minister, Pushkar Singh Dhami, did manage to reach Uttarkashi by chopper, and he has set up camp there. He's directing some of the rescue and relief operations because, remember, many people have been left homeless. You can see those visuals where only the roofs of houses are poking out from the mud and the silt. So it's a huge task really to rescue people. 150 so far, we believe, have been rescued, but many more could continue to be stuck there in the mud and the slush. Now, what we're also learning is that tourists from Kerala are missing. There are 28 tourists from Kerala who are now missing. They were, according to their family members, supposed to leave for Gangotri, so they were right in this area where the flash floods took place, and since then there has been no word from them. So obviously their relatives extremely worried. This was a group, a 28-member group of tourists, all from Kerala, who had gone missing after the cloudburst triggered these massive mudslides, is what the family has said. In fact, one of the group, one of the relatives has told the media regarding this, has informed them, and it was a Haridwar-based travel agency which had arranged this 10-day Uttarakhand tour, but no updates are available. So this just gives you a sense of this calamity, how many people are involved. Remember, this is a very popular pilgrimage area. You have the Char Dhams. This is Devbhumi, where you have the Dhams of Gangotri, Yamunotri, Kedarnath, Badrinath, and this is the route to Gangotri. So these tourists were on their way. They were meant to leave for Gangotri the morning when this disaster struck. Now, visually, of course, we saw that the videos emerging from Dharali village, which was completely engulfed by that mud and slush that came down the mountainside. It was a mudslide, really, that washed away so many homes. All right, so let's take you through some of the defining images that have emerged ever since this tragedy took place. And there you can see, this is, of course, Dharali village, completely covered in slush, in mud, in silt, as people there, and teams are trying to rescue people who may be stuck, homes with just the roofs poking out from that slush that came down the Khil Ganga river yesterday after a cloudburst took place in the higher reaches. So these really devastating images after the shock of watching that mud and slush come down in that video that we were playing for you yesterday, and now you can see the area completely submerged in that mud. Now, this morning, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami conducted an aerial survey. He has set up camp on the ground there from where he is directing some of the relief efforts. So there you can see the Dharali village engulfed in the mud. This is the Bhagirathi river that you're seeing. The Khil Ganga river actually joined into the Bhagirathi, and all this mud and silt brought down by the Khil Ganga. As we said, Chief Minister Dhami has set up a camp where he is also involved in supervising some of the relief efforts. It is the army, though, that's on the ground really carrying out those relief efforts. And here you can see an injured person being taken to the ambulance, and some medical centers have also, temporary medical centers have been set up, and many of these, those who are injured will have to be taken to nearby hospitals. And as always, whenever the Ganga is, which shows the Shiv statue, the idol of Lord Shiva, here on the banks near the ghats always get submerged. So there you can see, with the heavy rainfall taking place in the Himalayas, the Ganga in spate. And NDTV has been getting you ground reports. Ankit Tyagi there on the Gangotri highway where their car had to stop, and they actually saw the boulders coming down the mountain blocking the highway. Now, the ITBP is helping with the rescue operations, and at a time, and these are visuals now we're bringing you from Himachal Pradesh, where also reports of landslides and heavy rainfall has been reported, and zip lines are being used by the teams to cross the rivers. So once again, bringing you the damaged highway there in Uttarkashi. This is the Gangotri highway, the main national highway. In fact, our team is now trekking through the mountain there as the highway is below them, and they're trekking now to a bridge which has also been washed away. So a huge challenge for the rescue teams in reaching the worst affected area. And there you can see these are visuals from the Dharali village as some earth movers have been engaged. ITBP is involved with the rescue operations, looking for people who may still be trapped in that mud, taking people across these rivers and rivulets to safer areas, as many tents and camps have been put up for the people who have lost their homes. And there you can see people in those relief camps, as many have lost their homes due to this cloudburst and mudslide that took place yesterday. Many people now in those relief camps, for which a lot of provisions will have to be brought there, and that is the big challenge right now. And Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami conducting that aerial survey of the region. Now, earlier we spoke to NDTV's Ankit Tyagi and our camera person Momin as they're on their way trying to get to Dharali. However, a huge challenge, not just for them, but even for the rescue teams, for provisions that have to be taken to these worst affected areas, as there are many landslides in some places. The road has simply given away, and now repair work is taking place, but it's going to take a long time, even as heavy rainfall is continuing in some parts. Let's take a look at this report.
It's only the army which has been the first responder as far as this operation is concerned from Harsil. Now remember, army also has a few of its soldiers missing. So they have divided themselves in two columns. One is helping the civilians, one is looking after the camp and looking for the soldiers, those who are missing, 11 of them. So it's also a tragedy in that sense for the rescuers. On the other hand, 100 teams of the SDRF have been made. Out of that, only 4 have been able to reach there. 2 from the NDRF. Others are waiting. I'll ask Momin. He will show you there is a jeep that you can see standing there. And behind that jeep is a massive convoy of SDRF and NDRF people, those who are stuck there. So they are yet to make their way onto this place. You will see that this is where the road connectivity has ended. You can see some people standing there, sitting there, and you will see a crane also, a JCB also working as we speak. So they have to flatten this entire thing, make sure that the boulders are thrown away, and then use mud so that it's a makeshift road which fills the gap. And this is what we are trying to overcome by coming through this route that we are taking at this moment and going across. So once we are on the road on the other side, then we would be able to walk and on the road, and hopefully we'll be able to reach a place where we'll be able to show you the bridge also and see if there is any way that you can trek up. There is a chopper. I can see a chopper. So I think because the rain is subsiding, there is still activity in the air as we speak, and they are using this to send personnel. They are using this to send medicines and other stuff. But the question, Gargi, I was speaking to some NDRF officials, and they said that without the necessary equipment, the heavy equipment, the cutters, the diggers, it's very difficult for the personnel, even if they reach to mount an effective rescue operation, especially for people, those who are feared, trapped in the debris, because it was a huge slush. We saw those visuals, very, very dangerous, very, very terrifying visuals of the massive slush and the muds and the debris that came. It almost took everything with it. People didn't even have the time to react, and because of that, what has happened is that till the time the heavy earth-moving equipment doesn't reach the rescuers, it is going to be a very difficult task for them to mount a very effective rescue operation. It's only the army which has been the first responder as far as this operation is concerned from Harsil. Now remember, army also has a few of its soldiers missing. So they have divided themselves.
All right, so there Ankit was getting us that report from en route to Uttarkashi. But let's listen in to what Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had to say. He did say that 190 people have been rescued so far, but he said it's a huge challenge as a lot of the connecting roads have been completely damaged. All right, we will get you that soundbite in just a moment. Around 190 people have been rescued is what the Chief Minister has said. He says that the disaster, the army personnel have been engaged in that rescue operation. Injured people are being taken to a hospital in Uttarkashi, but the entire connecting road has been completely affected by the landslides at many places. He says the government is committed to ensuring relief and rescue at the earliest.
पूरा धराली पूरी तरह से जो है आपदा की चपेट में आ गया और कल की घटना के बाद कई चरणों में वहाँ मलबा आया है। जैसा आज मैंने वहाँ पर जाकर जब सभी लोगों से मुलाकात करी, लोगों से बातचीत करी और घटना के बारे में जानकारी ली, तो उन्होंने बताया कि सबसे पहले आया, उसके बाद फिर आया, दोबारा 3, 4, 5, 6 बार जो है इस प्रकार से बार बार मलबा आया और वहाँ पर सभी कुछ आपदा की भेंट चढ़ गया। साथ में वहाँ शाम तक जो है सेना के लोगों ने 190 के करीब लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया है। धराली के दाहिनी तरफ से लगभग 120 लोग और धराली के बाईं तरफ से 70 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है। उनको सुरक्षित स्थानों पर पहुंचाया गया है। अभी घायलों को भी जो है वहाँ से रेस्क्यू करके उत्तरकाशी लाया जा रहा है। कुछ को वहाँ एम्स में जो जरूरी है उनको हायर सेंटर रेफर किया जाएगा। सभी घायलों के भी स्वास्थ्य की पूरी चिंता की जा रही है। साथ में वहाँ एक पानी का जमाव भी हो गया है हरसिल के पास और उसकी सड़क पूरी तरह से और वहाँ का जो एक हेलीपैड था वो पूरी तरह से जलमग्न हो गया है। इसी प्रकार गंगनानी के पास लाछी गाड़ पर वहाँ पुल था, वो पुल भी आपदा की भेंट चढ़ गया है। पूरा संपर्क मार्ग जगह जगह पर कई स्थानों पर पूरी तरह से भूस्खलन की चपेट में आ गया है। अभी बिजली और टेलीफोन ये मोबाइल चूँकि वहाँ पर रिस्टोर करना है, बिजली की सुविधा अभी नहीं पहुँच पाई है। सड़कों का काम होना है। सेना के साथ मिलके हम लोग इस पर पूरा प्लान कर रहे हैं। बीआरओ भी उस काम में लगाया है। हमारा आपदा प्रबंधन, पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट, एनएच सभी मिलकर जल्दी से जल्दी करेंगे। हालांकि वहाँ पर काम करना, अभी रेस्क्यू करना और सभी साधनों को फिर से व्यवस्थित करना एक बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे लिए, क्योंकि मौसम खराब हो रहा है। आज मैं भी 2 बार पहले अटेम्प्ट कर चुका था, 2 बार पहले जाने का हमने प्रयास किया, नहीं जा पाया और उसके बाद तीसरी बार में हम वहाँ जाने में हमको सफलता मिली है। वहाँ जाकर मैंने बगोरी गांव के लोगों से, हरसिल के लोगों से और हमारा जो प्रभावित क्षेत्र है उस प्रभावित क्षेत्र के सभी लोगों से आज मैंने आगे की हालचाल जानी। सरकार सभी व्यवस्थाएं करने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी हमको हर संभव सहायता देने के लिए कहा है और उनके मार्गदर्शन में हम आपदा पीड़ितों को ठीक प्रकार से सहायता करेंगे। हर प्रकार से हमारा हर प्रयास होगा कि उनको हर सहायता पहुंचाकर वो व्यवस्थित करें।
All right, Chief Minister of Uttarakhand Dhami telling us that 190 people have been rescued, but he also spoke about the challenges given that so many connecting roads have been damaged. There are landslides being reported. A bridge has also been damaged in Harsil. So this is a huge challenge for the rescue teams. In fact, many of them have not even reached there. The army, though, is at the spot. Some teams had to be airlifted, but because of the inclement weather, had to return to Dehradun. Many provisions are also needed. More boots on the ground also needed for rescue and relief work if people are still stuck in that mud and silt that came down the mountain yesterday due to the cloudburst and the mudslide that engulfed Dharali village, just destroying the roads and destroying the buildings all along the way. Confirmed so far, it's 5 people who have died, but many remain missing, and the Chief Minister has set up camp in Uttarkashi from where a lot of the rescue work is being supervised. Well, let's just take a look at this report sent by us by NDTV's Ravish as they're making their way to Uttarkashi.
हमारे सहयोगी किशोर रावत जो कि लगातार कल से यहाँ पर बने हुए हैं और इसके अलावा ये सारे ग्रामीण हैं और गंगनानी तक का सफ़र जो है वो हमें पैदल तय करना है क्योंकि वहाँ पर पुल पूरी तरीके से बह गया है और ये भटवाड़ी एक गांव पड़ता है उसका आप देखिए सड़क का नामो निशान ख़त्म हो चुका है। बस जहाँ पुलिस वाले खड़े हैं उस जगह पर सड़क के अवशेष दिखाई दे रहे हैं, बाकी पूरी तरीके से सड़क ख़त्म हो चुकी है और इसके ऊपर से अब लोग जो है वो पहाड़ों के ज़रिए अब आवागमन कर रहे हैं। हमारे दूसरे सहयोगी आप देखेंगे अभी अंकित त्यागी और मोमिन वो भी ऊंचाइयां तय करके और उसके बाद में यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं। तो इस तरीके की हालात, अगर अच्छी बात यह है कि अभी फ़िलहाल बारिश नहीं हो रही है और अगर बारिश हुई तो आप देख सकते हैं कि ये सारे पहाड़ आधे दरक चुके हैं और जैसे ही बारिश होगी तो ये पहाड़ का एक हिस्सा फिर से इस सड़क पर आ सकता है। तो गंगनानी यहाँ से तकरीबन 10 किलोमीटर दूर एक गांव है और उसके आगे अभी एनडीआरएफ नहीं जा पा रही है। आगे हम 10 किलोमीटर चलेंगे और दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर इस तरीके के हेलीकॉप्टर का सहारा क्यों लेना पड़ रहा है। वो इसलिए लेना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि पुल जो है लोहे का वो पूरी तरीके से बह गया है।
All right, so Ravish, they're reporting from the Gangotri highway as many parts of that highway have been damaged. Let's now listen into this eyewitness account of what took place.
सारे खतरनाक स्थिति थी और बहुत ज़्यादा डरावनी स्थिति थी यहाँ पे। ये करवन आया 1:30 पे आया, हम इधर से पासे में फिर देखा हमने कई आदमी उड़ के जा रहे थे नीचे, कई मकान बह गए, इधर हट थे, सारे पेड़ थे सारे खत्म हो गए।
मुख्यमंत्री जी आए हैं, कैसा लगा आपको? मतलब आश्वासन दे रहे हैं हर तरह से।
अच्छा लगा हमें, तब देखते क्या क्या काम करते हो सुबह।
DIG, NDRF, Mr. Zaidi, who is joining us at this moment. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you, it's a humongous challenge, a Himalayan task for your institution at this moment. Could you give us your understanding of what is the situation in Dharali and how many resources have you pressed into action?
Well, you see, this incident took place yesterday at about 2 p.m. and immediately 3 teams of NDRF were mobilized in Uttarkashi, one each from Manera, Barkot and Dehradun, and 2 teams have also been placed at the airport for airlift. Now the challenging task is because of the landslide, the inclement weather conditions. The movement on the road is slow. There are landslides due to which the roads are blocked. Some of the parts are almost washed out. That is being repaired, and we are hopeful that as soon as it is repaired, we are very close and we'll be able to make it and join the operation. The airlift also is hampered because of the inclement weather conditions, and all out efforts are being made, to see that if we can get a window and we are able to take a sortie, then we'll be there.
All right, hopefully soon more rescue teams will be able to get to Dharali to help in that rescue and relief operation. We'll continue to track this story very, very closely. For the moment, slipping into a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात, खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए ये तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
You know, first when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, whoa, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film.
In the Uttarakhand disaster, 5 people have died, several are still missing, 9 army soldiers are still untraceable. The Prime Minister meets with Uttarakhand MPs. Connectivity to Uttarkashi remains a big challenge as landslides reported along the way, the NDTV team reports. The Enforcement Directorate drills actor Vijay Deverakonda in the betting app case. The Telugu actor denies any wrongdoing. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy protests in the capital demanding 42% OBC quota in Telangana.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now coming in. The Prime Minister will be visiting Japan and China. This visit will take place at the end of the month and he'll be traveling to Japan and China. The Japan visit is bilateral while the China visit is to attend the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. This will be Prime Minister's first visit to China since the Galwan clash between the two countries. So this announcement, this news just coming in that the Prime Minister will be visiting Japan and China. It will be the China visit that will be very, very key. As we said, this is taking place after the Galwan clash. It's his first visit to China since then, after the clashes between the two countries. The Japan visit is a bilateral visit, and from then the Prime Minister will be going to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, that is the SCO. So he will be in Japan on the 30th of August. Let's go across to Akhilesh now for more. So Akhilesh, the Prime Minister to visit Japan and China is really the interesting one.
Well, of course, it is interesting because, as you mentioned, that since 2019, when Prime Minister Modi visited China last time, there was Galwan clashes, and after that, we have seen that there was heightened tension between the two countries. But last year in October, we know that in Kazan, during the BRICS meeting, a bilateral meeting took place between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping, and after that, steps were taken to reduce the tension between the two countries. And we have seen a lot of changes in the relationship between India and China after that. But this is going to be a multilateral forum because this is SCO meeting which is going to take place from August 31st to 1st of September. And Prime Minister Modi, we have been told by the sources that is likely to go to China after his Japan visit is concluded. And he will be meeting with the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping and also Russian President Vladimir Putin. And in Japan, we have been told by the sources that he will be reaching on August 30th. And since it's a bilateral visit, there are a lot of areas on which the bilateral cooperation will be discussed. This also includes the bullet train project between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. And there are other areas like the semiconductor and manufacturing, which will be areas of focus as far as this bilateral visit is concerned. But of course, as you mentioned correctly, that the focus will be, of course, on his visit to China, which is his first visit after 2019, when he was there last time.
Right, Akhilesh, this also comes amid, this tension as it is with the United States over the tariffs and the kind of statements being made by Donald Trump. Earlier India was seen as being getting closer and closer to the United States, but now, tension in that particular relationship. So interesting that the Prime Minister will be going to China, a country with whom we've had tense relations for a while now.
That's correct. But as I mentioned, this is part of a multilateral forum, which is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And for that meeting, Prime Minister Nadu Modi is going there. He's likely to meet Xi Jinping and also Mr. Putin. So this may come up with the trade tensions between India and the US and also between the US and the China. But as far as the tariffs imposed by Mr. Trump is concerned, the sources are indicating that it will have minimal effect as far as India's export is concerned, because India's domestic market is huge and big. That's why all these export can be accommodated in India itself. So India is, of course, taking into account the kind of sanctions which are being put by Mr. Trump. But India also mentions very clearly that the conditions and the reason given by Mr. Trump saying that India is purchasing oil from Russia is the main reason. It does not hold any ground, because India has mentioned very clearly that not only India, but even the US and the European Union, they are also in trade as far as Russia is concerned.
All right. Thanks so much, Akhilesh, for joining us with those details. So that's the big breaking news coming in right now. At the end of the month, the Prime Minister will be visiting Japan and China. In other news, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, has written to presidents of all the national parties for restoration of statehood to Jammu and Kashmir. This is an essential course correction, is what he has written in this letter, requesting that a bill be introduced in this regard during the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament. Omar Abdullah writing, I respectfully urge your kind indulgence in exhorting the government of India to bring forward legislation in the current session of Parliament to restore statehood, is what he's written. He said restoration of statehood is not a concession to Jammu and Kashmir, but a course correction by the central government. Earlier we spoke to Nazir Masoodi for the latest.
तमाम वो पार्टियां जिनकी एक अच्छी खासी तादाद है ऑनरेबल एमपीज़ की पार्लियामेंट में, उन्हें एक चिट्ठी लिखी है और उनसे गुजारिश की है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ जो स्टेटहुड का वादा किया गया है, उस वादे पे वो हमारी मदद करें और पार्लियामेंट में इस चीज़ को ज़ोरों शोर से उठाएं, ताकि इसी सेशन में बिल आए और जम्मू कश्मीर जो है उसको दोबारा रियासत का दर्जा मिले। ये किसी एक फ़र्द की बात नहीं है, ये किसी एक पार्टी की बात नहीं है, ये हुकूमत की बात नहीं है, ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के साथ एक वादा किया गया है।
Well, it is a strongly worded letter by J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah to all the leaders of national parties, urging them to introduce a bill in the current session of the Parliament for the restoration of statehood. Demand for the restoration of statehood is here in Jammu and Kashmir for last 6 years now. Just yesterday, Jammu and Kashmir observed abrogation of Article 370 and downgrading J&K state into 2 union territories on 5th August. And opposition has observed it as a black day. Now, Omar Abdullah in his letter is saying that restoration of statehood to Jammu and Kashmir is not a concession, but an essential course correction. He's also talking about the larger issue of federal structure of the country and saying that reducing a state into a union territory unilaterally will have unsettling consequences for the polity and the federal structure of the country, and reminding the political leaders of all the national parties that it is not just the issue of people of Jammu and Kashmir, but this should concern every citizen of the country. He is also talking about that it is an issue that goes beyond regional interests and touches the very core of India's constitutional values, and it is democratic ethos. The act of reducing J&K from a state to a union territory in 2019 and the prolonged delay in restoring its status as a full state has profound implications for the future of Indian polity. So, in fact, Omar Abdullah is saying it is not your thing, and he's been saying This should be a red line.
And on to news of the Telangana Chief Minister. Congress workers led by Revanth Reddy along with state ministers, MLAs and corporation chairmen today protested in Delhi at Jantar Mantar demanding 42% OBC reservation in Telangana's local bodies. In fact, they've also asked that the bill be passed by the centre, should not be stopped. NDTV's Vasudha spoke with the Telangana Chief Minister.
Sir, this massive protest on OBC, the ordinance issue and the bills, what is your intent? What do you want the centre to do?
So we wanted to tell that we are waiting for education employment reservation 42% OBCs and political reservation in local bodies 42%. Two bills are pending with President of India. We have waited long more 4 months, but they have not accepted. Now we are demanding, Parliament is going on, सड़क से लेकर संसद तक हम तो लड़ाई जारी है. So we are fighting from road to Parliament. So our demand is that they have to clear those bills. Education employment reservation 42% and political reservation in local bodies 42%. Till now they have not cleared, and also we have asked appointment of Rashtrapati. Till now we have not got any appointment. I think 2 days back Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji, they have met Rashtrapati ji. I think they are pressurizing Rashtrapati ji to not to give appointment to Telangana people. Now we are here, entire cabinet, parliament members, MLCs and MLAs, most of the rural nook and corner OBCs are here. We are pro-OBC. Rahul Gandhi is pro-OBC. Narendra Modi is anti-OBC. This is the fight between pro-OBC, anti-OBC. So we will see how to get this reservation. If Modi is going to accept, it is fine. Otherwise, we will defeat him coming election and we will make Rahul Gandhi as a Prime Minister. We will get that 42% reservation in all over India.
Mr. Reddy, BJP is saying that this is a conspiracy for vote appeasement because you're giving only 5% for OBC and 10% for Muslims. They are saying this. What is that?
I'm challenging whoever is the Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party. Bandi Sanjay or Kishan Reddy, they are illiterates, I can say. Why? Because ask them to go through my bills. Governor has accepted our bills. If there is anything for reservation separate for Muslims or any other thing, it is just impossible to accept Governor of Telangana. So it is approved by the Governor of Telangana. How come they are making allegations against Government of Telangana? So it's a political stand, political stunt. So it is not going to save Bharatiya Janata Party, this political stunt.
If they don't listen your demands, sir, because
yeah, that is one formula. My point is that why that formula? Why don't you amend our act? Already you have amended for EWS. Why can't for OBCs? We are not taking any other's reservation. So we are their legitimate right. We wanted to give their legitimate right. So Rahul Gandhi is trying to get a legitimate right of OBCs. Modi is refused to give that legitimate right to OBCs. That's all.
So what is the intent of OBC?
Sir, by hook or crook we wanted to get a 42% reservation for OBC. Okay.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, actor Vijay Deverakonda is questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. After the flash floods in Uttarakhand, 5 people are dead, several remain missing. The Prime Minister meets with Uttarakhand MPs. The ED grills actor Vijay Deverakonda in the betting app case. The Telugu actor denies any wrongdoing. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy protests in the capital demanding 42% OBC quota. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Kartavya Bhavan, a key part of the Central Vista project.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to invest in
CDSL
that?
for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless. And then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast thinking. I cast what felt right.
You were saying that you are going to say no to him.
Yeah. But that's his fault. Huh? He was now you see, now that we can talk about the film, Krish Kapoor cannot be a timid, sweet boy.
Yes,
sir, how are you, sir?
Last time we spoke.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this guy?
Welcome back. Actor Vijay Deverakonda appeared today before the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal betting apps probe. He said he was called for clarification regarding his promotion of gaming apps. He also clarified that the ongoing probe concerns alleged illegal promotion of betting platforms, denying any wrongdoing.
Betting apps investigation తప్పకుండా నడుస్తుంది కానీ మనని పిలిచింది వాళ్ళకు కూడా తెలియదు మన పేరు ఎందుకు వచ్చిందో బట్ మన పేరు వచ్చినందుకు వాళ్ళు వెరిఫికేషన్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళ డెలిజెన్స్ తీసుకోవాలి మనం చేసింది గేమింగ్ యాప్స్కి ఎండోర్స్మెంట్ గేమింగ్ యాప్కి బెట్టింగ్ యాప్కి అసలు సంబంధమే లేదు గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ అనేటివి కంప్లీట్లీ లీగల్ రికగ్నైజ్డ్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్ లైసెన్స్డ్ యాజ్ అ బిజినెస్ వాళ్ళకి జిఎస్టీలు టీడీఎస్లు కంపెనీలు ఇట్స్ ఫుల్లీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ రికగ్నైజ్డ్ బై సుప్రీం కోర్ట్ అండ్ వేరియస్ స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ అది గేమింగ్ యాప్ అటువంటిది A23 ఇప్పుడు క్విక్గా డౌట్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి క్విక్గా మీరు గూగుల్లోకి వెళ్ళి టాప్ గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ అని కొడితే కొన్ని వస్తాయి A23తో సహా మై 11 సర్కిల్ డ్రీమ్ 11 NPL జుపీ ఇట్లాంటివి కొన్ని వస్తాయి ఇవన్నీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ ఇవన్నీ మన ఇండియన్ క్రికెట్ టీమ్కి స్పాన్సర్ మన ఇండియన్ ఒలింపిక్స్ టీమ్కి స్పాన్సర్ మన ఇండియా విమెన్స్ క్రికెట్ టీమ్కి స్పాన్సర్ ఐపీఎల్కి ఎంపీఎల్ ఒకదానికి అఫీషియల్ స్పాన్సర్ వేరియస్ కబడ్డీ లీగ్కి వాలీబాల్ లీగ్కి అన్నిటికీ వీళ్ళు స్పాన్సర్ చేస్తారు ఎందుకంటే
So what Vijay Deverakonda is pointing out is that there is a distinction between the illegal betting apps and the gaming apps, and in this case he's pointing out that whether it's the Indian cricket team, women's cricket team, the volleyball team or the kabaddi team, he's saying they are supported by the gaming apps which are legal, which have a license, which have permissions, which have a TDS, and therefore there is nothing wrong with the gaming apps itself, is what Vijay Deverakonda is explaining to the media there. That they had sought his account details and the bank details and the transaction details as well.
ఇప్పుడు లీగల్ యాప్స్ జియో లొకేషన్ లాక్ ఉంటుంది. మీరు కొంచెం రీసెర్చ్ చేసి ఈ యాప్ A23 యాప్ తెలంగాణలో వాడాలని చూడండి, అది ఓపెన్ కాదు. ఓపెన్ అయ్యి మీకు మెసేజ్ వస్తుంది.
Vijay Deverakonda saying that there is a difference between the illegal betting apps and the gaming apps, and if you want to check out, you can immediately go into your phone and check out whether an A23 opens up here, and he's saying there's a geo lock that will happen, because of which an A23 will not open up in a state like Telangana where it is banned, but it will open up elsewhere where it is considered legal, and it is that category that he had endorsed.
అసలు వాళ్ళకి మీకు చెప్పింది వాళ్ళకి చెప్పడం జరిగింది. వాళ్ళ డెలిజెన్స్ ప్రకారం కాంట్రాక్ట్స్, యాప్ డీటెయిల్స్, ఏజెన్సీ డీటెయిల్స్,
I have told them exactly what I have told you as well, saying that I have only endorsed a gaming app that is legal and not any illegal betting app.
Thank you guys. ఇప్పుడు మన దాంట్లో రైటో రాంగో మన దేశంలో డిసైడ్ చేయడానికి సుప్రీంకోర్టు ఉంది, స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్లు ఉన్నాయి. వాళ్ళు ఓకే అంటే మనకు డిస్కషన్.
There are agencies to decide what is right and wrong. There is a Supreme Court and there are state governments. There is no reason for us to pre-conclude any guilt.
Well, let's go across to Uma, who was telling us what Vijay Deverakonda was telling the media after questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. So, Uma, tell us about this entire probe. It's been on for a while. Several big names have already been questioned. Various other celebrities, influencers as well. In all, 29 are being, spoken to as the ED investigates this matter.
So Vijay Deverakonda appeared today and was there with the ED officials for about 4 hours, and after coming out, he has sought to make that very clear distinction between a gaming app and an illegal betting app, and he in fact told the media channels present there that you are saying that I have been called in for an illegal betting app, whereas no, I have been called in because I endorsed a gaming app that is in fact legal, and he gave the example of A23, which he said is a gaming app that is legal, and he is also pointing out that whether it's the Indian cricket team or the women's cricket team, volleyball team, kabaddi team, all of them are supported by gaming apps that are legal, that have a license to operate. They have a GST number and they have TDS as well. So all those people who are endorsing the gaming apps cannot be considered as illegal, and he says they themselves did not understand why my name had come up, but they did ask me for the company name who I had endorsed. They also asked me for the financial transactions and my bank account details, all of which I have shared with the investigating agency, and he believes that the investigators are now satisfied with the answers that he has given. So Vijay Deverakonda, like you pointed out, is he is among the 29 people who are either film celebrities or social media influencers or even TV anchors who have been called in by the Enforcement Directorate, which has filed the ECIR. This was based, of course, on the Telangana police itself filing multiple FIRs because huge numbers of people were seen to be getting cheated because of the illegal betting app. Vijay Deverakonda, on his part, is pointing out that he had endorsed what is a skill-based game like Rummy, the A23 app he mentioned, and he said that the Supreme Court itself has said that a skill-based game is distinct from a betting game, and it is not something that is illegal in the country, and he has only endorsed it in regions where it is legal and not in a place like Telangana where the app won't even open up on your phone. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details. In other news, a big win for the Tamil Nadu government. The Supreme Court today dismissed a challenge raised by an AIADMK member of parliament to naming Tamil Nadu government outreach program after the chief minister. The Supreme Court saying it's misconceived and an abuse of law. Now, the court castigated the petitioner, in fact, for singling out Tamil Nadu government and its chief minister when similar schemes exist in other states, also slapping a 10 lakh fine in this entire matter. So, boost for Tamil Nadu government as the Supreme Court has set aside the Madras High Court order.
See, any government, when they announce a scheme in the name of the chief minister, it is not normal. It has been happening for many long years. When Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India, a housing scheme was announced as Indira Awas Yojana. And there are many schemes like that. How can it is the chief minister who would announce that scheme for the welfare of the people? So it is in the name of the chief minister. What is wrong in it? But these people, somehow they want to stop that these schemes are, if they are in the name of the chief minister, then people will vote for them. People anyhow, they will not vote for ADMK.
All right, international news and news of the Trump tariffs and doublespeak by the US President. President Donald Trump said that he had no knowledge that Washington imports chemicals and fertilizers from Russia. This statement came after a reporter asked him that the US continues to import from Russia uranium for its nuclear industry and fertilizers as well as chemicals. So why is India being spoken to in such a manner for importing oil from Russia? The President Trump saying he did not know about it. Meanwhile, Indian-American Republican leader Nikki Haley has said that the US should not ruin its relationship with a strong ally like India and give a pass to China.
Never set a percentage, but we'll be doing quite a bit of that. We'll see what happens over the next fairly short period of time. But we'll see what happens. Yep. They have a meeting tomorrow. We have a meeting with Russia tomorrow. We're going to see what happens. We'll make that determination at that time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
India says that the US imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that.
So the US President saying he knows nothing about it when questioned by their imports, regarding their imports from Russia. Now, Brazilian President Lula da Silva has turned down US counterpart Donald Trump's offer to call him any time to discuss tariffs, saying Rio de Janeiro would instead use all available resources, including the World Trade Organization, to defend its interests. Bilateral tensions between Washington and Rio de Janeiro have recently escalated following the US decision to slap a 50% tariff on Brazil. The Brazilian leader said that he would not call Trump to discuss tariffs because the US leader does not want to talk, but added, and I quote, "I will call Xi Jinping, I will call Prime Minister Modi, I won't call Putin because he can't travel now."
Vocês pensam, eu não vou ligar para o Trump para comercial não, porque ele não quer falar. Mas pode ficar certo, Marina. Eu vou ligar para o Trump para convidá-lo para vir para a COP, porque eu quero saber o que ele pensa da questão climática. Vou ter a gentileza de ligar. Vou ligar para ele, vou ligar para o Xi Jinping, vou ligar para o primeiro-ministro Modi, vou ligar. Só não vou ligar para o Putin, porque o Putin não está podendo viajar. Mas vou ligar para muitos presidentes. Cara, vem aqui.
All right, let's go across to Vishal for more on this. And Vishal, so the Brazilian president there saying he is not going to be rushing to the US or calling up President Trump. It's interesting given that so many other leaders, like you have the Swiss leader, in fact, rushing to the US after they also got high tariffs. But yes, so a lot of developments taking place on this front. Also, the US president being called out for, this double speak or and importing from Russia when punishing India for the same.
That's exactly right. And two of the biggest countries in the global south seem to be calling out Trump on what he's been saying in the last 2-3 days or so. He has repeatedly attacked India and said that India is one of the countries to blame for the war in Ukraine. And that has aptly been rebuffed by both Brazil and India. India has gone on to say that India in fact has one of the lowest mean tariffs in the whole world actually. It only stands at about 4.6%, much lower than most of the advanced economies. And Brazil, as you mentioned, has also attacked Trump and said that they are not ready to speak with Trump, even though Trump himself reached out to Lula, the president of Brazil, that there should be some talks on the tariffs front. But Lula instead has said that he wishes to speak with the other leaders from the BRICS team, such as President Putin from Russia, such as Prime Minister Modi from India, and also Xi Jinping from China. So the BRICS contingent, the global south, seems to be uniting with India on this matter, in which Trump has unnecessarily attacked India in the last 48 hours, as I mentioned, and unnecessarily blamed India for a lot of the conflicts that have engulfed the world in the last 1 year or so.
All right, thanks so much, Vishal, for joining us with those details. Now some news coming in of churn, and Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is in Delhi, where he met Home Minister Amit Shah. So Shiv Sena Chief Shinde meeting with Amit Shah. In fact, Shiv Sena members of parliament also accompanied Shinde during this meeting that took place. And after that, Shinde and Amit Shah held a one-on-one discussion for around 25 minutes. That is the news that is coming in regarding this meeting. So is there some churn in Maharashtra? Earlier, parliament members from various parties also had met with Shinde, and there were some cordial exchanges. So what's really raising eyebrows and creating a lot of speculation is this one-on-one meeting that Eknath Shinde had with the Home Minister Amit Shah for around 25 minutes. So what is Eknath Shinde in Delhi for? Why this long meeting with the Home Minister? There you can see earlier that picture that has been shared of the meeting of the Shiv Sena MPs, including Eknath Shinde, meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. Let's go across to Vasudha for more. Vasudha, so what can you share with us? What do we know about this meeting?
Well, Gargi, what I understand is that Eknath Shinde, the former Maharashtra Chief Minister and presently the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, was in Delhi today. In fact, he's in Delhi, and he went to the Parliament today and he had a meeting with Home Minister, and he had a 25-minute long meeting with the Home Minister. And what we understand that this meeting, in this meeting, there were discussions on key national issues and also issues that are affecting the state. And earlier today in the Parliament, MPs from various parties also met Shinde. This meeting of Eknath Shinde with specifically the Home Minister is important because this is probably the second time that he's coming to Delhi in the last 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks, and there have been these speculations that he has been raising that his voice needs to be heard. Remember that Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena came at a very crucial time as part of the NDA alliance, and that is something that Mr. Shinde has also been talking about. We do have pictures of not just Eknath Shinde but also Shrikant Shinde and all the MPs of Eknath Shinde faction, Shiv Sena, meeting the Home Minister, and the Home Minister has always given Eknath Shinde the kind of support that he wanted. But of course, once there was a Mahayuti landslide that happened, Devendra Fadnavis became the Chief Minister. But this is Eknath Shinde's third visit to Delhi in the last 1 month, in some way sending out a message that he is close to the leadership of the BJP and NDA, and his party will get the kind of space that it deserves.
All right, Vasudha, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So, meeting between Eknath Shinde and Home Minister Amit Shah. Well, that's it from me. For the moment, news and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or
Thanks for being with Prime 5 here on NDTV. I'm Shiv Arur. Let's get you straight to the big stories we're tracking at 5 this evening. The Uttarakhand disaster continues to be NDTV's top story. 5 confirmed dead, several missing. The death toll is almost certain to go up. 9 army soldiers untraceable. Prime Minister Modi meets Uttarakhand MPs, assures support. NDTV.
This is the problem. The more they try and clear, much more comes from the top. And it creates this blockage all across this highway. And
NDTV at the Uttarakhand flash flood site, the first to get there. On NDTV's cameras, the landslide tremors continue. It's right there recorded. The Maharashtra churn shifts to Delhi. Eknath Shinde will be meeting the Prime Minister shortly. He's currently meeting Amit Shah in Delhi. Shiv Sena MPs are accompanying him. What's cooking? We'll tell you. NDTV breaks it first. Prime Minister will be attending the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in China on the 31st of August. It's his first visit to China since 2019 and since the Galwan clash in Ladakh. We'll tell you what's on the table. Vijay Deverakonda grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the infamous betting app case. Telugu actor denies any wrongdoing. NDTV has the full details of the case and the reactions. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy protests in the national capital. NDTV first and exclusive with the Telangana Chief Minister. He is demanding a 42% OBC quota for the state. He says the centre must clear the bills immediately. Big spotlight on Maharashtra politics as Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is all set to meet Prime Minister Modi. In these breaking pictures here this evening, you can see him meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. They met for over 25 minutes is what we're told. Shiv Sena MPs, all of them in those pictures, accompanied Eknath Shinde for this meeting. What's cooking? What was this all about? We'll tell you in just a moment. There is a big Maharashtra churn in Delhi that we are tracking here on NDTV. Editor Politics, Vasudha Venugopal, live with me. Vasudha, routine meetings, what's going on?
Well, Shiv, this is the third meeting of Eknath Shinde in the last 45 days, so clearly it's very important. He has also met Amit Shah, and what I understand that he has, there were 4 important takeaways from this meeting. One, he has offered unconditional support to the Home Minister, who's also a very important party leader, on whoever the candidate for Vice President is going to be from the NDA. The second thing that he has said is also, he has offered that all 3 parties, NCP and of course Shiv Sena and BJP, fight the BMC polls together. The local polls are also going to come up, and there was the speculation that all parties will go their own way. But Mr. Shinde, what I understand, has told Mr. Shah that he is very keen on fighting these polls as part of the NDA. The third thing that he has also basically praised the Prime Minister, basically praised the Home Minister, is what the Prime Minister said yesterday on the Home Minister's long tenure as Home Minister. In fact, he said that abhi to shuruaat hai. That was being seen as the Prime Minister's big shout out to the Home Minister's work. Mr. Shinde, I understand, has congratulated him, has commended him for that kind of work, and he has in fact said that his wishes are with him. This is also a very symbolically important meeting because NDA in Maharashtra, Shiv, completes 25 years this month. So that it's in some way symbolically important that Mr. Shinde came to meet Amit Shah today. Just as we speak, he is meeting the Prime Minister with his family. So a big political message that Eknath Shinde's party will want to be seen, heard and visibilized in Maharashtrian politics. Even though Devendra Fadnavis continues to be the Chief Minister, there doesn't seem to be any major disagreements, but Eknath Shinde has also made it very clear that he has the eyes and ears of the BJP leadership in Delhi.
Very interesting. And Maharashtra is never too far from the political churning spotlight. Since last year's election especially, it's been non-stop from Mumbai and the centres of power in that state. Vasudha, thanks very much. Eknath Shinde on his way to meet the Prime Minister. We'll of course get you those breaking images first here on NDTV. Vasudha, for the moment, thank you. Absolutely horrifying unfolding story from Uttarakhand. The death numbers in the Uttarkashi flash floods has risen to 5. That might sound like a small number, but those are the confirmed deaths. That toll is almost certain to rise. Several others remain missing. Over 100, we are told, after a cloudburst in Uttarkashi district of Uttarakhand, captured in these defining 10 images, and we'll tell you about all of them in just a moment, triggered a devastating flash flood in the Dharali village. Most people had never heard of this little hamlet that has completely been submerged now. The region, which lies on the way to the famous Gangotri, witnessed large-scale destruction as gushing water swept away homes in seconds, all of it horrifyingly captured on camera. Personnel from the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force and local police have rescued over 150 people so far, despite relentless rainfall and the rugged terrain hampering conditions. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has been on the ground. He visited the army camp that was hit as well, overseeing relief and rescue operations. He's in touch with the Prime Minister's office in the national capital. Tragically, at least 9 army Jawans who are part of a unit conducting rescue and relief operations are also reported to be missing from that camp in Harshil that was hit by the flash flood. And I want to take you through 10 of the defining videos we have this morning, this evening. Look at the village completely inundated. That is slush. All that grey stuff you see on that screen is the debris and the remnants of that raging flash flood completely inundating a human settlement. Aerial view of the destruction, courtesy helicopter surveys that have been conducted by the Chief Minister, give you a real sense of the destruction and the inundation in the Dharali area. Defining image number 3, the army leading rescue operations as always. Over 70 have been rescued so far. Evacuated individuals are being provided with medical assistance and food. And let me remind all of our viewers that 9 army personnel are still missing. So this is valor and grit amidst the grief for their comrades. At the Aarti Sthal of the Parmarth Niketan Ashram in Rishikesh, the river Ganga touches the idol of Lord Shiva. This is a terrifying reminder of an image that went viral in the 2013 Uttarakhand flash flood as well. These images from Rishikesh reminding many about that as well. Look at those waters. Video 5, NDTV's Ankit Tyagi and Ravish Ranjan Shukla at the epicenter of the disaster, just a few kilometers away from where disaster actually struck, capturing the moment of the landslide. A scary reminder of how the tremors of those flash floods continue in this very, very delicate ecosystem in Uttarakhand.
की टीम पहुंची है, यही वजह है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा जो है
The Indo-Tibetan Border Police undertook a daring rescue of several pilgrims on the Kinnar-Kailash Yatra route using this zip line. This is going to become a common sight as many people on treks in the areas will need to be rescued. Incessant rains have left many yatris stranded on the route after two makeshift bridges were simply washed away. Following the devastation, multiple roads have caved in, cutting off access. Additional army helicopters have been requested to speed up rescue efforts. Schools and educational institutions, as you can imagine, remain closed in multiple districts. The Uttarkashi-Harsil road was blocked by landslides and flood debris. Clearance operations are currently underway to restore connectivity. Landslides in over a dozen areas beyond Harshil. ITBP conducting rescue operations across the board. Drones have been brought in as well to make sure no human is left behind. Even as relief and rescue operations are underway, while those in relief camps are anxious, authorities are ensuring they're being taken care of and their health is being monitored. The human trauma of loss and those missing is very much part of NDTV's coverage. And finally, Uttarkashi, the Chief Minister from the state, Pushkar Singh Dhami, like we said, these are images from his helicopter during an aerial survey. Prime Minister Modi has been briefed about the situation and is keeping a tab.
वहाँ शाम तक जो है सेना के लोगों ने 190 के करीब लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया है। धराली के दाहिनी तरफ से लगभग 120 लोग और धराली के बाईं तरफ से 70 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है, उनको सुरक्षित स्थानों पर पहुंचाया गया है। अभी घायलों को भी जो है वहां से रेस्क्यू करके उत्तरकाशी लाया जा रहा है। कुछ को वहाँ एम्स में जो जरूरी उनको हायर सेंटर रेफर किया जाएगा। सभी घायलों के भी स्वास्थ्य की पूरी चिंता की जा रही है। साथ में वहाँ एक पानी का जमाव भी हो गया है हरसिल के पास और उसकी सड़क पूरी तरह से और वहाँ का जो एक हेलीपैड था वो पूरी तरह से जलमग्न हो गया है। इसी प्रकार गंगनानी के पास लाछी गाड़ पर वहाँ पुल था, वो पुल भी आपदा की भेंट चढ़ गया है। पूरा संपर्क मार्ग जगह जगह पर कई स्थानों पर पूरी तरह से भूस्खलन की चपेट में आ गया है। अभी बिजली और टेलीफोन ये मोबाइल चूँकि वहाँ पर रिस्टोर करना है।
सारे खतरनाक स्थिति थी और बहुत ज़्यादा डरावनी स्थिति थी यहाँ पे। ये करवन आया 1:30 पे आया ये, हम इधर थे पासे में, फिर देखा हमने कई आदमी उड़ के जा रहे थे नीचे, कई मकान बह गए, इधर हट थे, सारे पेड़ थे, सारे खत्म हो गए।
बहुत भयंकर, बहुत डरावनी।
इसको तो पता ही नहीं चला, एकदम जबरदस्त में आ गई है, आदमी भाग भी नहीं पाया हुआ।
उसमें इतना भयंकर देवी आपदा है कि जिसमें कि लोगों को भागने तक का मौका नहीं मिला और इसमें कि काफी लोगों का मिसहैपनिंग होने की जो बात आई है सामने। बहुत भयंकर था, मुश्किल से 10 सेकंड का पूरा फ्लड था, उसके बाद नॉर्मल वाटर था।
डब्बे से तभी निकाला जा सकता है जब एसडीआरएफ की टीम अपने तमाम आधुनिक इक्विपमेंट को साथ में लेकर धराली पहुंचेगी। अभी सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत यही है कि चूंकि हेलीपैड पूरी तरीके से बह चुका है। धराली के पास में हर्षिल में ही आर्मी का हेलीपैड था जहां पर हेलीकॉप्टर लैंड करते थे, वो पूरी तरीके से बह चुका है। तो अब एसडीआरएफ के सामने, एनडीआरएफ के सामने चुनौती ये है कि वो पैदल रास्ते से जो है वो धराली, हरसिल और सुक्खी टॉप पर पहुंचना, और यही वजह है कि तमाम अपने खोजी कुत्तों के साथ में एनडीआरएफ की टीम अपने तमाम आधुनिक संसाधनों के साथ में पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रही है। अब चूंकि बारिश बंद हो गई है तो अब हम ये उम्मीद लगा सकते हैं कि हो सकता है कुछ देर के बाद में धराली में और भी टीमें पहुंच जाएं, क्योंकि अभी तक देखिए जो टीमें धराली में हैं, 3 टीमें एसडीआरएफ की मौजूद है धराली में, वो टीमें हैं जो सबसे नज़दीक थी, यानी गंगोत्री में जो एसडीआरएफ की टीम के तैनाती थी वो जो टीम है वो धराली अभी तक पहुंची है। जो देहरादून, ऋषिकेश और जो दूसरी जगहों से एसडीआरएफ की टीम थी वो अभी फ़िलहाल धराली नहीं पहुंच पाई है, वो अभी रास्ते में हैं और वो पैदल पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जब हालात इस तरीके के हों कि बड़े बड़े बोल्डर लगातार गिर रहे हों, रास्ते सारे बंद हों, और यही नहीं, हम इस वक्त उत्तरकाशी से तकरीबन 20 किलोमीटर पहले हैं और उत्तरकाशी से अगर आप धराली की ओर बढ़ेंगे तो दर्जन भर जगहों पर इसी तरीके की छोटी बड़ी जो लैंडस्लाइड है वो हुई है। अब चूंकि मुख्यमंत्री खुद कमान संभाल रहे हैं उत्तरकाशी, वो पहुंच चुके हैं, कंट्रोल रूम उन्होंने बनाया है और ये कहा जा रहा है कि 2 से 3 दिन वो यहीं पर कैंप करेंगे। तो अब उम्मीद जताई जानी चाहिए कि जो सरकारी मशीनरी है वो और तेज़ी के साथ में काम करेगी। और अभी आप देखिए कि ख़राब मौसम के होने के बावजूद खुद मुख्यमंत्री चौपर से वो आए और उन्होंने एक जोखिम लिया कि उनको यहाँ पर वो लैंड करें। तो इसके पीछे का कारण यही था कि सरकारी मशीनरियों को और ज़्यादा मजबूती के साथ में लगाना राहत और बचाव काम में। स्थानीय कुछ लोगों से मेरी बात हुई है जो धराली के आसपास के रहने वाले हैं, उनका कहना है कि एक मलबा बहुत सारा भागीरथी नदी के साथ में गिर गया है, तो भागीरथी नदी का जो जलस्तर है वो आसपास के इलाकों में बढ़ा है और उसके वजह से आसपास के जो गांव हैं उनके घरों को भी खाली करवा लिया गया है ताकि उनको कोई खतरा ना हो। प्राकृतिक आपदा और राहत और बचाव काम के बीच में किस तरीके की कशमकश चल रही है वो एक नज़ारा आपको दिखाता हूं कि अभी 2 बुलडोजर, एक हैवी ड्यूटी बुलडोजर को यहां पर बुलाया गया है, लेकिन लगातार ऊपर से लैंडस्लाइड हो रही है तो इसका काम जो है वो रुक जा रहा है मिनट पर। लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि अब मौसम साफ हो चुका है और मौसम साफ होने के अलावा खुद मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी उत्तरकाशी पहुंच चुके हैं और उनके उत्तरकाशी पहुंचने का नतीजा क्या है उसका नतीजा मैं आपको दिखाता हूं। नतीजा ये है कि आज सुबह आप देखिए कोई नहीं था, अभी पुलिस का अमला देखिए, प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों का अमला देखिए, और इधर आपको मैं दिखाता हूं किस तरीके की कतार है, किस तरीके की अधिकारियों की जो कतार है वो लगी हुई है। इधर आप देखिए ये सारे वो लोग हैं जो देहरादून या ऋषिकेश से चले हैं और कितनी गाड़ियां हैं, यानी पूरा जो अमला है वो प्रशासनिक अमला मोबिलाइज हुआ है देहरादून से, हरिद्वार से उत्तरकाशी की ओर। उसका ये नतीजा है कि आप देखिए एसडीआरएफ की ओर तमाम सारे अधिकारियों की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे पहुँच रही है। हालांकि वो अभी फिलहाल मीडिया से बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि अब पिछले आधे घंटे से बारिश नहीं हो रही है, क्योंकि हम पिछले 16 घंटे से लगातार ये देख रहे हैं कि बारिश, और ये देखिए पत्थर गिरा, ये देखिए पत्थर गिरा, ये देखिए, और फिर से जेसीबी को पीछे लेकर आना पड़ा। यही कश्मकश में दिखाना चाह रहा था कि एक तरफ जो है वो लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है और दूसरी तरफ राहत और बचाव का काम हो रहा है, और दोनों के बीच में एक कश्मकश चल रही है, एक लड़ाई आप कह सकते हैं कि चल रही है। जो प्रशासनिक अमला है वो चाहता है किसी भी तरीके से ये सड़क खुले, और जो प्राकृतिक आपदा है जो लगातार आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ से लैंडस्लाइड हो रही है, पत्थर गिर रहे हैं, तो उससे काम में रुकावट आती है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से पुलिस के लोगों ने अब क्रॉस किया सड़क को, क्योंकि उस तरफ भी उत्तरकाशी की ओर जो लोग हैं वो भी बड़ी तादाद में फंसे हुए हैं। तो ये आप देखिए, अब अंतिम आप देखिए कि एक अंतिम प्रयास जो है वो बुलडोज़र, ये भारी जो बुलडोज़र मंगवाया गया है वो करेगा इस सड़क को खोलने के, और इसके बाद आप देखिएगा कि किस तरीके से ये सड़क खुलती है, क्योंकि पिछले 4 से 5 घंटे से लगातार हम खुद यहाँ पर फंसे हुए थे। ये देखिए बहुत स्पीड से जाएगा, बहुत तेज़ी के साथ में जाएगा, क्योंकि बोल्डर बहुत बड़ा है और बहुत स्पीड से जाकर और इसके बाद में उस बोल्डर को हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन एक पुलिस वाले ऊपर वो देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखिए कि वो ऊपर देख रहे हैं कि कहीं से लैंडस्लाइड तो नहीं हो रही है, अगर होगी तो फिर से ये बुलडोजर पीछे आ जाएगा। तो यही एक कश्मकश लड़ाई आप कह सकते हैं। ये देखिए अब अंतिम जो है वो जोर इस हैवी ड्यूटी जेसीबी ने लगाया है और अब देखना है कि ये बोल्डर यहाँ से हटता है कि नहीं। ये हटा दिया, सबसे बड़ा बोल्डर ये हटाया है। ये देखिए सबसे बड़ा बोल्डर अब ये भागीरथी नदी में जाएगा। ये देखिए ये बोल्डर को हटा दिया है। तो ये आप देखिए कि एक जो है फिर से बोल्डर आ रहा है, पीछे ये जेसीबी पीछे। तो ये आप देखिए अभी भी काफी सारे बोल्डर जो है गिर रहे हैं और करीब अब सड़क जो है वो क्लियर हो चुकी है। तो इस तरीके से आप देखिए कि सड़क को क्लियर करने में जान को जोखिम में डालना पड़ता है। इस तरीके के जेसीबी मशीन के जो ड्राइवर हैं, जो सरकारी अमला है, उनके लोगों को, इनको भी एनडीटीवी का सैल्यूट है कि वो इतनी जान को जोखिम में डालकर प्रशासनिक अमला को पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
गंगोत्री नेशनल हाईवे में लगातार बारिश हो रही है और रास्ता भी बंद है और एनडीटीवी की टीम पैदल रास्ता तय करने की कोशिश कर रही है क्योंकि कई जगह पर 100 मीटर 200 मीटर सड़क बह गई है। अभी फ़िलहाल चड़ेती जो कि भटवाड़ी से आगे है वो जाहिर सी बात है कि वो रास्ता बंद हो गया। उसके बाद अब ऐसे में रास्ता खोलने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, लेकिन बारिश की वजह से जो भगीरथी है वो उफान पर है। इसके अलावा मैं रास्ता दिखाऊंगा कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और यहाँ से करीबन 200 मीटर सड़क वही है और इसके बाद जो पूरा रास्ता है यहाँ से आगे गंगनानी का एक पुल बह गया है 16 किलोमीटर, वहाँ से भी पैदल जाना है। तो लगभग अगर देखा जाए तो 35 से 40 किलोमीटर यहाँ से पैदल जाना है और पैदल का रास्ता काफ़ी कठिन है। लेकिन जो युद्ध स्तर पर काम चल रहा है सड़क खोलने का, बारिश हो रही है, इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश है और जगह जगह पर लैंडस्लाइड हुआ है। इस वक्त ये बड़े बड़े बोल्डर देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से बड़े बड़े बोल्डर्स यहाँ पर पड़े हैं और ऊपर से रास्ते में आ रहे हैं और ये पूरी तरह से जो वैली है वो कहीं ना कहीं बारिश और मौसम की वजह से पैक हो गई है और इसी तरीके से हम अगर पैदल चलेंगे और कोशिश करेंगे कि वहाँ तक जल्दी पहुँचा जा सके, लेकिन मौसम की दुश्वारियाँ और रास्ता बेहद ख़राब है, उससे काफ़ी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है।
And the big breaking story that you heard first on NDTV is that Prime Minister Modi will be visiting China. We have a categorical confirmation now that Prime Minister Modi will be visiting China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or SCO summit on the 31st of August. This comes right after the Prime Minister makes a stopover in Japan on an official state visit. Right after that, he will be in China. This is a hugely important news break because this is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China and first visit to that country since the Galwan clash, since the entire Ladakh standoff began in 2020. And technically, it is his first visit to China since 2019. So 6 years later, Prime Minister Modi will be visiting China for the SCO summit. Ghazali Mohammed, who tracks foreign affairs with us, joins us for more on the story. Ghazali, first visit since 2019, hugely important. Obviously, there's a context to it. It's the SCO summit, so it's a multilateral event for which the Prime Minister is there. Dr. Jaishankar, the National Security Advisor, were there, some weeks ago. But still, the India-China aspect is going to be very, very interesting to see, especially since this is the first visit since the Ladakh standoff began.
Yeah, certainly. And in the last few months, we have seen National Security Advisor Mr. Doval. You rightly pointed out External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was there for SCO Defense Minister meet. Then we had the SCO Foreign Affairs meeting, Foreign Ministers meeting when Dr. Jaishankar was there. It is hugely important, certainly, because there has been progress between India and China as far as the land border dispute is concerned. A special representatives meeting is also likely to be held later this year. From that point of view, bilateral talks are expected between India and China when Prime Minister Modi will be there to meet Xi Jinping. But rather more important will be that Prime Minister is likely to speak on how to tackle terrorism. And we know that how China supported Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Pakistan's Prime Minister will also be there. We also know that there are issues on which we have differences with China, because Defense Minister Mr. Rajnath Singh didn't sign the joint declaration there. And even when Dr. Jaishankar was there in China, he spoke about how to tackle terrorism and how terrorism is a threat for every country in the region. So on these particular issues, certainly the tone and tenor will be checked. But as far as the recent controversy over Mr. Trump's tariff threat is concerned, that is likely to perhaps make India and China come closer, because India is also going to host BRICS next year.
I was going to ask exactly that, how the United States will see it. This is a scheduled visit, but with India dealing with a very temperamental, angry sort of Trump right now, every action, every move is going to be interpreted at face value. Prime Minister Modi going off to China, even though at the end of the month, today and tonight, Ghazali, we are waiting on a deadline as far as the Trump tariffs are concerned. All of this makes a very lethal kind of diplomatic cocktail.
Oh, certainly. Mr. Doval is in Moscow. He is expected to meet Mr. Putin tomorrow. In this SCO summit, it is expected that Mr. Modi will be sharing a stage with Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin yet again. We are hosting Quad this year, and we are hosting BRICS next year. So the kind of diplomacy India is following, where we are having a balanced approach despite being a member of Quad and BRICS both. And BRICS has come under attack from Mr. Trump as well. So a lot of interesting times for India's diplomacy in the coming days.
Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us on that huge story. The details of the Prime Minister's agenda in China still trickling in. Obviously, I guarantee it, you'll hear about it first here on NDTV. Okay, moving on now. US President Donald Trump, we're already talking about him. Difficult to talk about anything to do with foreign affairs right now without talking about this guy. Well, he has said that he has no knowledge that Washington imports chemicals and fertilizers from Russia. This embarrassing viral moment has become one of the most buzzing moments from a press conference earlier today, when an Indian journalist asked Trump and confronted him with the obvious hypocrisy of Trump having a meltdown over India buying Russian oil, when America itself imports a whole bunch of very sensitive items from Russia, including uranium and palladium. Take a look at this.
Never set a percentage, but we'll be doing quite a bit of that. We'll see what happens over the next fairly short period of time. But we'll see what happens. Yep. They have a meeting tomorrow. We have a meeting with Russia tomorrow. We're going to see what happens. We'll make that determination at that time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
India says that the U.S. imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that.
Well, the Trump flashpoint with India isn't his only flashpoint, as you can imagine. He's got relationship breakdowns happening with different countries and different parts of the world. We've showed you what's happening with India, but take a look at Brazil, where Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has actually turned down Donald Trump's offer to call him anytime to discuss tariffs, saying Rio de Janeiro would instead use all available resources, including the World Trade Organization, to defend its interests. So Brazil, like India, also pushing back at this economic hostility and belligerence coming in from Washington, D.C. Bilateral tensions between Washington and Brasilia have recently escalated following the U.S. decision to slap a 50% tariff on Brazil. Take a look.
Vocês pensam, eu não vou ligar para comercial não, porque não quer falar. Mas pode ficar certo, Marina. Eu vou ligar para o Trump para convidá-lo para vir para a COP, porque eu quero saber o que ele pensa da questão climática. Vou ter a gentileza de ligar. Vou ligar para ele, vou ligar para o Xi Jinping, vou ligar para o primeiro-ministro Modi, vou ligar. Só não vou ligar para o Putin, porque o Putin não está podendo viajar. Mas vou ligar para muitos presidentes. Cara, vem aqui.
Okay, Priyanka Deo, NDTV's Priyanka Deo is also with me. She lives in the United States, reports on American politics as well. She's visiting here. Priyanka, we now know that Trump will be making his big tariff announcement, somewhere late tonight, about 3 a.m. India time. He's threatened, 250% tariffs on pharma. Will Trump really go big, or will he be a taco?
Trump thrives on shock value during these trade talks, right? But when it comes to Indian pharmaceuticals especially, he's actually walking a tightrope, and here's why. India supplies around 40% of the generic drugs that Americans use, and this includes life-saving medications for things like diabetes, blood pressure, cancer, and even antibiotics. So in this case, a 250% tariff on Indian pharma could do several things. It could skyrocket U.S. drug prices. It could disrupt supply chains significantly that are critical to hospitals as well as insurance companies. And it could also backfire politically in future election years, especially with aging and elderly voters. So while Trump may float the threat to look tough, he actually knows that imposing it could hurt U.S. consumers and the market significantly, the healthcare industry overall, as well as future Republican election campaigns. So what is the bottom line over here? He will bluff, but he's more likely to pull back on this issue than to push forward, especially if India stands firm.
Priyanka, I know you've seen that press conference where Trump's soundbite, when he was asked a question about the United States importing important commodities from Russia, including uranium and palladium. He said, "I don't know. I'll have to check on that and get back to you." Was he stumped? Was it just his way of, avoiding an obvious question that exposed American hypocrisy when it comes to doing business with Russia? What did you think about that?
Now, this is Trump's signature negotiation tactic, right? To keep the other side guessing. He's done it with multiple countries. Saying that, "I don't know," it's not indecisiveness, it's actually a pressure move. Yeah. Here, what he's doing is he's buying time. He's also watching India's next steps, what Modi is going to do. And he's also calculating his own trade-off between being tough as well as being practical, right? So Trump knows that India isn't just another trade partner here. He knows that. India is actually a counterweight to China, crucial as a defense ally and a tech partner to the US, right? So his "I'll get back to you" line is less about confusion and actually more about calculated leverage as these talks go on. He's sending a message that, impress me, get me to the table to talk, or I'll turn up the heat. But again, India has leverage here too. Don't forget that, right? Pharma, tech access, rare earths collaboration, as well as a huge economic market.
Yeah.
So the bottom line over here is that Trump's unpredictability is theater, but behind the scenes, it's all about the deal. He's very much on it.
Well, it's all about the deal, but there's also his popularity ratings to consider amidst all this all this sort of escalating belligerence that he is displaying to India. And let's not forget that ever-looming deadline that he's imposed as far as these tariff talks are concerned. We'll have to see how that goes. Well, amidst sort of simmering ties between the US and India over that specific point of Russian oil imports that Priyanka was talking about, guess what? National Security Advisor of India, Ajit Doval, arrived in Moscow for a visit aimed at strengthening ties between Russia and India. In many ways, that's like cocking a snook at the most powerful man in the world, but that's the way India plays foreign relations, because we are a country that doesn't depend on others to lecture us on how we conduct our relationships with other countries. Although the visit had been scheduled in advance before this huge eruption from Trump, it now has renewed urgency because of obviously Trump's comments regarding India's specific relationship with Russia. It's like Trump is wagging an angry finger at India saying, "I don't like your relationship with Russia," and promptly India's national security advisor lands in Moscow while that meltdown is still happening. Well, here's the other side of that hypocrisy. Trump's own special envoy, Steve Witkoff, is also in Russia. He's just met the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, to seek a breakthrough in the Ukraine war, 2 days before the expiry of a deadline set by Trump for Russia to agree to peace or face even more sanctions. Disha Bagchi is live with me for more on this. Disha, it's a little mind-boggling, all these moving puzzle pieces right now, but Interesting to note that the National Security Advisor arrived in Moscow. Trump's own envoy is there to try and broker some kind of peace. All these pieces moving at the same time make this an incredibly interesting story. My favorite part of it is Ajit Doval landing there right at the time, Trump's having his biggest temper tantrum as far as India-Russia relations are concerned.
Absolutely, Shiv. So even though, as you also mentioned, Ajit Doval's meeting and this visit was pre-planned, the messaging is very clear that India is not going to bow down to any of Trump's temper tantrums or these tariff threats that he's been imposing, saying that, you can't keep importing oil from Russia and we're going to punish you or place penalties against you for this. But India has made that message very clear, not just in words, but also in action with Ajit Doval there. And he's expected to meet Russian President Putin and other Russian leadership tomorrow. But at the same time, Trump's very close special envoy in Russia just finished meeting Putin. There's breaking news there where it was a 3-hour-long meeting, in fact, between Trump's aide and President Putin. And again, there are multiple deadlines in play here, whether on India when it comes to Trump's tariff threat, but also on Russian President Putin. When it comes to the Ukraine war and the Ukraine truce, because even there, US President Trump has made it clear that if Russian President Putin does not reach any sort of truce deal in the next couple of days, he's going to impose tariffs, additional tariffs, as well as sanctions on various Russian entities. So again, upping the ante on Russia there as well. But really, when it comes to tariffs, US President Trump has weaponized these tariffs as well as the Ukraine war against India, and upping the pressure on Russia in extent.
It's a season of sanctions, really. Who knows where all of this is going to land. Trump's chasing a Nobel Peace Prize. We know that. He wants credit for every single conflict ending, not least Operation Sindoor as well. The chessboard is set. We'll have to see where things actually play out. It's going to be an interesting night for the world team. Disha and her team will be tracking what happens from Washington, D.C. as far as that ultimatum is concerned as well. We'll track that as well. Thanks very much, Disha, for joining us. And here's some more important breaking news coming in. Air India's Chief Executive Officer Campbell Wilson has just announced that the airline will be returning to full international flight operations very, very soon. From October the 1st is when full operational international flights will resume. Remember, many international flights had been curtailed and stopped and partially halted in the aftermath of the June 12th Air India Flight 171 crash. This phased resumption of services began on August the 1st following a voluntary safety pause that was introduced in June. I repeat, this was a voluntary move to curtail certain international flights until Air India was fully confident of resuming full operations on the international routes, which will now take place from October the 1st. The Air India CEO has assured flyers of safety and a full return to international flight operations by the 1st of October. This is an official announcement that has come in from the Air India CEO. Remember, the interim flight accident report that came out a few weeks ago has led to a huge amount of speculation as to when the final crash report will be out. But nervous and anxious flyers should know that Air India has been doing everything it can to mitigate fears and tensions and concerns among the flying public, and they will be returning to full operational status on the international routes by October the 1st. And the big story that NDTV has been setting the agenda on, the big betting app scandal in Telangana and the Telugu film industry. The enforcement director today interrogated actor Vijay Devarakonda. He also faced the media and took some questions from NDTV. We'll show you that next.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
You know, first when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adi sir saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film. And he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that, you've made a great film. All he had asked for me was to make your best film for me. And I did, and I'm just glad that, so that was the first thing, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment,
Absolutely.
for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking.
5 dead, several missing in the Uttarakhand disaster. 9 army soldiers still untraceable. Prime Minister Modi meets Uttarakhand MPs and assures full support. Big political churn in Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister, to meet Prime Minister Modi. The Deputy Chief Minister meets Amit Shah in Delhi. Shiv Sena MPs by his side. Prime Minister to attend the SCO summit in China on August the 31st. NDTV breaks the big story. It's his first visit to China since 2019 and the Ladakh standoff. Telugu actor Vijay Deverakonda grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the betting app case. He denies any wrongdoing, says the app company is fully legal.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Amidst the online betting app probe by the Enforcement Directorate in the Telugu film industry, the heat today was on film star Vijay Deverakonda. Those are images of him right outside the ED office after his interrogation. He appeared today before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in the betting case. These are Vijay Deverakonda's first words after being summoned and after being interrogated on links that are under the scanner. Take a look.
బెట్టింగ్ యాప్స్ ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్ తప్పకుండా నడుస్తుంది కానీ మనని పిలిచింది వాళ్ళకు కూడా తెలియదు మన పేరు ఎందుకు వచ్చిందో. బట్ మన పేరు వచ్చినందుకు వాళ్ళు వెరిఫికేషన్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళు డెలిజెన్స్ తీసుకోవాలి. మనం చేసింది గేమింగ్ యాప్స్కి ఎండోర్స్మెంట్. గేమింగ్ యాప్కి బెట్టింగ్ యాప్కి అసలు సంబంధమే లేదు. గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ అనేటివి కంప్లీట్లీ లీగల్, recognized by the government, licensed as a business.
Actor Vijay Deverakonda was questioned for about 4 hours by the Enforcement Directorate today, and after coming out, he spoke to the media and sought to make the distinction between the gaming apps, which he said were legal, and the illegal betting apps, saying that it is not for any kind of an illegal betting app that he had been summoned by the investigating agency. He said the Enforcement Directorate had sought details of the company, the transactions, the accounts, and he had given them all the details about the bank accounts, the transactions, as well as what he called were legal companies. And earlier his team had also said that his legal team had vetted the kind of endorsements that he had done, and that he had only endorsed skill-based games like A23, which he pointed out was only allowed in regions where it is legal. And he said, say in a state like Telangana, even if you were to open the A23 app, you would not be able to log into it because it is not allowed in this particular region. So Vijay Deverakonda saying that the investigating agency was satisfied with the reply that he had given, and he pointed out that gaming apps are different from what are the illegal betting apps. And in this case, he pointed out that whether it's the Indian cricket team, the women's cricket team, volleyball team or kabaddi team, several such sports are supported by gaming apps, and there is nothing illegal about them. And it's an activity that is allowed with GST number, license and permissions and so on, and therefore there is nothing that is shady about endorsement of a gaming app that is legally allowed.
And the big political exclusive of the day, Congress Chief Minister from Telangana, Revanth Reddy, along with state ministers, MLAs and corporation chairmen protesting at Delhi's Jantar Mantar over the 42% OBC reservation in Telangana's local bodies. Revanth Reddy, the Telangana Chief Minister, has issued a big OBC ultimatum to the centre. Take a look at this exclusive interview to NDTV's political editor, Vasudha Venugopal.
Sir, this massive protest on OBC, the ordinance issue and the bills, what is your intent? What do you want the centre to do?
So we wanted to tell that we are waiting for education employment reservation 42% OBCs and political reservation in local bodies 42%. Two bills are pending with President of India. We have waited long more 4 months, but they have not accepted. Now we are demanding, Parliament is going on, सड़क से लेकर संसद तक हम तो लड़ाई जारी है. So we are fighting from road to Parliament. So our demand is that they have to clear those bills. Education employment reservation 42% and political reservation in local bodies 42%. Till now they have not cleared, and also we have asked the appointment of Rashtrapati. Till now we have not got any appointment. I think 2 days back Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji, they have met Rashtrapati ji. I think they are pressurizing Rashtrapati ji to not to give appointment to Telangana people. Now we are here, entire cabinet, parliament members, MLCs and MLAs, most of the rural nook and corner OBCs are here. We are pro-OBC. Rahul Gandhi is pro-OBC. Narendra Modi is anti-OBC. This is the fight between pro-OBC and anti-OBC. So we will see how to get this reservation. If Modi is going to accept it, is fine. Otherwise, we will defeat him coming election, and we will make Rahul Gandhi as a Prime Minister. We will get that 42% reservation in all over India.
Mr. Reddy, BJP is saying that this is a conspiracy for vote appeasement because you're giving only 5% for OBC and 10% for Muslims. They are saying this. What is yours?
I'm challenging whoever is the Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party. Bandi Sanjay or Kishan Reddy, they are illiterates, I can say. Why? Because ask them to go through my bills. Governor has accepted our bills. If there is anything for reservation separate for Muslims or any other thing, it is just impossible to accept Governor of Telangana. So it is approved by the Governor of Telangana. How come they are making allegations against government of Telangana? So it's a political stand, political stunt. So it is not going to save Bharatiya Janata Party, this political stand.
If they don't listen your demands, sir, because
yeah, that is one formula. My point is that why that formula? Why don't you amend our act? Already you have amended for EWS. Why can't for OBCs? We are not taking any others reservation. So we are their legitimate right. We wanted to give their legitimate right. So Rahul Gandhi is trying to get a legitimate right of OBCs. Modi is refused to give that legitimate right to OBCs. That's all.
So what is the intent of OBC?
Sir, by hook or crook we wanted to get a 42% reservation for OBC. Okay.
Meanwhile, there were scenes of drama and violence at a minority caste census awareness meet in Kalaburgi in Karnataka, where, as you can see in these pictures, chairs were thrown, heated arguments broke out, a scuffle erupted. This was yesterday during that awareness meet held in a function hall in Kalaburgi city of Karnataka. The incident reportedly occurred after some attendees expressed anger over the exclusion of the Karnataka State Waqf Board Chairman Syed Ali Al Hussaini from the list of invitees to this particular event. The meeting had been convened by Naeem Khan, chairman of the District Minority Commission. The chaos was allegedly instigated by a local leader named Firoz and some of his supporters who disrupted the event by throwing chairs and creating commotion. Watch the video first, and then we've got a report by Deepak Popada.
Well, it was an all-out drama really that unfolded in Kalaburgi, and the visuals of course tell it all, doesn't it? You can see chairs being flung, there's a lot of heckling that's happening. This was a caste census awareness program that was being held in Kalaburgi. Now we should note that the state government of course has ordered for a fresh caste survey that will start in a couple of weeks from now, and the community wanted to actually have an awareness drive of sorts in Kalaburgi, but here the invitation that was sent out, or rather invitations that were not sent out, led to this sort of argument and then eventual scuffle that broke out there. We are told that the Waqf board chairman, Mr. Syed Hussaini, was not invited, and some people who are his supporters started to argue with the organizers, and then it was a all-out war of words which turned physical as well. The situation, of course, was soon brought under control. We'll really have to see if this is taken up in other ways in terms of a complaint with the police or with the politicians locally in Kalaburgi as well.
Chief Minister Omar Abdullah of Jammu and Kashmir has written to the presidents of all national parties for the restoration of J&K's statehood he says this is an essential course correction in his letter, requesting that a bill be introduced in this regard during the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament. In his letter, Omar Abdullah said that the restoration of statehood is not a concession to J&K, but a course correction by the central government. The very idea of India is undermined if statehood, which is a foundational and constitutional right, is reduced to a discretionary favor of the central government, is what Omar Abdullah has said, reminding leaders that the precedent set by downgrading a state into a union territory will have unsettling consequences for the country, and it is a red line that must never be crossed, is what he said.
तमाम वो पार्टियां जिनकी एक अच्छी खासी तादाद है ऑनरेबल एमपीज की पार्लियामेंट में, उन्हें एक चिट्ठी लिखी है और उनसे गुजारिश की है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ जो स्टेटहुड का वादा किया गया है उस वादे पे वो हमारी मदद करें और पार्लियामेंट में इस चीज़ को ज़ोरों शोर से उठाएं ताकि इसी सेशन में बिल आए और जम्मू कश्मीर जो है उसको दोबारा रियासत का दर्जा मिले। ये किसी एक फ़र्द की बात नहीं है, ये किसी एक पार्टी की बात नहीं है, ये हुकूमत की बात नहीं है, ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के साथ एक वादा किया गया है।
Meanwhile, flood mayhem in different parts of the country has triggered visits by chief ministers, like for example in Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee undertook a padayatra in the Jhargram district, a tribal stronghold. The Trinamool Congress, with this rally, is upping the ante against the BJP over the voter list politics that has erupted in neighboring Bihar. Migrants being targeted for speaking Bangla and the BJP's anti-Bengal stand. She was accompanied by senior ministers. Shreyoshi, our correspondent, sent us this report.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee taking out a rally here in Jhargram, which is a tribal-dominated belt. And of course, at the heart of this issue is the SIR of Bengali migrants being targeted in BJP-ruled states. And it almost feels like the campaigning for the elections next year has already begun. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee walking almost 3 to 4 kilometers in the district to ensure that her message is taken to every household across the state of West Bengal to fight the BJP tooth and nail ahead of the elections scheduled early next year. The Trinamool Congress leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the message of united Bengal, of the pride of being a Bengali, is taken to each and every citizen of the state to ensure that Bengal's, power remains with them. Of course, it's a high-stake political battle for both the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, which is locked in a political battle here in West Bengal. On one hand, we've seen how the BJP is fighting with the Prime Minister, Home Minister, making frequent visits to West Bengal. Now, the Chief Minister here has begun her district visits where she is taking out these padayatras, meeting people. You can see on a working day the kind of crowd that has gathered to get a glimpse of the Chief Minister of West Bengal. One would not even understand that, whether it's a holiday or a working day. Lots of women, lots of children, all from various areas around Jhargram coming in to get a glimpse of the Chief Minister, who is walking with her senior ministers and party members. With GD Shankar, Sreshide for NDTV from Jhargram.
And we're taking you straight after this break, viewer, to Uttarkashi, where the most terrifying images of that landslide and flash flood have come up. Ankit, bravely at the epicenter, bringing you the very upfront pictures of this tragedy. Some of these pictures are very unsettling. Ankit anchors live right from Uttarkashi after this break.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
And finally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the Kartavya Bhavan in the national capital today, the first of 10 upcoming common central secretariat buildings to house the bureaucracy and ministries. The ambitious project is aimed at bringing several top ministries and departments under one roof for better efficiency with more modern technology.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves. And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got 2 superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless. And then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast.
Very difficult to cross at this moment. That is creating a massive challenge for the rescuers. Good evening and welcome. At this moment, I am coming to you live from about 40 kilometers from Dharali. I am just about 35 kilometers from Uttarkashi. And I've been brought here and I've come here to try and make my way to Dharali because those visuals, those videos that we saw from yesterday, more than 24 hours ago, those visuals are terrifying. We don't know yet how many in that village are still under the rubble. We don't know yet what exactly is the situation of that village. Many believe that more than half of that village, which housed 1,500 to 2,000 people, has completely been wiped off. Dharali, a very important village on the way to Gangotri, on the Gangotri highway, which had many homestays, hotels, where Tirthyatris, the pilgrims, used to stay just before they were making their way to Gangotri, at this moment stands in ruins. With help, though trickling in, but not as much as the entire enormity of the situation would have demanded. It's been more than 24 hours that I have been on the road with my colleague Momin, who is handling a very difficult, in fact, job at this moment, because sometimes I'm just speaking. He's the one who is shooting me using the camera when we are walking through very treacherous terrain. And in the last 24 hours, without a wink of sleep, both of us, along with our driver, have tried to make our way to Dharali, because not only do we want to go and see what has happened there, but we also want to make sure that help is reaching there. We also want to make sure that the story of Dharali is captured. One of the worst tragedies after 2013, Kedarnath flash floods, which unfortunately I also covered for more than a month. At this moment, I can tell you, you can see the NDRF crews going from here. They are also stuck. Every few kilometers, there is a landslide. From 8 o'clock yesterday till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it rained continuously. And here, also at this moment, where you are seeing, the road has been completely washed off. And the effort is to make some sort of a temporary arrangement so that the heavy trucks carrying the important digging equipment, other things which NDRF and SDRF would need to help people in Dharali, in Harsil, that in fact can be moved. But that's not the only challenge. If they are even able to do this, it's been more than 24 hours of continuous work and the road is still not in that situation where they can come in. there are then challenges ahead. And in just about 16 kilometers from here, a very important bridge, a 100-meter bridge, has been washed off. So even if the teams make their way to that place, from there, Harsil is still about 30 kilometers. And that's just the beginning of the devastation that Uttarakhand has seen. While in the last 24 hours, we've been traveling through the rains, we've literally climbed mountain to try and make our way here. Unfortunately, we are so near, yet so far from our destination, from our goal, Dharali. Let me also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that having witnessed the 2013 Kedarnath flash floods, I can only tell you that it was of the tragedy of epic proportions. And Dharali also is more or less writing a similar chapter. Just take a look at what you see behind me. This is a Bhagirathi river in absolute spate. And around this river, when it goes to Uttarkashi and everywhere else, there have been, in fact, alerts sounded that there will be heavy rains tonight, and all those near the bank of the river have been asked to vacate it. Hotels, ashrams, restaurants, all have been told to be extra cautious. The Chief Minister is camping in Uttarkashi, but there are larger questions. The Chief Minister is making sure that at least the response of the administration is adequate. Thankfully, after 2 o'clock, the rain have subsided, and since then there have been sortie after sortie of the choppers. Harsil, a very important military base, the helipad has been washed off, but there are 2 more which are being used by the civilian and the military helicopters to try and ensure that help reaches those who are in most desperate need at this moment in Dharali. Because time is of essence, every passing minute is throwing those people closer to death. And that's the race against time at this moment. But there is a larger question about what development and what kind of development does Uttarakhand and people of Uttarakhand need. That is something that will be pondered later. At this moment, it's race against time, rescue, then relief, and then possibly post-mortem. Take a look at the 24 hours that we spent trying to reach destination ground zero, Dharali. We are still en route, Uttarkashi, and this gives you a sense of how difficult not only the rescue operations, but the entire, in fact, of Uttarakhand, of specific Dharali and other villages, but also at this moment, for the administration and in as well. This is a fresh landslide which has taken place, and look at the boulders that it has brought down with it. It has broken the road. It has also broken the security fencing which was placed right here, and right on this very spot. You will see some slithering down of the debris at this moment. This has been a continuous process that we have been seeing and witnessing since the morning. Every few kilometers, we are stopped. The first time I came live in the morning, we were about 37 kilometers from Uttarkashi, and this is the danger. This is the danger that people, in fact, have to face. You saw this massive slide right in front of our cameras. My colleague Momin was giving you a sense of, we were just trying to show you, and this huge rock fell from the very top, and it can bounce and go in any direction. So it is quite unsafe moment. I believe this, in fact, landslide is going to keep us here for some times. But just the sheer, look at this, the size of those boulders which have come down. And it will take, the JCB is working, but it will take few hours before this can be cleared and we can be on our way to Uttarkashi. More, in fact, debris coming in from the very top. Now, what's happening and why is it like you've seen our viewers, if they are tuned in to NDTV, they would have seen in the last hour and a half 4 such fresh slides. This is actually the biggest that we have seen. It's still continuing as we speak. And the problem is that since yesterday, it has been continuous rainfall. So what the rainfall does is it seeps into the soil, brings down the trees from the top, and along with it, the whole portion of this mountain with these huge boulders comes crushing down. That's the river Bhagirathi in full spate as well. And it is just about, now we are just about 31 kilometers, just about 31, 32 kilometers from Uttarkashi. We are trying to make our way to Uttarkashi, and from there to Batwari, which we have been told is the last place where it is accessible by the road, because the road post that has completely caved in. And there is no way that people can make their way from there on. Literally is the end of the road on the Gangotri highway. If you are trying to make your way to Dharali and Harsil and other places which have been badly hit by these floods. Mohsin, don't go to the ledge, because this is very precarious at this moment. This entire road, you can see this big boulder which has come and completely created this crater here on the road. Trees have fallen down. Beyond this, there is no vehicles. You can't take your vehicles beyond this. After this, there is about a kilometer stretch, and after that also there is a complete washout of the road. And if you go 10 kilometers further from there, then a bridge, a very important bridge which helps you cross on the other side of the Bhagirathi river. You will see the Bhagirathi river here has been completely washed away. Now, the SDRF, paramilitary forces, NDRF, all those teams are also stuck. And the challenges that we were talking about, it has been nothing less than a nightmare to try and make your way here. Every few kilometers, there is a massive landslide. We caught a few live on our camera with boulders falling on the road. And even for the SDRF teams, they are saying that even if we are somehow able to cross over and go towards Dharali and Harsil, the problem is that without equipment, without their equipment, the heavy machinery, more or less their operations will be severely impacted. Now, for that, we were speaking to a few people, from the BRO and the GRE. They are saying it can take up to 4 days for even a temporary structural bridge to be made, and this road to be in some situation that vehicles can pass from here. This has completely caved, from this very moment. And it reminds me when I had come to cover the 2013 Uttarakhand flash floods, the Kedarnath tragedy. At many places, the road literally just vanished, and we are seeing something similar here as well. Now, a lot of people, those who have faced, a lot of difficulties, and what we are going through, it pales, and my heart goes out to all those who have been severely impacted, stuck, missing in these flash floods in the village in Harsil, in other places. So I am in Batwari, and Batwari is about 35 kilometers, 34 kilometers from Uttarkashi. And even in Uttarkashi, the spate that this river is in, the hotels and the ashrams which are near the river, all of them have been asked to be extremely careful. In fact, many have been asked to evacuate as well. Momin will just show you behind. You can see the security forces, those who are trying to, in fact, make their way also struck. We saw a huge convoy of the ITBP, which was also struck. Now, let me show you from here. As I said, this is literally the end of the road. Sir, ये कितनी देर से आप लोग ये काम चला रहे हैं सर यहाँ पर? कब से काम चल रहा है?
हम लोग सुबह 4 बजे आए थे।
हाँ जी।
सुबह 4 बजे से लगे हुए हैं हम लोग। सुबह 4 बजे से लगे हुए हैं।
4 बजे से आप आए हुए हैं। और ये रोड, ये तो पूरा क्षतिग्रस्त है। कितना समय लग जाएगा इसको ठीक होने में? मतलब थोड़ा सा
अब समय का क्या बोल सकते हैं सर, कहीं प्रॉब्लम नहीं आनी चाहिए। प्रॉब्लम आ गई तो फिर थोड़ा टाइम लग सकता है, नहीं तो 1 घंटे में हो जाएगा।
अच्छा, और यहाँ से आगे भी रास्ता बिल्कुल टूटा हुआ है?
आगे भी टूटा हुआ है सर, उधर भी लगी हुई है।
पुल भी एक टूटा हुआ है
उधर भी। हाँ जी, मशीन लगी, हमारी मशीन लगी हुई है उधर आगे भी।
अच्छा, तो गाड़ियाँ यहाँ से आगे नहीं जा सकती?
नहीं सर, यहाँ से आगे नहीं जा सकती।
बहुत शुक्रिया. We started at 6 o'clock last night and it's been continuously on the road since. But Dharali is quite far. Dharali from here is about 50 to 60 kilometers. But the problem is that the roads have completely been washed away. One very critical bridge has been washed away, and that is why neither the rescuers nor the media is able to reach it. In fact, I would just behind me, there is a massive convoy of the SDRF, NDRF and other rescue teams which are stuck here. They are not able to move, and you can understand that because of the road. And let me show you where I am. So from Batwadi, where the road had completely washed away when I came to you last, literally the end of the road, I have crossed that, made my way to about a couple of kilometers to this very place where there is another massive chunk of the road which has been washed off. You would see some people, some media personnel trying to come from the other side. Here, this machine, this gigantic earth mover, since yesterday was continuously trying to make way so that the NDRF and the SDRF trucks can go from here, a makeshift road. But it has broken down now. It's been working continuously since yesterday. And now you can see that the scooper of this big machine has broken down. So they are trying to fix the scooper and only after that it will be able to push these boulders and the debris away. And after that they will then try and use this entire debris and level it so that at least one by one slowly trucks and vehicles can move from this place to Gangnani, which is about 10 kilometers from here. After that, the problem is that the bridge has washed off. So it will take some time for that bridge to be made. Only after that, there is hope that the rescuers would be able to reach. It's only the army which has been the first responder as far as this operation is concerned from Harsil. Now remember, army also has a few of its soldiers missing. So they have divided themselves in two columns. One is helping the civilians. One is looking after the camp and looking for the soldiers, those who are missing, 11 of them. So it's also a tragedy in that sense for the rescuers. On the other hand, 100 teams of the SDRF have been made. Out of that, only 4 have been able to reach there. 2 from the NDRF. Others are waiting. I'll ask Momin. He will show you there is a jeep that you can see standing there. And behind that jeep is a massive convoy of SDRF and NDRF people, those who are stuck there. So they are yet to make their way onto this place. You will see that this is where the road connectivity has ended. You can see some people standing there, sitting there, and you will see a crane also, a JCB also working as we speak. So they have to flatten this entire thing, make sure that the boulders are thrown away, and then use mud so that it's a makeshift road which fills the gap. And this is what we are trying to overcome by coming through this route that we are taking at this moment and going across. So once we are on the road on the other side, then we would be able to walk and on the road, and hopefully we'll be able to reach a place where we'll be able to show you the bridge also and see if there is any way that you can trek up. There is a chopper. I can see a chopper. So I think because the rain is subsiding, there is still activity in the air as we speak, and they are using this to send personnel. They are using this to send medicines and other stuff. But the question, Gargi, I was speaking to some NDRF officials and they said that without the necessary equipment, the heavy equipment, the cutters, the diggers, it's very difficult for the personnel, even if they reach to mount an effective rescue operation, especially for people, those who are feared, trapped in the debris, because it was a huge slush. We saw those visuals, very, very dangerous, very, very terrifying visuals of the massive slush and the muds and the debris that came. It almost took everything with it. People didn't even have the time to react. And because of that, what has happened is that till the time the heavy earth-moving equipment doesn't reach the rescuers, it is going to be a very difficult task for them to mount a very effective rescue operation. It's as is difficult to cross over because of the road which has been washed off. So people are taking this route, climbing up the mountain and then climbing down. It was difficult for me to, carry a bag and the live unit and come down. This man is carrying the most precious thing that he has, his own child, a little baby here. आप कहाँ से आ रहे हो इतने मुश्किल रास्ते से?
ऊपर से आगे से आ रहा हूँ।
क्या कौन से गांव से?
अभी उत्तरकाशी से आ रहा हूँ, इधर जाना है बारसू आगे।
बारसू जाना है? उत्तरकाशी से पैदल आ रहे हो?
नहीं, बीच में।
जहाँ पे गाड़ी में जा रही है उसके बाद फिर वहाँ से पैदल निकल के आप इतने छोटे से बच्चे को लेके आ रहे हो, मतलब ये इतना मुझे डर लग रहा था नीचे आने में कि मैं गिर जाऊंगा। आपको डर नहीं लग रहा था इसको बच्चे को लेके आने में?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, सब हो जाता।
आपका बेबी है कितना छोटा है ये?
4 दिन का है।
4 दिन का बेबी है?
अभी
4 दिन पहले हुए?
इसकी मदर है।
बहुत बहुत बधाई आप दोनों को। आपको सो दिस इज द फादर, दिस इज द मदर। आप दादी हैं?
दादी।
तो इतना मुश्किल हो रहा है सड़क बहने से आप लोगों को?
क्या करना बेटा, बहुत दिक्कत हो रखा।
डर नहीं लगा इतने छोटे से बच्चे को ऊपर से लेके आने?
ना डर लगे तो घर तो पहुंचना है।
हॉस्पिटल में थे आप लोग?
जी,
उत्तरकाशी जिला हॉस्पिटल में। तो वहाँ से आप लोग आ रहे हो? नाम सोचा है आपने? बेटा है बेटी है?
लड़का है, नाता है, नाती।
नाती? अच्छा, नानी हो आप इसकी?
नहीं, दादी।
दादी हो?
दादी।
पोता है आपका?
पोता है।
तो नाम सोचा है आपने?
अभी तो हमारे यहाँ 21 दिन बाद नामकरण होता है।
21 दिन बाद नामकरण होता है। बहुत बहुत बधाई आप लोगों को। जल्दी सड़क बन जाए, आपके बेटे को दोबारा से परेशानी ना झेलनी पड़े। थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। I have some chocolates, but this kid is too little to get some chocolates. But fascinating how things are. At one end, there is death, devastation, desperation. And look how life works. On one hand, as I said, death, and on the other, this little life has just come 4 days back. And, the road has been washed off. His parents and grandmother bringing him all the way across this mountain. It's fascinating what you find when you try and cover, or you come to cover these kind of things. I mean, Momin and I were struggling to walk down with our equipment, and that man had his most precious thing bundled up in his hands and just walking across that mountain. Hats off to the spirit of these people. Anyway, let's move on. This milky white stream flowing in full force could be a setting for a romantic scene in a Bollywood movie. But the real picture here, about 16 kilometers from Gangnani in Uttarkashi, is very dramatically different. It's the picture of devastation. It is also the picture of why the full force of the rescue operation has not been able to, in fact, reach the village in Harsil, the Dharali village, where the flash flood created massive destruction. This is exactly on the highway, on the Gangotri highway, the place where a 100-meter bridge was essential for any movement further towards Harsil and then to the main spot, the ground zero of the flash flood, which created havoc. But at this moment, this bridge yesterday, because of the incessant rainfall and the flash floods that came, this bridge has been washed off. I mean, when you look over the edge, there it gives you an eerie feeling. And this is the reason why, after many hours of trying to, in fact, create some sort of a temporary structure, the NDRF teams have failed to create anything that would, in fact, get them on the other side. Now, how has this impacted this entire operation? Well, the roads are washed off at several places, as we have been seeing or have been showing to you throughout. But because of this bridge and the inability, because there is nothing, the NDRF came, they broke and cleared the debris from here But the problem is that there is no way they can make a makeshift bridge at this moment. And because this makeshift bridge cannot be made, even if they connect all the other points, heavy equipment like the earth-moving equipment, the cutters and the diggers, all those things cannot move across, and they can't go towards the Dharali village, where this would be the most essential thing in the life-saving operation. The road is cut off, the bridge is washed off, and on the other side, though at least from here you can see few stretch of the road for few kilometers absolutely okay, but this road is waiting for the heavy movers to roll in and so that they can reach the Dharali village.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The weather was very bad. The situation remains very, very tense. It remains precarious and it remains dangerous. The Dharali village.
मार्ग से वहां पर हेल्प पहुंचा। Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
You know, that's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go For a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun, because I just think making music, I mean, film, you still get to see something. I think music is so amazing. I mean, you don't need to see anything. It's in the air, and suddenly it just comes together, and it's just, you can just feel it. And something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical.
Let me begin by asking you, it's a humongous challenge, a Himalayan task for your institution at this moment. Could you give us your understanding of what is the situation in Dharali and how many resources have you pressed into action?
Well, you see, this incident took place yesterday at about 2 p.m. and immediately 3 teams of NDRF were mobilized in Uttarkashi, one each from Manera, Barkot and Dehradun, and 2 teams have also been placed at the airport for airlift. Now the challenging task is, because of the landslide, the inclement weather conditions, the movement on the road is slow. There are landslides due to which the roads are blocked. Some of the parts are almost washed out. That is being repaired, and we are hopeful that as soon as it is repaired, we are very close and we'll be able to make it and join the operation. The airlift also is hampered because of the inclement weather conditions, and all our efforts are being made, to see that if we can get a window and we are able to take a sortie, then we'll be there.
Sir, in fact, I'm speaking to you from one of those patches right after Uttarkashi, after Bhatyari. I am right now, about a kilometer from there, from Bhatyari, where we can see a lot of work going on to try and fix the road, which was completely washed off. The fear is that because of that, the equipment, very important, heavy earth-moving equipment, has not been able to reach the village and areas around. There is also a bridge which has washed off. How much of a challenge is that without the equipment for the teams to try and rescue people in an operation of this magnitude?
I agree, you are right. The heavy machinery is very important in these large-scale events, because the spread of the slur and the mud is over a large area, and it will definitely take time. So heavy machinery is inevitable. That will be employed, and all out efforts are being made for that. So, but as of now, the other agencies are there, the Indian Army, ITBP, BRO, SDRF, and the local administration. And whatever resources they have at hand there at the local place, that is the ground zero, that is being utilized to good effect. A lot of people have been evacuated. I am told about 150 people have been evacuated to safe areas. The relief shelter has been built up, and medical facilities is also being provided. So all these actions are in progress. The only way is that some of the special equipments we have, like in NDRF for search under the debris, and then the cadaver dogs that we have, these will be employed once the team reaches the incident site.
धराली गांव में जो बादल फटा, उसकी वजह से ये आप देखिए कि मैं गंगनानी एक जगह पर हूं, और यहाँ पर एक वक्त लोहे का पुल हुआ करता था जो हर्षिल घाटी को गंगनानी के कस्बे से जोड़ता था। लेकिन आप देखिए कि कितनी भयानक लैंडस्लाइड हुई है। इतना बड़ा बोल्डर जो है वो इस पुल के ऊपर में गिरा, और बीआरओ का लोहे का पुल बह के और नीचे चला गया। यहाँ आपको मैं दिखाऊं कि ये है भागीरथ नदी का रौद्र रूप। दूर दूर तक आप देखिए कि ये सड़कें कट गई हैं, और यही वो पॉइंट है जहाँ पर एनडीआरएफ आकर और रुक जाता है, क्योंकि इसके आगे तमाम सारी कवायद पुल बनाने की हुई, लेकिन वो कामयाब नहीं हो पाई। अब आप देखिए कि किस तरीके की भयानक यहाँ पर तबाही हुई है। बड़े बड़े बोल्डर यहाँ पर बहकर आए हैं और ये आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से अभी भी जो पानी का फ्लो है वो किस तरीके का है, कितना तेज पानी का फ्लो है, हर तरफ से पानी यहाँ पर आ रहा है। अब यहाँ से और अगर हर्षिल घाटी तक जाना है, धराली गांव तक जाना है तो उसके लिए पुल चाहिए, और पुल न होने के वजह से हेलीकॉप्टर के ज़रिए अब लोगों को वहाँ से रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है। हम लोग भी यहाँ पर आकर, गंगनानी की जगह पर आकर, अब आगे का रास्ता जो है पूरी तरीके से बंद हो गया है तो इसकी वजह से हम यहाँ आकर रुक गए हैं। लेकिन आपको अगर मैं दिखाऊं तो ये बीआरओ का एक पुल, लोहे का बहुत बड़ा पुल हुआ करता था, लेकिन अगर आप भागीरथ नदी का फ्लो देखिए आप कि किस तरीके का फ्लो है, ये आप देखिए कि वेग कितना है भागीरथ नदी का और कितना बड़ा बोल्डर एक ऊपर से नीचे आया है। इस तरीके के जो अवरोध होते हैं उसकी वजह से जो पहाड़ का कटान है वो और ज़्यादा तेज़ी के साथ में होता है। तो अब देखना होगा कि आखिर गंगनानी के इस इलाके में पुल कैसे बनता है, कब बनता है, ताकि जो राहत सामग्री है, जो बड़े बड़े ट्रकों में भर के एनडीआरएफ ने जो बड़ी बड़ी मशीनें लेकर आई हैं, वो यहाँ से कैसे हर्षिल घाटी की ओर जाती है। अब आइए दूसरी एक तस्वीर आपको दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके का सड़क का नामो निशान नहीं बचा है और चारों तरफ मलबा ही मलबा फैला हुआ है। ये आप देखिए कि एक तो पुल पूरी तरीके से बह गया और सड़क की आप हालत देखिए। ये आप देखिए कि सड़क का एक हिस्सा जो है वो पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पर बहा, क्योंकि ऊपर से पानी आया। और इसके बाद में अगर हम आगे चलते हैं तो यहाँ पर आपको दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके का, ये आप देखिए कि पूरा जो सड़क है वो नीचे से खोखली हो गई है। ये आप देखिए पूरी सड़क नीचे से खोखली हो गई है और इस तरीके के बहुत मजबूत लोहे के जो गार्डर हैं उसको इस सड़क की सुरक्षा में लगाया गया था। तो वो देखिए पूरी तरीके से ज़मींदोज़ हो चुके हैं। बहुत आगे मत जाओ क्योंकि खतरा है। अभी भी लगातार आप देखिए कि पानी रिस रहा है और कभी भी सड़क का एक हिस्सा फिर से नदी के अंदर जा सकता है। तो यही वजह है कि तकरीबन 30 किलोमीटर, अब आप सोचिए कि हम भराली गांव से चलते हुए पैदल चलना पड़ा और उसके बाद में तकरीबन 30 किलोमीटर यहाँ पर पहुँचे और फिर ये पुल जो है पूरी तरीके से गायब है। अब हर्षिल घाटी का रास्ता इसी पुल से ऊपर तकरीबन 25 किलोमीटर दूर हर्षिल घाटी है और 20 किलोमीटर दूर धराली गांव है। तो महज 20 किलोमीटर का हमें फासला तय करना है, लेकिन दिक्कत यह है कि लोहे का पुल बह चुका है और बीच में इतनी गहरी खाई है कि कोई भी आदमी इस खाई को पार भी नहीं कर सकता है। तो यहीं पर आकर जो राहत और बचाव का काम है, जो एनडीआरएफ को शुरू करना था, वो यहीं पर आकर रुक जाता है। यही वजह है कि एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ अभी तक राहत और बचाव का काम तेजी से नहीं कर पाई है।
जय जवान।
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Five dead, several missing in the Uttarakhand disaster. 9 army soldiers still untraceable. Prime Minister Modi meets Uttarakhand MPs and assures full support. Big political churn in Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister, to meet Prime Minister Modi. The Deputy Chief Minister meets Amit Shah in Delhi. Shiv Sena MPs by his side. Prime Minister to attend the SCO summit in China on August the 31st. NDTV breaks the big story. It's his first visit to China since 2019 and the Ladakh standoff. Telugu actor Vijay Deverakonda grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the betting app case. He denies any wrongdoing, says the app company is fully legal.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
शॉक, एक सदमा सबके मन में, क्योंकि आसपास का पूरा इलाका है। अच्छा आंटी, बरसात जितनी यहाँ पर अभी हो रही है बड़ी, ये बरसात में आप लोगों का और कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ यहाँ पर?
नहीं हुआ, अभी नहीं हुआ। ऊपर है,
चलो भगवान का बहुत बहुत शुक्र है। यही
हुआ, अभी नुकसान तो नहीं। वो रोड जा रही है हमारे ऊपर वाली। हाँ,
वहाँ तक आप पूरा पैदल जाओगे?
अब पैदल जाऊँ, क्या करें?
रास्ते ठीक है वैसे?
हाँ, हमारा रास्ता ठीक है।
धन्यवाद। और आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं कि जो डिजास्टर रिलीफ फोर्सेस हैं वो लगातार अपना ऑपरेशन करके लौट भी रही हैं। डॉग स्क्वाड भी यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है और जिनको अब वापस ले जाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि अब एक बार फिर से यहाँ पे बरसात शुरू हो गई है। अच्छा, आप लोग लौट रहे हैं अभी?
नहीं, हेलीपैड जा रहे हैं।
हेलीपैड की तरफ जा रहे हैं। हेलीपैड से देखिए अभी वही है कि जो घायल हैं उनको वहाँ से लिफ्ट किया जाएगा और इसीलिए अब तेज़ी से ये टीम्स यहाँ से निकल रही हैं। और अगर आप आगे तक भी आपकी नज़र जाएगी तो आपको एक के बाद एक पूरा एम्बुलेंस का काफिला यहाँ पर नज़र आएगा। इन सभी एम्बुलेंस का प्रयोग यहाँ पर लोगों को मदद पहुँचाने के लिए ही किया जाना था। और यहाँ से अभी हेलीपैड जहाँ पर आप ऊपर की तरफ देख रहे हैं, अब लेकिन जैसे जैसे शाम का वक्त ढल रहा है, बरसात एक बार फिर शुरू हो चुकी है और अभी आसमान देखकर ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये बरसात अभी और बढ़ने वाली है। पूजा एक बार दिखाइएगा, क्योंकि वहाँ पर चॉपर उड़ रहा है और ये चॉपर भी जो यहाँ पर अभी डिजास्टर रिलीफ के लिए जितना ऑपरेशन चल रहा है उसी से जुड़ा हुआ होगा।
मलबे से तभी निकाला जा सकता है जब एसडीआरएफ की टीम अपने तमाम आधुनिक इक्विपमेंट को साथ में लेकर धराली पहुंचेगी। अभी सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत यही है कि चूंकि हेलीपैड पूरी तरीके से बह चुका है। धराली के पास में हर्षिल में ही आर्मी का हेलीपैड था जहां पर हेलीकॉप्टर लैंड करते थे, वो पूरी तरीके से बह चुका है। तो अब एसडीआरएफ के सामने, एनडीआरएफ के सामने चुनौती यह है कि वो पैदल रास्ते से जो है वो धराली, हर्षिल और सुखी टॉप पर पहुंचना। और यही वजह है कि तमाम अपने खोजी कुत्तों के साथ में एनडीआरएफ की टीम अपने तमाम आधुनिक संसाधनों के साथ में पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रही है। अब चूंकि बारिश बंद हो गई है तो अब हम ये उम्मीद लगा सकते हैं कि हो सकता है कुछ देर के बाद में धराली में और भी टीमें पहुंच जाएं, क्योंकि अभी तक देखिए जो टीमें धराली में हैं, 3 टीमें एसडीआरएफ की मौजूद है धराली में, वो टीमें हैं जो सबसे नज़दीक थी, यानी गंगोत्री में जो एसडीआरएफ की टीम की तैनाती थी वो जो टीम है वो धराली अभी तक पहुंची है। जो देहरादून, ऋषिकेश और जो दूसरी जगहों से एसडीआरएफ की टीम थी वो अभी फ़िलहाल धराली नहीं पहुंच पाई है, वो अभी रास्ते में हैं और वो पैदल पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जब हालात इस तरीके के हों कि बड़े बड़े बोल्डर लगातार गिर रहे हों, रास्ते सारे बंद हों, और यही नहीं, हम इस वक्त उत्तरकाशी से तकरीबन 20 किलोमीटर पहले हैं और उत्तरकाशी से अगर आप धराली की ओर बढ़ेंगे तो दर्जन भर जगहों पर इसी तरीके की छोटी बड़ी जो लैंडस्लाइड है वो हुई है। अब चूंकि मुख्यमंत्री खुद कमान संभाल रहे हैं, उत्तरकाशी वो पहुंच चुके हैं, कंट्रोल रूम उन्होंने बनाया है और ये कहा जा रहा है कि 2 से 3 दिन वो यहीं पर कैंप करेंगे। तो अब उम्मीद जताई जानी चाहिए कि जो सरकारी मशीनरी है वो और तेज़ी के साथ में काम करेगी। और अभी आप देखिए कि ख़राब मौसम के होने के बावजूद खुद मुख्यमंत्री चौपर से वो आए और उन्होंने एक जोखिम लिया कि उनको यहाँ पर वो लैंड करें। तो इसके पीछे का कारण यही था कि सरकारी मशीनरियों को और ज़्यादा मजबूती के साथ में लगाना राहत और बचाव काम में। स्थानीय कुछ लोगों से मेरी बात हुई है जो धराली के आसपास के रहने वाले हैं, उनका कहना है कि एक मलबा बहुत सारा भागीरथी नदी के साथ में गिर गया है, तो भागीरथी नदी का जो जलस्तर है वो आसपास के इलाकों में बढ़ा है और उसके वजह से आसपास के जो गांव हैं उनके घरों को भी खाली करवा लिया गया है ताकि उनको कोई खतरा ना हो। प्राकृतिक आपदा और राहत और बचाव काम के बीच में किस तरीके की कशमकश चल रही है वो एक नज़ारा आपको दिखाता हूं कि अभी 2 बुलडोजर, एक हैवी ड्यूटी बुलडोजर को यहां पर बुलाया गया है, लेकिन लगातार ऊपर से लैंडस्लाइड हो रही है तो इसका काम जो है वो रुक जा रहा है मिनट पर। लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि अब मौसम साफ हो चुका है और मौसम साफ होने के अलावा खुद मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी उत्तरकाशी पहुंच चुके हैं और उनके उत्तरकाशी पहुंचने का नतीजा क्या है उसका नतीजा मैं आपको दिखाता हूं। नतीजा ये है कि आज सुबह आप देखिए कोई नहीं था, अभी पुलिस का अमला देखिए, प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों का अमला देखिए, और इधर आपको मैं दिखाता हूं किस तरीके की कतार है, किस तरीके की अधिकारियों की जो कतार है वो लगी हुई है। इधर आप देखिए ये सारे वो लोग हैं जो देहरादून या ऋषिकेश से चले हैं और कितनी गाड़ियां हैं, यानी पूरा जो अमला है वो प्रशासनिक अमला मोबिलाइज हुआ है देहरादून से, हरिद्वार से उत्तरकाशी की ओर। उसका ये नतीजा है कि आप देखिए एसडीआरएफ की ओर तमाम सारे अधिकारियों की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे पहुँच रही है। हालांकि वो अभी फिलहाल मीडिया से बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि अब पिछले आधे घंटे से बारिश नहीं हो रही है, क्योंकि हम पिछले 16 घंटे से लगातार ये देख रहे हैं कि बारिश। और ये देखिए पत्थर गिरा, ये देखिए पत्थर गिरा, ये देखिए, और फिर से जेसीबी को पीछे लेकर आना पड़ा। यही कश्मकश में दिखाना चाह रहा था कि एक तरफ जो है वो लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है और दूसरी तरफ राहत और बचाव का काम हो रहा है, और दोनों के बीच में एक कश्मकश चल रही है, एक लड़ाई आप कह सकते हैं कि चल रही है। जो प्रशासनिक अमला है वो चाहता है किसी भी तरीके से ये सड़क खुले, और जो प्राकृतिक आपदा है जो लगातार आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ से लैंडस्लाइड हो रही है, पत्थर गिर रहे हैं, तो उससे काम में रुकावट आती है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से पुलिस के लोगों ने अब क्रॉस किया सड़क को, क्योंकि उस तरफ भी उत्तरकाशी की ओर जो लोग हैं वो भी बड़ी तादाद में फंसे हुए हैं। तो ये आप देखिए, आप देखिए कि एक अंतिम प्रयास जो है वो बुलडोज़र, ये भारी जो बुलडोज़र मंगवाया गया है वो करेगा इस सड़क को खोलने के। और इसके बाद आप देखिएगा कि किस तरीके से ये सड़क खुलती है, क्योंकि पिछले 4 से 5 घंटे से लगातार हम खुद यहाँ पर फंसे हुए थे। ये देखिए बहुत स्पीड से जाएगा, बहुत तेज़ी के साथ में जाएगा, क्योंकि बोल्डर बहुत बड़ा है और बहुत स्पीड से जाकर और इसके बाद में उस बोल्डर को हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन एक पुलिस वाले ऊपर वो देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखिए कि वो ऊपर देख रहे हैं कि कहीं से लैंडस्लाइड तो नहीं हो रही है। अगर होगी तो फिर से ये बुलडोजर पीछे आ जाएगा। तो यही एक कश्मकश लड़ाई आप कह सकते हैं। ये देखिए अब अंतिम जो है वो जोर इस हैवी ड्यूटी जेसीबी ने लगाया है और अब देखना है कि ये बोल्डर यहाँ से हटता है कि नहीं। ये हटा दिया, सबसे बड़ा बोल्डर ये हटाया है। ये देखिए सबसे बड़ा बोल्डर अब ये भागीरथी नदी में जाएगा। ये देखिए ये बोल्डर को हटा दिया है। तो ये आप देखिए कि एक जो है फिर से बोल्डर आ रहा है, पीछे ये जेसीबी पीछे। तो ये आप देखिए अभी भी काफी सारे बोल्डर जो है गिर रहे हैं और करीब अब सड़क जो है वो क्लियर हो चुकी है। तो इस तरीके से आप देखिए कि सड़क को क्लियर करने में जान को जोखिम में डालना पड़ता है। इस तरीके के जेसीबी मशीन के जो ड्राइवर हैं, जो सरकारी अमला है, उनके लोगों को, इनको भी एनडीटीवी का सैल्यूट है कि वो इतनी जान को जोखिम में डालकर प्रशासनिक अमला को पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
गंगोत्री नेशनल हाईवे में लगातार बारिश हो रही है और रास्ता भी बंद है और एनडीटीवी की टीम पैदल रास्ता तय करने की कोशिश कर रही है क्योंकि कई जगह पर 100 मीटर 200 मीटर सड़क बह गई है। अभी फ़िलहाल चड़ेती जो कि भटवाड़ी से आगे है वो जाहिर सी बात है कि वो रास्ता बंद हो गया। उसके बाद अब ऐसे में रास्ता खोलने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है, लेकिन बारिश की वजह से जो भागीरथी है वो उफान पर है। इसके अलावा मैं रास्ता दिखाऊंगा कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और यहाँ से करीबन 200 मीटर सड़क वही है और इसके बाद जो पूरा रास्ता है यहाँ से आगे गंगनानी का एक पुल बह गया है 16 किलोमीटर, वहाँ से भी पैदल जाना है। तो लगभग अगर देखा जाए तो 35 से 40 किलोमीटर यहाँ से पैदल जाना है और पैदल का रास्ता काफ़ी कठिन है। लेकिन जो युद्ध स्तर पर काम चल रहा है सड़क खोलने का, बारिश हो रही है, इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश है और जगह जगह पर लैंडस्लाइड हुआ है। इस वक्त ये बड़े बड़े बोल्डर देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से बड़े बड़े बोल्डर्स यहाँ पर पड़े हैं और ऊपर से रास्ते में आ रहे हैं और ये पूरी तरह से जो वैली है वो कहीं ना कहीं बारिश और मौसम की वजह से पैक हो गई है और इसी तरीके से हम आगे पैदल चलेंगे और कोशिश करेंगे कि वहाँ तक जल्दी पहुँचा जा सके। लेकिन मौसम की दुश्वारियाँ और रास्ता बेहद ख़राब है, उससे काफ़ी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है।
हम एक आपदा को, एक त्रासदी को कवर करने के लिए आए हैं। ये मेरा गृह क्षेत्र है, उत्तराखंड मेरा होम टाउन है और यहाँ पर आना मेरे लिए हमेशा एक प्रसन्नता, एक खुशी की बात होती है क्योंकि आप अपने घर लौट रहे होते हैं। लेकिन क्या कोई अपने घर लौटना चाहेगा जिस समय ये पता हो कि नदियाँ उफान पर हैं, बाढ़ की स्थिति है, सैलाब की स्थिति है, लोग अपनी जान गंवा चुके हैं, घर खो चुके हैं, मकान खो चुके हैं, खेत खलिहान खो चुके हैं। तो इस वक्त जहाँ पर मैं मौजूद हूँ, ये आप समझ लीजिए कि धराली पहुंचने के लिए जो अंतिम स्पॉट है, जो अंतिम ग्राउंड है जहां पर आप कार से या थोड़ा बहुत पैदल चलकर पहुंच सकते थे, ये आखिरी वो जगह है। इसके आगे अब ना तो पैदल जा पाना संभव है क्योंकि आगे ब्रिज टूटा हुआ है, तो धराली के लिए कनेक्टिविटी खत्म है। पूजा मेरे साथ इस वक्त कैमरे के पीछे हैं और मैं चाहूंगी पूजा आपको दिखाएं कि यहाँ पर जो भागीरथी नदी का बहाव है, क्योंकि अभी बात हो रही थी स्टूडियो में कि नदी जब अपना रास्ता रिक्लेम करती है, अपना स्थान वापस मांगती है, तो क्या वो दृश्य होता है, क्या वो मंजर होता है। देखिए अभी भी आपको दिखाई देगा नदी का वेग कितना तेज है और ये जो पानी है अभी बहुत मटमैला इस वक्त हो रहा है। हालांकि देखिए बरसात का वक्त पहाड़ों में यूं भी कठिन ही रहता है, ये कोई नई बात नहीं है। लेकिन अलग बात ये है कि जितनी तेजी से ये आपदाएं अब हर साल आ रही हैं और इनकी ग्रेविटी जितनी बढ़ती जा रही है, ये चौंकाता है। पूजा जरा यहाँ पर दिखाइए एक बार, क्योंकि जिस रास्ते पर इस वक्त मैं खड़ी हूँ, यहाँ पर इस वक्त पूरा रास्ता आप देख रहे हैं आगे टूटा हुआ है जिसको क्लीन किया जा रहा है। लेकिन मैं आपकी नज़र सड़क के इस हिस्से पर ले जाना चाहूँगी। पूजा अगर आप इसको दिखा पाएँ। और जिस समय मैं आपको ये गैप दिखा रही हूँ ना सड़क के, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि जोशीमठ में जब मैं कवरेज के लिए गई थी, मेरे मन में वो यादें फिर ताज़ा हो गई हैं क्योंकि इसी तरह की दरारें उस वक्त मैं जोशीमठ में लोगों के घरों में दिखा रही थी और आज ये तस्वीर यहाँ सड़क पर दिखाई दे रही है, जहाँ पर मैं अगर अपना हाथ इसके अंदर पूरा डालूंगी तो बहुत नीचे तक स्पेस है जहाँ तक मेरा हाथ जा सकता है। अब इस पूरे हिस्से को आप देखिए और इस हिस्से के साथ में आप ये देखिए कि यहाँ पर उस तरफ गाड़ियाँ खड़ी हैं और यहाँ भी गाड़ियाँ खड़ी हैं और बीच में रोड का ये पूरा हिस्सा आपको इस वक्त क्षतिग्रस्त दिखाई दे रहा है। अब ये समझ लीजिए कि किसी भी वक्त ये हिस्सा भी डैमेज हो सकता है और ये हिस्सा डैमेज हो गया तो उसको फिर कैसे ठीक किया जाएगा, वो अलग चुनौती है बारिश के वक्त में। तो इस तरह के हालात हैं यहाँ पर, और ये वो स्पॉट है जहाँ पर इस वक्त मैं हूँ। सामने से इस वक्त अभी देखिए एक हेलीकॉप्टर निकला है, और ये हेलीकॉप्टर्स की आवाजाही धराली से लेकर लगातार हो रही है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर जो सप्लाईज पहुँचानी है, घायलों को वहाँ से एयरलिफ्ट करना है, ये प्रक्रिया लगातार यहाँ चल रही है। हम लोग कल दिल्ली एनसीआर से शाम 5 बजे निकले थे, पूरी रात हमने सफ़र किया, उसके बाद सवेरे पहुँचे, और उसके बाद से भी हमारा पूरा प्रयास ये था कि हमें धराली तक पहुँचना है। लेकिन जिस जगह पर मैं अभी खड़ी हूँ, ये अंतिम स्पॉट था जहाँ तक हम पैदल पहुँच पाए, इसके आगे जाना संभव नहीं है। अब हम फिर से कल प्रयास करेंगे, क्योंकि अब जैसे जैसे दिन ढल रहा है, सूर्यास्त हो रहा है, तो बारिश का मौसम अब यहाँ पर बन रहा है, और कुछ ही देर में हमें ये स्पॉट भी छोड़ना होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ किसी भी वक्त बहुत तेज़ बरसात हो सकती है, और हमें यहाँ से जाने के लिए कहा जा रहा है। लेकिन इस बीच आप यहाँ पर ये रास्ता भी देखिए, जिसको अभी क्लीन किया गया है। जी, आप लोग निकल जाइए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। ये जहाँ पर थोड़ा सा रास्ता फ्लैट करके तैयार किया गया है, ताकि यहाँ से लोग पार हो सके जो यहाँ इस तरफ फंसे हुए थे।
जय जवान।
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test. And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kaho Na Pyar Hai, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or so.
यशोभूमि शहीदों को समर्पित नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल, नेताजी सुभाष बाबू की प्रतिमा और अब ये कर्तव्य भवन। कुछ नए भवन और सामान्य इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है। अमृत काल में इन्हीं भवनों में विकसित भारत की नीतियां बनेगी, विकसित भारत के लिए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय होंगे। आने वाले दशकों में यहीं से राष्ट्र की दिशा तय होगी। मैं आप सभी को और सभी देशवासियों को कर्तव्य भवन की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं इसके निर्माण से जुड़े सभी इंजीनियर्स और सभी श्रमिक साथियों का भी आज इस मंच से धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, हमने इस इमारत को बहुत मंथन के बाद कर्तव्य भवन नाम दिया है। कर्तव्य पथ, कर्तव्य भवन, ये नाम हमारे लोकतंत्र की, हमारे संविधान की मूल भावना का उद्घोष करते हैं। गीता में भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने कहा है, न मे पार्थ अस्ति कर्तव्यम त्रिषु लोकेषु किंचन नानवाप्तम अवाप्तव्यम वर्त एव च कर्मणि। अर्थात हमें क्या प्राप्त करना है, क्या प्राप्त नहीं करना है, इस सोच से ऊपर उठकर हमें कर्तव्य भाव से कर्म करना चाहिए। कर्तव्य भारतीय संस्कृति में ये शब्द केवल दायित्व या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तक सीमित नहीं है। कर्तव्य हमारे देश के कर्म प्रधान दर्शन की मूल भावना है। स्व की सीमा से परे सर्वस्व को स्वीकार करने की विराट दृष्टि, यही कर्तव्य की वास्तविक परिभाषा है। और इसलिए कर्तव्य ये सिर्फ इमारत का नाम भर नहीं है, ये करोड़ों देशवासियों के सपनों को साकार करने की तपोभूमि है। कर्तव्य ही आरंभ है, कर्तव्य ही प्रारब्ध है। करुणा और कर्मठता के स्नेह सूत्र में बंधा कर्म, वही तो है कर्तव्य। सपनों का साथ है कर्तव्य, संकल्पों की आस है कर्तव्य, परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा है कर्तव्य, हर जीवन में ज्योत जला दे वो इच्छा शक्ति है कर्तव्य। करोड़ों देशवासियों के अधिकारों की रक्षा का आधार है कर्तव्य। मां भारती की प्राण ऊर्जा का ध्वजवाहक है कर्तव्य। नागरिक देवो भव के मंत्र का जाप है कर्तव्य। राष्ट्र के प्रति भक्ति भाव से किया हर कार्य है कर्तव्य। साथियों, आजादी के बाद दशकों तक देश की एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मशीनरी उन बिल्डिंगों से चलाई जाती रही है जो ब्रिटिश शासन काल में बनी थी। आप भी जानते हैं, दशकों पहले बने इन प्रशासनिक भवनों में वर्किंग कंडीशन कितनी खराब थी, और अभी वीडियो में कुछ झलक भी देखी हमने। यहां काम करने वालों के लिए न पर्याप्त स्पेस है, न रोशनी है, न जरूरी वेंटिलेशन है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, होम मिनिस्ट्री जैसी महत्वपूर्ण मिनिस्ट्री करीब 100 साल से एक ही बिल्डिंग में अपर्याप्त साधनों के साथ चल रही थी। इतना ही नहीं, भारत सरकार के अलग अलग मंत्रालय दिल्ली के 50 अलग अलग जगहों से चल रहे हैं। इनमें से बहुत सारे मंत्रालय तो किराए की बिल्डिंग में है। इनके किराए पर जितने रुपए खर्च हो रहे थे, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा आंकड़ा है। और वैसे पूरा हिसाब लगाएं तो बहुत बड़ा है, लेकिन अगर मोटा मोटा हिसाब लगाएं तो 1,500 करोड़ रुपया प्रति वर्ष इसमें जाता है। इतनी बड़ी राशि भारत सरकार अलग अलग मंत्रालयों के सिर्फ किराए पर खर्च कर रही है। इसके अलावा एक और दिक्कत, काम की वजह से स्वाभाविक है कि कर्मचारियों का यहां से वहां आना जाना भी होता है। अनुमान है कि हर रोज 8 से 10,000 कर्मचारियों को एक मंत्रालय से दूसरे मंत्रालय में आना जाना पड़ता है। अब इसमें भी सैकड़ों गाड़ियों का मूवमेंट होता है, खर्च होता है, सड़कों पर ट्रैफिक बढ़ता है, कितना समय खराब होता है। और इन सब से काम में भी इनएफिशिएंसी के सिवाय कुछ नहीं रहता है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के भारत को 21वीं सदी की आधुनिक व्यवस्थाएं चाहिए, इमारतें भी चाहिए। ऐसी इमारतें जो टेक्नोलॉजी, सुरक्षा और सुविधा के लिहाज से बेहतरीन हो, जहां कर्मचारी सहज हो, फैसले तेज हो और सेवाएं सुगम हो। इसलिए कर्तव्य पथ के आसपास एक होलिस्टिक विजन के साथ कर्तव्य भवन जैसी विशाल इमारतों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। ये तो पहला कर्तव्य भवन पूरा हुआ है। अभी कई कर्तव्य भवनों का निर्माण तेजी से चल रहा है। ये ऑफिसेस जब आसपास शिफ्ट होंगे, नजदीक नजदीक हो जाएगी, तो इससे कर्मचारियों को सही वर्क एनवायरनमेंट मिलेगा, जरूरी सुविधाएं मिलेगी, उनका टोटल वर्क आउटपुट भी बढ़ेगा और सरकार जो 1,500 करोड़ रुपए किराए पर खर्च कर रही है वो भी बचेगा। साथियों, कर्तव्य भवन की ये भव्य बिल्डिंग, ये सभी प्रोजेक्ट्स, नए डिफेंस कॉम्प्लेक्स, देश के तमाम बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स, ये देश को पेश का सबूत तो है ही, ये भारत के वैश्विक विजन का प्रतिबिंब भी है। हम दुनिया को जो विजन दे रहे हैं, भारत खुद उन्हें किस तरह अंगीकार कर रहा है, ये हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट में दिखाई दे रहा है। हमने दुनिया को मिशन लाइफ दिया, हमने वन अर्थ, वन सन, वन ग्रिड का आइडिया विश्व के सामने रखा। ये वो विजन है जिनसे मानवता के भविष्य की उम्मीद जुड़ी है। आज आप देख सकते हैं, कर्तव्य भवन जैसे हमारे आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये ऐसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैं जिनकी आत्मा प्रो पीपल है और इनका स्ट्रक्चर प्रो प्लेनेट है। कर्तव्य भवन में भी रूफटॉप पर सोलर पैनल्स लगाए गए हैं। वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए एडवांस सिस्टम को इसमें इंटीग्रेट किया गया है। ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स का विजन अब भारत में विस्तार ले रहा है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार एक होलिस्टिक विजन के साथ भारत के नवनिर्माण में जुटी है।
Narendra Modi there inaugurating that high-tech Kartavya Bhavan that is going to house the Common Central Secretariat. It's going to be the new house of several ministries. In fact, the ministries of New Delhi have a new address, Veera, and the Prime Minister there inaugurating that very important high-tech, high-profile Kartavya Bhavan, saying that this is going to help India achieve that vision of Viksit Bharat.
That's right, Vasudha. We'll keep a close watch of that space, which you will be reporting from very closely in the days to come. But to the other big political face-off in the national capital that played out, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, backed by the Congress-led INDIA bloc, staged a protest at Jantar Mantar demanding the President's assent to two key state bills that raise backward caste reservations from 27% to 42%. These bills, passed in March, also aim to bypass the 50% cap on quotas. Vasudha, you were there at the protest site earlier in the day and spoke to Revanth Reddy.
That's right, Veera. I was at the protest site. In fact, I spoke to the Chief Minister and also the Deputy Chief Minister, Vikramarka Bhatti, with local body polls due by September 30th. Time is running out. The BJP is opposing the move, alleging that the Congress party is sneakily including Muslim reservation within the BC quota. Revanth Reddy, in fact, said that he will take the battle from Sadak to Sansad, meaning street to the parliament. Listen in to what he said and also what the Deputy Chief Minister said before we get in our guests.
Sir, this massive protest on OBC, the ordinance issue and the bills, what is your intent? What do you want the centre to do?
So we wanted to tell that we are waiting for education, employment reservation 42% OBCs and political reservation in local bodies 42%. Two bills are pending with President of India. We have waited long more 4 months, but they have not accepted. Now we are demanding, Parliament is going on, सड़क से लेकर संसद तक हम तो लड़ाई जारी है. So we are fighting from road to Parliament. So our demand is that they have to clear those bills. Education, employment reservation 42% and political reservation in local bodies 42%. Till now they have not cleared, and also we have asked appointment of Rashtrapati. Till now we have not got any appointment. I think 2 days back Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji, they have met Rashtrapati ji. I think they are pressurizing Rashtrapati ji to not to give appointment to Telangana people. Now we are here, entire cabinet, parliament members, MLCs and MLAs, most of the rural nook and corner OBCs are here. We are pro-OBC. Rahul Gandhi is pro-OBC. Narendra Modi is anti-OBC. This is the fight between pro-OBC and anti-OBC. So we will see how to get this reservation. If Modi is going to accept, it is fine. Otherwise, we will defeat him coming election and we will make Rahul Gandhi as a Prime Minister. We will get that 42% reservation in all over India.
Mr. Reddy, BJP is saying that this is a conspiracy for vote appeasement because you're giving only 5% for OBC and 10% for Muslims. They are saying this. What is that?
I'm challenging whoever is the Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Bandi
Sanjay or Kishan Reddy, they are illiterates, I can say. Why? Because ask them to go through my bills. Governor has accepted our bills. If there is anything for reservation separate for Muslims or any other thing, it is just impossible to accept Governor of Telangana. So it is approved by the Governor of Telangana. How come they are making allegations against Government of Telangana? So it's a political stunt. So it is not going to save Bharatiya Janata Party, this political stunt.
If they don't listen your demands, sir, because
yeah, that is one formula. My point is that why that formula? Why don't you amend our act? Already you have amended for EWS. Why can't for OBCs? We are not taking any others reservation. So we are their legitimate right. We wanted to give their legitimate right. So Rahul Gandhi is trying to get a legitimate right of OBCs. Modi is refused to give that legitimate right to OBCs. That's all.
So what is the intent of OBC?
Sir, by hook or crook, we wanted to get a 42% reservation for OBC. Okay.
Bhatti, what is the intent of this protest? Because you've also passed an ordinance, but you're saying that everything is being stalled by the centre. Can you explain to us what kind of legal measures you're taking to implement OBC reservation?
There are two issues. I think unnecessarily people are getting confused. One is ordinance, the other one is the bill. Bill we have already passed for the 42% reservation for the OBCs in the local body selections and also for the education and employment, which we have passed based on the survey statistics. We placed in the House and House unanimously approved it and we passed a bill. And that bill we have sent it to Governor and Governor in turn sent to the Rashtrapati to include in the 9th schedule for the reservations to be implemented in Telangana. The other ordinance is something else. Once this gets cleared, the previous government, PRS government, brought an act in the Panchayat Raj keeping the cap of 50% reservation. To remove that ordinance is something different. That we have given because we have a trust and confidence that we will get it cleared from the Rashtrapati and the Parliament, the Government of India. The moment it comes, it has to be ready. So for that we have removed that cap. So the cap is something different, the ordinance.
Sir, BJP is questioning no BC chief minister, even in United Andhra Pradesh for so many years. They are saying that Congress has not given a BC chief minister for a long time, but Prime Minister is OBC.
So for the Congress party, the entire country is one unit. Congress party has given a number of leaders as the chief ministers in so many states. In the other day, in Rajasthan, Gehlot Sahab was there. Now in Karnataka, the chief minister is a backward class. See, how can they say that? They can't say that. The Congress party believes in social justice. All the time it's trying to give the importance to the people who represents more in number. And the BJP, what they are trying to misguide the people, saying that some of the Muslims are getting the reservations, the backward classes on the name of backward caste. This is also there in the Gujarat. This is also there in Rajasthan. This is also there in Madhya Pradesh. This is there in all over the country. Why are they talking about Telangana? It is nothing to do with that caste, the religion.
Call it social justice or just political optics, Veera. This is something that is going to design the way political debates, at least in certain states, are going to look like. Some Ram Mohan Reddy of the Congress Party and Rachna Reddy of the BJP are joining us now. Rachna Reddy, you heard what Revanth Reddy had to say. What is wrong in just meeting the Chief Minister? Because this is about OBC reservation. OBC was supposed to be, was being seen as the BJP's bastion, but with the caste survey and now with this move of OBC reservation, clearly the Congress is making a huge pitch.
Good evening, everyone. There is no question or no reason not to meet the Chief Minister. Here, if you may see, here the bill for 42%. Firstly, the 42% itself is questionable in the sense this 42% alleged OBC reservation also includes an unconstitutional 10% enhancement of Muslim reservation. Here, when the Muslim reservation was put in place already for at 4% itself, that is question that has been questioned, and the same is pending in the Supreme Court. Now, unconstitutionally, while the same unconstitutional religious-based reservation is pending, they enhance it to 10% and include the 10% in the 42%. Now, how did they come to the 42%? They claim by an empirical survey. What is an empirical survey? I mean, I've been in academia as well. In academia, an empirical survey speaks about a sample data of very small quantities that is attributed to the rest of the allegedly similarly placed people. But you are talking about policy formulation here. How can you indulge in an empirical data that nobody knows about? No survey was done. Nobody came to our homes
Important
to
point
conduct
that
a
you're
survey.
raising there, Rachna Reddy. Answer to that, Ram Mohan Reddy. The accusation is that in the name of OBC, you are trying to bring in religious quota as well, and then on the basis of insufficient data, you are assuming that you have enough empirical evidence.
It could be more also.
Good evening. Good evening, Veera and Vasudha. Clarification number one. We are not seeking the increase of reservation for OBCs on caste or religion basis. We are seeking the increase of reservation to 42% on backwardness, on educational and social. Okay, there is no religion here. Had there been an observation in the bills passed in our Legislative Assembly in March 2025, which was forwarded to the Honorable Governor of the state, they might have found out the observations. They would have sent it back. There are no such things. I don't know from which page they have drawn these, statements and trying to portray it on every available platform and distract the, public's attention.
Okay, Mr. Reddy, my question to you, sir. My question to you.
Rachna Reddy should also give a clarification.
Right, Mr. Reddy, this 50% ceiling has been set by the court. I remember even BJP ruled states like Chhattisgarh in the past have surpassed that thing. They've tried to do it, but it's the High Court which stopped them. It's the Supreme Court that stopped them. Are you trying to pin the blame of what judiciary did on the BJP?
When the central government has found a way to increase the reservation cap, break the reservation cap of 50 by giving 10% reservation to the EWS, then 100% there will be a probability for the central government if they choose to give. Because we are fighting for the legitimate right for the BCs. And in Tamil Nadu, there is 69% reservation covering 89% of population. So 89%.
But there is a long constitutional history to that, Ram Mohan Reddy. Rachna Reddy, respond to this, the points made by Ram Mohan Reddy here.
Here itself, there has to be a clarification. BJP never broke any ceiling as far as EWS is concerned. EWS, pursuant to a constitutional amendment, is the additional 10% above 100%. Here, the Congress is illegally, without any empirical data, trying to break the 50% ceiling. Here, Veera, here the constitutional reservation. There is a difference between constitutional reservation and a statutory reservation, and I'll tell you why.
Points understood. Did
Reservation
the centre also go in for the caste census after there was too much pressure created by the opposition or caste census? So this is clearly a fallout of that, isn't it?
No, absolutely not. Caste census was not or has never been an integral part of census per se. But when the opposition wanted it, we were ready and willing to conduct the caste census also along with the rest of the comprehensive census. And once, not just the Supreme Court, the Constitution also holds that constitutional reservation is only as far as STs and STs, and that political reservations for local body elections cannot be attributed to education and health.
Yeah, Mr. Reddy, quickly, just 10 seconds.
20 seconds.
Rachna Reddy giving the clarification that, they are not with the OBCs. Are they with the OBCs or not? Are they inclined towards the benefit and the, empowerment of OBCs or not? If that is the case, then why are you playing the cards of, caste census? Along with the
optics of it, everyone is with the OBCs.
Why have you come up with the statements of caste census?
Mr. Reddy, and thank you, Rachna, for joining us. Veera, clearly, like I said, a lot of this is about political optics because everybody wants to be with the SC, ST, OBC population. Everybody also wants to be with the general caste population. But clearly, moving on to other debates now, we also have something from your city that's coming up.
That's right. Is Bengaluru's infrastructure woes caught in the state versus centre, Congress versus BJP exchange as well? In another political face-off, Vasudha, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has called BJP Bengaluru South MP Tejasvi Surya, quote-unquote, a boy in a hurry for inviting the Prime Minister hurriedly to inaugurate the Bengaluru Yellow Line on the 10th of August.
Well, D.K. Shivakumar addressing reporters clarified that the 19.5-kilometer yellow line received its safety certification only on the 31st of July and that the Prime Minister has been invited to inaugurate it on the 10th of August. Now, the Yellow Line project has a deadline of 15th of August. This is a 7,000 crore project. So far, only 3 trains have arrived. One more is expected by the 10th. It will take 10 to 15 more days to become fully operational. That's what he said. And he also said, and I quote, "Our MP is still young, a boy, and he wanted operations to start urgently, and we can't rush things like that."
Well, the metro hasn't started as yet, but the rush for credit seems to be playing out. Let's just listen in to DK Shivkumar before we head to our special political face-off this evening.
ಇದು 19 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ರೋಡು 7,610 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಈಗ ಖರ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ. 31ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ MP ಇನ್ನ ಹುಡುಗ ಇನ್ನ ಅನುಭವ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದ. ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದವರು 31ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಜುಲೈ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವಿವತ್ತು 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು 5ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಅವರು ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Well, this is an issue, Vasudha, that's been playing out very, very viciously, vigorously in Bengaluru. But of course, there are several other contentious projects from suburban railway systems to the peripheral ring road and grants from the centre. So have the two sides done enough for Bengaluru? And more importantly, is there more a quest for political credit than to get the work done? Joining us this evening, Raghu Doderi of the Congress and Ashok Gowda of the BJP. Ashok Gowda of the BJP, a boy in a hurry, says the Deputy Chief Minister about your Bengaluru South MP. How do you respond?
See, what DK Shivkumar should understand is the concern of Tejasvi Surya, wherein he is asking the question about what is happening with the different lines, whether it is a blue line, red line, and the proposed metro line for the phase 3. With all these things, he is also asking question about the tunnel road, the need for the tunnel road. He is also asking the question about 28,000 potholes which are not filled in Bengaluru city under DK Shivkumar's leadership. As well, he is asking the question about there are so many strategies which actually can be adopted for the city development where the citizens can be part of it. For example, the same metro line which is there wherein I stay also, there is a flyover which runs just below the metro line. These are all the strategies which could be adopted instead of the tunnel road. This is what Tejasvi Surya is asking. So instead of saying that an honorable MP is asking a question, he is saying that he is a kid, he does not know, and he is in a kid in a hurry. What are all this? What is the meaning of all this?
But sir, there are several. Sir, yellow line has been delayed. Sorry, Vasudha, to interrupt here, but the yellow line has been delayed. There is the suburban rail project. Raghu Doderi, is this becoming more about centre versus state, about wanting to take credit on both sides? Mr. DK Shivkumar also takes a ride before everybody else, before the Prime Minister comes on the yellow line, rather than trying to sort the city.
Yeah, first of all, let me make it very, very clear that state government, we don't have any issue. At the end of the day, we worry for the country and Karnataka government, and Karnataka itself contributes more than 9.4% of the total GDP of the country. So it's a job engine and economic creator engine for the entire country. So for this, the central government contribution, I'm just questioning, what's the central government contribution? Why 6,000 crore was a special grant was given under the 15th Finance Commission was not given? And the second one, 26,000 crore we requested for the central government to provide for the outer ring road and the STRR project they have not given yet. And third one, we have requested for center of excellence for the niche skill and advanced skills. They have not given it. So it is purely a stepmother treatment were given by the central government. State government or Karnataka is paying more than 6.5 lakh crore for every year as a tax and cess. But whereas the central government is giving only 53,000 crore for every year. So which very clearly shows that central government is doing a stepmotherly treatment. So this is not just one. More than 10 projects, irrigation project and the power projects are, not given approval by the central
looking
government.
at Karnataka with a lot of bias just because it's not ruled by the BJP now.
Yes, absolutely. It is purely because of the political vendetta.
Mr. Gowda,
let Ashok Gowda respond.
Yeah.
See, first thing is Raghu Doderi does not have the facts, because whatever the Karnataka government is sending to the center through the devolution of the taxes and to the grant in aid, as well as soft loans which are given for the 50 years, as well as DBT and the project specific funding, all are adding up to around 53 paisa out of 1 rupee to 58 paisa. This is the fact which we have checked and which we are going to speak about it in the coming days. Already the Prahalnath Joshi ji has spoken about it and with the clear statistics. That is point number one. Point number two. Yes, Karnataka is giving its due engine work for the entire country. That's who planned it? Who planned the Finance Commission 1 and who planned the Finance Commission 7? Who planned the Finance Commission 13? Wherein the categorizations was done that the people who are earning more will share with the people who are earning less. Who did it? Under whose regime it was? Finance Commission 1, Finance Commission 7.
No, but let's focus on the question of the suburban railway now for a moment. Vasudha, for instance, the suburban railway is a Karnataka and central project. Peripheral ring road is a project that needs to be done. How much? Can you just detail how much coordination is there between the center and state? And Raghu Doderi, there's no point shaking heads. I'll come to you as well. But Ashok Gowda, how much coordination has been there between center and state for infrastructure projects?
And Veera, most importantly, there are also players who have left the project, isn't it? The contracts have been given out and then they've left the project.
L&T has left the project on the suburban rail. Why?
Absolutely right. See what is happening in Karnataka. Last year, the capital investment in Karnataka state government was 33,000 crores, out of which contractors got only 18,000 crores. The rest of the amount was not given. I was just speaking to the contractor yesterday in the morning, and he was trying to say that, boss, I'm not intend to take any kind of a contracts in Bengaluru or in Karnataka because they are delaying the payments and they don't give the payment. And when this is the state of the matter, all the contractors are running away. And between the coordination, Veera, what you asked is absolutely right. CM Siddaramaiah or the other ministers go to the center and they say they meet as central ministers and say that please allot this kind of a fund to us. And when the central government allots the fund, the state government does not have its money and its due share to be given to that specific project. And with all these things, the projects are suffering, whether it is an outer ring road project, suburban railway project, or even the small projects are suffering. Even suburban railway projects, 60% was supposed to be given by the central government, 40% was supposed to be given by the
Ashok Gowda, let Raghu Doderi respond.
See, I think that the data what is coming out of the BJP's WhatsApp University has to be, let them cross verify. So first of all, let me tell you the facts what the government of the Karnataka government, we are expecting just before the government, the BJP loses its government, they have floated a tender for 1.92 lakh crore. So it is their mistake that we are just clearing the mess, including the Bangalore. So the BJP government, the mess, what they have done in the 4 years, we are just trying to clean the mess. So in the previous government, so more than 49 people died. The BJP murdered 49 people, not filling the potholes. Whereas the Congress government came and, immediately after our government came into power, we have already, put across this white tapping and no single pothole or a pothole related accident took place in our regime. This clearly shows that and 1.5 lakh crore worth of project is happening in Bangalore, which is highest in the entire country. So
not ever. You have a point.
Anywhere in the city, anywhere across
Mr.
the country.
Gowda, quickly make your point, sir.
Please, Bangalore is the only city which is seeing 1.5 lakh crore worth project is happening. So just give us. So we need little more time to clean the mess of a BJP government.
We are running out of time. Please let Ashok Gowda make his point. Last word, Ashok Gowda.
Let me tell you the fact of the matter is there are 5 people who have died in the road accidents because of the pothole. That is point number 1. Point number 2, it is already 28 months they are in government and they cannot say that the 4 years BJP ruled and that is why this mess is there. And before that, who was ruling in Karnataka? Out of this 78 years of Karnataka's existence, they have ruled more than 55 years.
So clearly, Mr. Gowda, that's the line that I want to end with. Legacy problems seem to be the essential problem here, Veera. But clearly, we can expect some answers from Prime Minister Modi when he speaks on the 10th of August. And of course, the responses that the opposition would give then.
Well, but Vasudha, while politicians will keep fighting and trying to take credit, it can be a nightmare to be a pedestrian in Bengaluru. I'm sure anywhere else in India, in an Indian city as well. But Bengaluru has one of the highest rates of pedestrian deaths. I was at Whitefield this afternoon, Vasudha, and I think it's high time for all of us to tell our politicians to go take a walk, literally. the focus comes to infrastructure in Bengaluru, it's about potholes, it's about traffic moving slow, it's about metro trains and suburban railways. What about those who walk? What about the pedestrians? We are at this busy ITPL junction in the Whitefield area. And I'll tell you, it's impossible to cross the road from one side to the other. It's an extremely busy area with malls, your top tech offices around here, the ITPL office. There's several more hospitals, everything around here. But it's impossible to cross the road from one side to the other. Impossible in every sense of the word, except in the Indian sense. Because here, it's possible. We make everything possible, but is this the way we should be crossing the road? With me is Devyani of Whitefield Rising, one of the groups which has been campaigning for better pedestrian safety. You don't have signals. You've got just a small path to cut through the road. Devyani, this is one of the quintessential examples of Whitefield's rising areas where, crossing the road is virtually impossible.
You're absolutely right, and you're in luck that we are at afternoon here, which is not a peak traffic. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stand because two-wheelers also use this path to cross along with the pedestrians. So we are always in competition to cross and always unsure of what will happen at the end of the road.
And the reason why you can't have signals in this spot, there are other signals just a few meters away, which we saw, which doesn't work. It's red all the time. And you don't want to have signals because traffic will slow down.
Yes, that's the feedback we have received. Even if we ask them to put a speed breaker, they will say, but ma'am, that will reduce the flow of traffic. So everybody only cares about the speed because they don't want that red color on Google Maps. That's a metric they follow. Walking people, there is no red color on Google Maps, so nobody cares about it.
Just tell me about this area and how congested it is.
Oh, it is very congested. Right across, we can see a road which was earlier a zebra crossing, which has...
Well, what we understand is that Donald Trump has signed an executive order hitting India with an additional 25% tariff as punishment for buying Russian oil.
Right.
Veera, just yesterday he said that he is going to impose significant tariffs on India as a way of punishing India for buying Russian oil.
To help me understand this, Vasudha, it means 25% more than the 25% that was already announced, and this was that penalty that he had announced in the last time. The 24-hour deadline we were expecting later tonight, but it's happened already right now. That's going to be a huge blow, something that's extremely worrying for India in terms of its India-US relations. It's actually been seen as something of an obnoxious step by the president, by several experts in India, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Veera. I remember that Indian officials have been working hard to get that BTA, the bilateral trade agreement, signed with US officials, but that has not really worked out because what we hear is that India was not ready to compromise on several sectors, specifically agriculture. And now what we understand is that Donald Trump has imposed a 25% additional tariff on India, and all of this happening even as there was a debate going on, Operation Sindoor, and Donald Trump himself several times coming in, intervening and saying that he was the one who facilitated the peace ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Now we understand that Donald Trump has signed an executive order imposing an additional 25% tariff on India. This is apart from the 25% tariff that's already been imposed on India, and this is after what he said yesterday.
That's a total 50%.
Yes. Veera, what do you have to say?
That's a total 50% tariff there.
Absolutely. Veera, where does India stand? Because we've been talking about the kind of competitors we have, like, Vietnam or Bangladesh, but clearly 50% is a lot. It is a diplomatic setback. How do you see this? How do you see the fallout?
Well, I think this really changes, right? Every part of the world has been contending with it. This could be part of the negotiating process that's been playing out as well. Let's not forget, this is not the final word, but the fact, the tonality of it, Vasudha, and the kind of statements that's come out has been what has really led to concerns. At the start, when that first announcement came through at 25% tariff, several observers believe that this was a maximalist position that he's taken with several people trying to bargain and get on the track for his "Make America Great Again" slogan. How this is going to work out, because For instance, China has taken on Trump, but there are questions over China getting some kind of recess in certain spaces as well. So it would be very closely watched. The fact that this has been linked to Russian oil as well tends to raise several concerning questions as far as India's own strategic interests are concerned. It will be negotiated very, very closely.
Right. We did see that statement that MEA put out strongly defending India's position and decision to buy Russian oil, saying that it was the United States of America that had also encouraged parts of it. They had also talked about the duplicity of NATO nations buying Russian gas as well. But clearly, Trump slapping 25% additional tariff on India, not just a diplomatic setback, but clearly something that is obnoxious and something that India should be talking against. But remember, Veera, that countries like Brazil have also talked about it, and this is something that's happening across the world. India is not the only one that is.
You know, Vasudha.
Yeah.
Vasudha, I think an isolationist policy could perhaps work out. One has to see how this plays out, because the long-term implications of this could well be very, very interesting to watch out of.
Absolutely.
Which economies need which ones more, how it's going to play out would be very, very interesting and important to watch out for.
Yes, Veera, we were also looking at this as an opportunity, but remember that there was always this apprehension and expectation that Trump would chicken out, the taco aspect, but clearly this is a decision that he has made. Disha Bakshi joins us from the newsroom, and she has been tracking this issue very closely. Disha, explain to us, is this 25%, this is apart from the 25% that he has already imposed on us, where does India stand now in terms of global competition?
Absolutely. So the explosive announcement coming in from US President Trump now with the additional 25% tariffs, which he's calling as a penalty for India's imports of Russian oil. The total tariffs on India from US is now at a whooping 50%. So this is one of the highest tariff rates on any that the US has imposed on any country so far in the last couple of months. We've seen that earlier China had faced this kind of escalating tariff rates from 45% to almost 125%, but even that was then reduced and now they're having a truce. But even Brazil had initially faced a 45% tariff rate, but now that was also reduced later on. But now with India, this whooping 50% tariff rate is going to have a significant impact on India's trade relationship with the US, and really escalating this war of words with now actions announcing this 25% tariff rate, something that nobody really was expecting, that it would be a whooping 50% tariff rate now, one of the highest that India has ever faced from the United States. So really US President Trump making it clear that he's not going to tolerate India's imports of Russian oil. And this also comes as NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow right now. He's expected to meet President Putin tomorrow. We are yet to see how India is going to respond to this, whether we look at the WTO now to retaliate with tit-for-tat tariffs, or will we now look at talks and see how we can bring this tariff rate down?
It's a very important point that you're flagging off there, Disha. The fact that the NSA is in Moscow at the moment, and this 25% excess penalty tariff, Vishal also joins us now, is in addition to the first 25%. Vishal, there was a sense when the first 25% was announced that it was a maximalist bargaining position, perhaps, something that could get toned down as the negotiators sat and thrashed it out. But Trump seems to be getting from maximalist to perhaps extraordinary extreme positions at the moment. So what's the sense you're picking up as far as the reaction from India is going to be? I mean, this is something that's going to be a little worrying for the Indian establishment.
Well, it was quite expected that the tariffs would be raised to about 50% because some experts have even suggested that the tariffs could go up to as much as 200%, because he had spoken about pharmaceuticals separately as well and said that the tariffs could be as much as 250%. But right now he's gone on to 50%. That was also quite expected. As Disha was also mentioning, that he has been on a tirade of, exerting this pressure on India, this new pressure that was not seen in the last 3 to 4 decades. This was quite surprising that whatever stance Trump has taken in the last 48 hours, has created ripples across foreign policy that India has built over the years. So what will be the repercussions? What way India reacts now? That is interesting to be seen, because India has been clamping down hard on whatever Trump has been saying. Many disinformation, misinformation has been shared by the Trump administration from Trump himself, and India has taken that opportunity to expose him on the international stage and say that whatever Trump has said is not right. The mean tariff that India exposes on almost more than 50% of the products that come into Indian territory that just stands at 4.6%. That's way below whatever the advanced economies exert on imports when they go into their country. So that way, India has been able to expose Trump, and also many global South nations such as Brazil have also extended their helping hand, supporting hand. Lula, the president of Brazil, has just commented that he will not be speaking to Trump when it comes to tariffs. Whether or not India also takes the same stance, that remains to be seen, because Lula has been known to take on Trump for a long time now.
So that's a very important point Vishal is talking
I
about.
think this will also be a test of Prime Minister's diplomacy in terms of the optics and the language that the Prime Minister and India would use in response to this. This was possibly perhaps a big test for the Prime Minister's diplomacy. In fact, 15th of August, the Independence Day, was when a lot of my sources were also saying that the Prime Minister could be talking about it. Disha, two important points here. One, what are the diplomatic options that India has now, something that both Veera and Vishal talked about? And the second, what are the sectors that need to worry about or watch out for? We know about gems and jewelry, pharma and textiles, but which are the sectors that are likely to get affected?
Right. So firstly, talking about India's diplomatic options now. One option that I already mentioned was, of course, retaliatory action, especially at the WTO, challenging these Trump tariffs as illegal, which is something that New Delhi has been exploring. Apart from that, of course, retaliatory tariffs on US goods, which could again have a massive impact on the US economy. But apart from that, look, both officials from both sides, US and India, continue to have these negotiations. The talks are still ongoing. A US trade team is also expected to arrive in India later this month on the 25th of August. So that is still, the talks are still ongoing. So there is a possibility that using the shared strategic interests of both Washington and New Delhi, emphasizing on that, India perhaps could push Washington to reach some sort of trade deal that's mutually beneficial. But that is right now seems a little unlikely, because clearly President Trump is on this tirade of imposing tariffs, pressurizing, weaponizing these tariffs to push India to reach some sort of trade deal. But apart from that, another crucial diplomatic move that India can also make is diversifying its oil supply and its oil resources. Because right now, before the Ukraine war, in fact, India did not import as much Russian oil. But now, since the war, India was importing this Russian oil, but they're also looking at Gulf states. Prime Minister Modi visited various Gulf states last year. So this is another important aspect that India can diversify its oil suppliers to get out of this US-Russia competition that India has somehow become a part of.
About the upcoming SEO summit and Trump tariffs, the larger context to this, how is India going to navigate this diplomatically? I know the parliament session is on, and tomorrow there are going to be many questions that are going to be asked of the government, but with the SEO summit coming up, Prime Minister all set to travel to China, how do you see the geopolitical context?
Even China, in fact, has called out US President Trump's abuse of tariffs. That's the word they use, abuse of tariffs, repeatedly. And even a couple of days ago, on the 1st of August, just a day after US President threatened India with the 25% tariffs, China said that we will not tolerate this abuse of tariffs, and this is not just harmful to rivals, but overall to the global economic system. So China also, as part of the BRICS bloc, is very much against the Trump tariffs and sees this as abuse. So it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be a bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the Chinese president.
Sure, just give me a second, because we've got Shiv Arur as well joining us here live, who's been tracking this very closely. Shiv, in multiple ways, it's also going to be a test of the tone that India has used so far. Let's not miss the fact that the National Security Advisor, being in Moscow, is not not a diplomatic message at this stage that was going on. So perhaps India taking that calculated chances.
Veera and Vasudha, India has been extremely sober, very calm, very measured so far. But I think Trump has made it very clear that by putting his threats into action and announcing this doubling of the tariffs from 25% to 50%, we can at least be reasonably clear now, that's not just shadow play, it's not just smoke and mirrors. There's definitely negotiations going on, there's a lot of hardball being played, but this is a President of the United States who doesn't seem to want to back off. He cares two hoots for whether there's going to be pushback or not. But what we've seen over the last 48 hours, I think, is an India that has not only stood its ground, but stood firm and actually begun a kind of Plan B counterattack. You've got the External Affairs Ministry putting out an unusually, strident message to Trump, where they've actually called out American hypocrisy in the importing of Russian equipment. I have a feeling, Veera and Vasudha, that may have been sort of poking a bear a little bit, diplomatically speaking, but it's a chance that the Indian system appears to have taken, considering that the public mood right now is one of being frankly kind of cheesed off with the way Trump has disrespected and shown open diplomatic contempt for India. I think Indians and the Indian system.
Aspect of it, the fact that this is a punishment for buying Russian oil. We have talked about how the duplicity of it. How do you look at India navigating this diplomatically, because Russia has been a tried and tested friend?
Like Veera said, Vasudha, the fact that National Security Advisor Ajit Doval happens to be in Moscow right now, of course it was a scheduled visit, but the messaging is unmissable, right? Yeah. And, where is someone like a Trump going to understand the nuances of context? Are we really going to have an MEA guy say, don't worry, Mr. Trump, this was a pre-scheduled visit, etc. At a time like this, when India is front and center and clearly on Trump's table, given that he's issuing these threats and ultimatums practically on a daily basis, the one thing we can be very clear about is that this is a politician who is putting his money where his mouth is, clearly, quite literally. And I think your question is the most important one. How do we navigate this? So far, India has shown that it is going to be calm, it's going to be measured, no knee-jerk reactions, no histrionics to match Trump, because we will never be able to win in that particular arena. But a sort of calibrated pushback is clearly underway. I happened to meet some senior officials from the External Affairs Ministry yesterday at the Rashtrapati Bhavan as well, when the Philippines president was being felicitated. And I can tell you that it's action stations on the in the Indian system. There are sleepless nights in the government right now. Nobody knows for sure what Trump's next move is going to be. There appears to be a clear case of wanting to separate Trump from the American system, but it's becoming increasingly difficult, right?
Right.
That's right. Shiv, a couple of former diplomats that I was speaking to, a couple of days back say this is also like a game of bluff. Yeah. Who's going to call whose bluff? Because they believe that in the long run, neither country can afford to break away that business strategic relationship, which is extraordinarily close. So I think India also pretty much trying to send out, Shiv, correct me if I'm wrong, a message with this, that it's not a diplomatic pushover. It's willing to take what it has to in terms of standing its ground on certain issues, which is specifically like Russian oil.
Calibration is really the name of the game here. I couldn't agree with you more, Veera, when you say that, this is a long-standing, very powerful relationship. Presidents come and go, but the India-US relationship has sustained in many ways actually worse than this. It's only that Trump sort of articulates and gives words to what even previous presidents have actually done as far as the India-US relationship is concerned. But having said that, I think the India-Russia relationship is an extremely important one. India is not going to wager or negotiate on that even for a moment. I think India understands where it currently stands on this shape-shifting chessboard. You've got Prime Minister Modi, Veera and Vasudha, the story that we broke earlier today. We can categorically confirm he's flying off to China at the end of this month for the SCO summit. So all of these things are going to be read as messages. And India understands that while the India-US relationship has proven to be extremely resilient in the past as well, we've seen problems with Biden. Boy, have we seen problems with Bush and Obama as well. But here is a president who, who, like I said, gives shape and optics to what most people consider to be existing deep state policy in the United States. So how we're going to navigate it? Are we going to sort of up the temperature back at Trump? Like Veera correctly said, is it going to be a game of brinkmanship? Who's going to blink first? I'm going to call out your bluff. Hopefully at the end of all of it, there will be a meeting ground somewhere where suddenly there is this, the sun rises from the clouds and suddenly you have this loving, affectionate message from Trump. I think that's something that could actually happen.
Shiv, I was talking to a senior minister and he said that na Trump ban sakte hain, na unko hum bol sakte hain, we will watch out for our own interests. That's what he said. But Shiv, there's a question on everybody's mind. Why is this happening now? Because we just saw the Prime Minister also talk about how no international global leader has played a part in the ceasefire. We also saw the trade deal not working out because India stood its ground when it came to agricultural products, something that was very crucial for Trump working this out. Why do you think this is happening?
Look, that's a tough one, right, Vasudha? Multiple aspects. I'm sorry, we seem to have lost the line with Shiv at the moment, right, Vasudha?
Yeah.
I think multiple aspects at play. Let's not forget that there's been, as Shiv was pointing out, and I was just tempted to add that we've also seen the Nixon-Kissinger era back in the 70s. So India-US has gone through much more, but the people-to-people ties, there's business strategic interests, and I think just the sheer volume of scale of business investments here and the ties on the other side, the strategic interests, may be too difficult to overlook, but it's as somebody pointed out, and presidents come and presidents go. But at the moment, we may have to brace ourselves for a lot of turbulence in the coming days. Why it's happening? Multiple points as you make out, national security issues, Operation Sindoor, then Trump's questions. One doesn't want to link to do to the other.
Okay, let's bring in Shiv again. Shiv, over to you now.
Thanks very much, Veera and Vasudha. We're continuing our coverage right now, and our breaking coverage on Trump doubling the tariffs on India is a big breaking story. NDTV, of course, broke it first, and the repercussions, the impact, the fallout is something that we're going to be decoding right through prime time here. It is by far the biggest story with the biggest ramifications for us all over this country. Welcoming onto our coverage, Asha Jadeja Motwani. She's a well-known Indian-American venture capitalist and philanthropist. Asha, welcome. Good to see you. We did see your tweet a few hours ago, Asha, where you said, Prime Minister Modi needs to pick up the phone in good faith, speak to Trump, diffuse this situation, and put an end to this suspense between India and the US, which is very damaging for relations, even though it's between Trump and India at this point of time. Just before you joined us, Trump and the White House have announced a doubling of those tariffs. Asha, what do you make of that?
Well, this is shocking, and this escalation must not be allowed to happen. The ball is in India's court right now. Remember, India is an extremely important strategic partner for the United States. And I'm not sure exactly what's happening with Trump and in the White House right now, but they're trying to play sort of brinkmanship right now and trying to get India to say yes to buying more energy from the US and buying more weapons from the US. I think what India needs to, first thing we need to do is make sure that that the Prime Minister picks up the phone, talks to Trump and says that we should continue these negotiations, number one. Number two, second thing is that we need to make sure that we communicate to the president that India is the only country that has a foot in the door with Russia of our size and of our relationship, that has a foot in the door with a relationship with Russia, so that we can be the peacemaker. We are the main peacemaker between Russia and Ukraine right now. We are the most important peace builder. So this is another point that needs to be communicated. Third thing that needs to be communicated by the Prime Minister is that we are stabilizing the oil markets right now by consuming so much of Russian oil, crude oil, which has been hugely approved by the Biden administration. We are stabilizing the markets, and we are providing what the US wants us to do, which is not let Russians provide oil directly to the Europeans, and instead we are the ones providing. That's what the Biden administration also wanted. That's exactly what the US wants. It's in its strategic interest. So these are few points that we need to communicate to the team. But most important thing right now is for us to set aside our ego, knowing that we are extremely important to the United States, and make sure that we reassure Trump that the US is very important to us and that we will do what it takes in buying more energy, number one. And number two, buying more weapon systems, slowly but surely. And number three, that our businesses, our massive business houses, will invest in the US. We will create more jobs in the US. Itna bolne mein kuch hoga nahi. There is no communication, there is no commitment.
Asha ji, I take your point. I know what you're saying is in good faith, but I am just wondering, where is the question of ego in all of this? Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump share a very good personal equation. None of the things that you have said are unknown to Trump and his advisors. They know very well, why India needs to buy Russian oil. They know all these reasons. All these explanations are very well known to them. This is something else. There is something else going on. This is about the deal,
there
obviously.
is one more thing.
India has bought
right.
$30 billion worth of defense equipment, ma'am. It's, what are we missing here?
No, there is. So here's what. This is more conspiracy theory kind of a thing that it has been lurking in my mind. The reason Pakistan has so much leverage in the US right now is because it's piggybacking on the massive Qatari lobby networks in Washington, D.C. It is an old friendship between Qatar and Pakistan. It's a very powerful Sunni network, and they're going to work on it. They're going to, Qatar is going to support Pakistan against India at any cost. This is my guess right now. Once again, it's a conspiratorial kind of a theory that I have, but I think that the Qataris have put pressure on the Trump team to make sure that we denounce India. But that's my guess. I don't have any proof of that. But my thing right now is that US is too important for India, and India is too important for US, for the Indian leadership to let this play out on its own. We need to be more proactive.
Asha ji, but the question I'm asking is, is it something substantial that Trump expects, or is he looking for a gesture? From your tweet, it looks like he wants someone to come and kiss his ring, give him a gesture that makes him feel good, some kind of an ego massage, Nobel Peace Prize. ऐसा कुछ चाहिए क्या उनको?
Shiv, this is all that is. It is just gesture. Trump is very easy to work on. Play the game correctly, kiss his ring if we have to, but make sure that we tell Trump that, first of all, what's the harm in thanking him for saying, hey, thank you for making so many phone calls during the Operation Sindoor. At least thank you, right? If nothing else. And what's the harm in saying that? Number one. Number two, yes, he wants everybody to come and kiss his ring. I mean, Trump is known to be, egomaniac, and that's okay. I mean, just tell him that we are going to work on it and get this going, because we are too important. India is too important to the US right now for this relationship. And US cannot afford to push us into the arms of China right now. So please, just make sure that you speak to the right people in the White House, Shiv. You should not be speaking to, people like Subhash Garg and all these people, Indian IAS officers who were fired by Nirmala Sitharaman. Why are they giving gyan on this whole thing? We should not be pushed into the arms of China. This
is very interesting. This is actually perhaps the most interesting thing I've heard in the last 72 hours, which is that, it is not a substantive move or some big concession that Trump is looking for. He's looking for a kiss on his ring, some kind of ego massage, a thank you, a recommendation for the Nobel Peace Prize, which may be actually a little bit more difficult than actual trade concessions. But welcoming Smita Prakash, editor ANI, Yashvardhan Sinha, former ambassador to the United Kingdom, as well as Professor Andrew Latham, author and professor of political science at Macalester College, York University in the United States. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being with us. Smita, very quickly to you. How are you reading this? Trump at least putting his money where his mouth is as far as that 24-hour deadline is concerned, and pushing very hard. He said 24 hours ke baad if you guys have not stopped buying Russian oil or at least reduced it, your tariffs are going to be doubled. What do you think, Smita?
Yeah, well, so since this morning, one has been hearing all kinds, like from 25% to 100%. So it was, I think the fine print and the details still have to be deciphered. We have a couple of days for making the conversations, taking the conversations further. I don't think it's a shutdown completely. But the way he's saying it, it seems to be that he's like setting the pitch for his batsmen if, you know, before a resumption of trade talks, if there are, and maybe modify this order if there is no retaliation from our side. Of course, we won't fold in like say the Indonesians did or whatever, but he knows that these are tough negotiations and he is holding out a carrot and stick approach. It's probably his way of doing business. I think both Modi and Trump, they're both economic nationalists. I don't think we should see this as simply an ego thing, or it's like we need to kiss his ring and it's a Nobel Prize. I think things go beyond this. There are delegations working on this, and that's not been their takeaway. And with US now, one has to be pragmatic enough to understand that we have entered this realm of being a transactional relationship with them. The sooner we realize it, it is better. We should just wipe the slate clean of legacy issues. Those legacy paths, I think, Shiv, are now shut forever. At least I don't see that reopening. And that's how other countries are also doing. Protracted negotiations to reach their deals. EU has forgotten its historical past. Japan has forgotten its historical past with the US. And very stoically, they have gone ahead. That, or else we just tighten the belts and weather the storm, whether it is 25% today and another 75% henceforth. Now, tariffs are negative growth stories. Our GDP is going to get hurt. That will not be good for the India story, a story that Mr. Modi has to take back to his people again and again, because, you know, we have continuous elections in this country. So he has to take back the India story again and again. And Indian negotiators will have to swallow the humility pill, unfortunately, because that's how it is. I mean, US tariffs on Chinese imports fell, right? After, I think, 140 or 145% or something like that, it fell down to 35% after negotiations. And China did have negotiations, fine. They are a larger economy. They can push back more. We are strong too, but we are not China, and we are not the Europe. We are not Japan. Still, we are holding on. So penalties will be there. We'll have to take the hit. The government has talked, just the government now, it is necessary for the BJP as a party and the government to talk to the people in this country and tell them that we have to do this, we have to talk. There's no need to get hurt by taunts that come in from the opposition that, oh my God, the Modi-Trump bond has taken a hit and it's all lose from here. No, I don't think we should go that path.
Very interesting. So it's not just about a kiss on the ring. It's much more substantive than that. Perhaps gestures are part of it, icing on the cake, if you will. But there is going to have to be some concession, some middle ground, removing legacy issues and maybe hitting reboot as far as ties between the two countries are concerned. That's what the opportunity is here. Ambassador Sinha, how are you reading this? What should India do next?
Shiv, thank you for having me. At the outset, I think we should not press any panic buttons. We should handle this maturely.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I respectfully disagree with Ms. Motwani. We are too big a country of 1.4 billion people. We are the fourth largest economy in the world, heading towards being the third largest. We don't kiss rings. And as far as massaging egos are concerned, I remember how the Modi event at Houston. I remember in Ahmedabad, the Modi Stadium, the sort of welcome that President Trump got. I don't think he would have got that sort of welcome anywhere else in the world. So I think what we must understand that this is a very strong relationship. I mean, the trade in goods and services are now almost $200 billion. American companies have invested about $60 billion into India. And Indian companies have invested around $40 billion into the US.
Yeah.
The US is our largest trading partner, and we are the US's 12th largest trading partner. But relationship is based on give and take. It's based on mutual respect. We cannot be slighted and insulted like this. And I understand President Trump, that's his style, and that is how he likes to negotiate, and we are prepared to negotiate. We've had 5 rounds of negotiations already. And in fact, a framework had been agreed to, but that has been torpedoed. Now we hope that the next round, which will take place on the 25th of August, I believe, will produce results. I mean, look at the way we are being tariffed out. I mean, we are supposed to be a strategic partner. In fact, if I remember, one of his predecessors described the India-US relationship as the defining partnership of the 21st century.
Exactly.
Where has all that gone? In one stroke of a pen or a tweet or a whatever, 30 years of hard work, assiduously built upon by people on both sides, is crumbling. And mind you, Shiv, this is going to have a lasting impact. It's not, we might reach a deal, I'm sure, and I hope that we reach a deal. But, buying defense equipment, forget it. What sort of defense equipment? F-35s from an unreliable partner? I'm afraid, I think we will think twice before going in for anything.
I'm wondering exactly the same thing.
This is the problem. I mean, we really need to analyze and see where we went wrong. I'm sure we went wrong too somewhere.
I'm going to come to that bit in just a moment. That we all hope that there's a deal in sight after all this drama. Hopefully there is a deal that's going to actually be struck between the two countries and the relationship can proceed. But what about the scars of the things that have been said? I think that is something that needs to be addressed as well. Welcoming Willem Buiter, American-British economist, also onto our coverage. But Professor Latham, to you first, how do you see what's just happened? The second tariff bomb, as we're calling it, has been dropped as promised by Trump. What do you think is going to happen next? How do you see India responding now?
Well, I think it'd be wise for India, if I can speak for Indians, not to overreact, not to react very much at all, just to plow ahead and do what they've been doing, because this too shall pass. Trump is having a little bit of a temper tantrum. He beat up Japan, he beat up Indonesia, he beat up the EU, he got what he wanted. He's beating up Canada and Mexico, he's going to get what he wanted there. And he's frustrated because India won't roll over and play dead. And there are good reasons for that, which have less to do with Indian national pride. Canadians have national pride, Japanese have national pride. It has to do with electoral dynamics in India. The BJP can't roll over on this and sacrifice the agricultural sector and the pharmaceutical and so on and expect to be reelected anywhere in the near future. If I were to take a 30,000-foot perspective on this very, very quickly, I would say 3 things. One of which is that Trump is damaging the geoeconomic relationship here. The rules-based international order, if not dead, is on its deathbed. And Trump has figured this out, and he's partly engineered it, and now he's looking to do as many bilateral trade deals as possible. With everybody from Canada to Japan and out to India, it's no longer a world order, as it were. It's a bunch of bilateral relationships. That is not going to work in the long run. Geopolitically, India and the United States have to be aligned in the Indo-Pacific because of the China. There are lots of forces pushing them together in that respect. And I think, therefore, that this is a bit of a storm that will pass because the interests are simply too deep and they're too aligned. And finally, something which very few people know about, either in or beyond the U.S., is that Trump is alienating the largest and most powerful diaspora in the United States, which is they naturally, historically, have gravitated towards the Democratic Party. They started to move towards the Republican Party during Trump 1.0. And I think he's going to decelerate that movement, if not reverse that movement. And that's going to have domestic electoral implications as the Indian diaspora, which, as I said, is the most wealthy and powerful diaspora in the United States.
I think Asha Jadeja Motwani was speaking a little bit from that perspective as well, and I'll come back to her and all my guests in just a moment. Vishnu Shom joins us live from Israel. He's been reporting from there. I've asked him to plug in just a moment, but before I go back to all of you, what does this mean for India? 50% tariffs, 25% more than what it was earlier. I just wanted to quickly break it down so there's context for all of our viewers. Higher cost. Obviously, it stands at 50% tariffs right now. It's a setback as far as steel, chemicals and pharmaceuticals are concerned. The India-US trade imbalance obviously will be widened quite dramatically. Now, take a look at the high tariff charts that hits all these countries. India stands at 50%, Brazil at 50%, China is at 30%, interestingly, Canada at 35%, Switzerland at 39%, and Iraq at 35%. So that's where things stand right now. 50% is where it's at as far as India is concerned, and we've just named all those sectors which will be impacted. We'll have to see whether there's going to be any follow-up announcement from the White House on this. But Willem Buiter, your opening comment on this: India shouldn't overreact. So far it has signaled that it is no pushover. It's not going to have any knee-jerk reactions to these announcements. But it looks like Trump is only escalating further and further. What do you think?
Yes, this 50% hike is not unexpected, but it is very punitive. But it's not the end of the story. Negotiations will go on and must go on. But I also believe that at the moment, while India is the fastest growing economy in the world and could well in 10 years be the second largest economy in the world, at the moment, it's a minor trade partner for the US. 2.7% of US exports go to India, 2.7% US imports. So there's very little trading bargaining power. The bargaining power is geopolitical, right? And I think there will have to be concessions by China, inevitably. Russian oil is not something that is simply Trump bluffing. This is a real issue for all of the West. And of course, Indian tariffs are among the highest in the world. And a selective reduction in tariffs, politically not too sensitive in India, seems to be an inevitable part of the reconciliation story.
Smita, is Russian oil, India's purchase of Russian oil, according to you, your understanding with the people you've spoken to, is that a negotiable right now? So far, India has signaled that, our energy security interests are, nobody can touch that or dictate on that. What is your sense? Is that something that, India could dial down?
No, so this is where I think most of the objection of America is. They will, as far as the other issues are concerned, they will negotiate with us. But on the point of Russian oil, I think it is no go for both of them.
Yeah.
This is where it is getting stuck in everything. But to take off from where Yash Sinha had said that, look, we are a mature republic. We understand that it's a dynamic situation. We will have to bring in some kind of engage diplomatically, use our heft with our other partners, say in the Quad, in G20, in the UN, partners who Trump listens to. I won't say America listens to, I'll just say Trump listens to, because here it seems like we have negotiators in the Republican administration. We've had very good ties with the Republican Party, as we did with the Democrats. But here it seems that it's just Trump that one has to deal with. So we have to figure out pathways where we can talk. And the thing is that it's what should I say? Things do sour up between two nations. There are times when these become partnerships. There are no permanent friends. There are no perpetual enemies. So it's only interests that matter. And we've maintained these special relationships in this multipolar world that we are in. The NSA is in Moscow today. You think DC doesn't know that? They are obviously watching that. They would have seen it very carefully. And it's something that we have to, and I keep reiterating that while we talk to America, while we keep with the Russian oil, we need that. We are going to keep with that. But we also need to build up domestic resilience. We need to talk politically to our own people and explain the situation. That communication is lacking too. I think there too, the government needs to be more proactive.
Very interesting. Asha Jadeja Motwani, on the important point of the all-powerful Indian diaspora in the United States. Are they, A, what do they think? And B, is there a back channel to Trump and his advisors from powerful Indians in the United States, wondering what the hell is going on?
So right now, the only back channel is me. So thank you, first of all, for bringing me on this show, because I'm a donor to the Republican. I'm a shameless donor to the Republican Party, and I'm doing this Shiv, my recommendation to all of you in the media business: talk to people who know the White House. Talk to people who understand the White House, who have relationships in the White House, and who are meeting with Trump, who are meeting with Howard Lutnick, who have a relationship with Howard Lutnick. This is important. You guys need to speak to Ricky Gill. Bring Ricky Gill on the show, please. It's crucial that you bring Walter Russell Mead and Ricky Gill on your show. From the Indian diaspora, it's just me right now, and it's so sad because it should be many more of us who should be connected to the White House. And hopefully this is going to happen now that people understand the pressures. But remember that this is only temporary, as the professor said. This too shall pass. Right now, India is too important to the United States for any of this to drag on for too long. But we need to pick up the phone. India needs to pick up the phone and call Trump and make him feel good about himself. He's an egomaniac, unfortunately, and we need to work on that. He's easy, though. He's easy to work with by picking up the phone. We need to do that. It's urgent.
Okay, some substantive concessions, but also picking up the phone and making Trump feel good about himself, is a difficult package. But at this moment, it's seeming like a bitter pill to swallow after all the things that have been said. And I agree with Ambassador Sinha on that front as well. Vishnu Shom, our group executive editor, is live with me from Israel. Vishnu, sorry to drag you away from your frontline reporting, but I did want a perspective on this because it's an important one. You're looking at all of these things very, very closely. What are you hearing from the External Affairs Ministry and the government, Vishnu, about how India is going to react to this? What is India's next step now that this second tariff bomb is dropped?
Well, it is a tariff bomb, and if you look at India's response a couple of days back, when Donald Trump made his latest series of threats, New Delhi came up with a response within 2 hours where we blamed the West and the United States for hypocrisy, saying that the United States continues itself to import several items from Russia. The energy requirements of Europe are partially met from Russia as well. So therefore, why is it that America is now picking on India? These are double standards and this is hypocrisy. If that is the precedent which has been set by New Delhi, and with Donald Trump now acting on what he has threatened and is raising tariffs up to 50%, which matches the highest, which is Brazil, then New Delhi will actually have to look at this from a more long-term standpoint. And I think that is a matter of real concern. In as much as we might get a trade deal done, I do believe that this decision by Donald Trump might result in a significant trust deficit between Washington and New Delhi. There is too much on the table already to completely discard. Nobody is thinking about that so far. But that trust deficit is very, very significant. Why? Because India and the US have historically deeply distrusted each other. But they've developed that sense of trust after signing several foundational agreements over a period of more than 20 years, despite very sharp differences. The relationship is at an extremely critical level when it comes to defense, technology, the economy, pharma, clean energy, you name it. And now to have the US president all of a sudden put all that aside and say, sorry, India, 50% tariffs, because you are meeting your energy requirements and I have a problem with that. That is something that would hurt New Delhi deeply. So I would suspect, best case scenario, the trust between New Delhi and Washington will be eroded significantly.
Vishnu, thanks very much for that perspective. Hugely important. The trust factor is something that we haven't spoken about, and that is something that Ambassador Sinha also sort of hinted at. But the question I'd like to ask you, the second question I'd like to ask you, Ambassador Sinha, then is, what would be happening in the Indian External Affairs Ministry right now, in the government? how would they be preparing to respond? Obviously, government wargaming the possibility of 25% going to 50%, 50% going to 100% is all very much on the table. So what would a plan B discussion look like at this time?
Shiv, I can't second guess the government because I'm well out of the government for quite some years now. So, but all I can say is that it would be a very considered response. India doesn't react in a knee-jerk fashion. It's always a very considered response, and I'm quite sanguine that that's what will happen. As I said earlier, we need to continue the path of negotiation. We'd be very happy. I completely agree with what Vishnu has said. And I did say it, I didn't use the word trust, but I did say the relationship assiduously built up is being undermined. But I think the problem is that when the deal is done, if the deal is done, what has happened now has left a very bad taste in the mouth. I'm sure if Gallup or whoever else took a poll in India right now, you would get to know exactly what the Indian people feel. And after all, we are a democracy, and our government has to reflect the opinion of the people. And I think what this has done is to almost, and I use the word almost because there are some standouts, almost unified the country behind the government on one particular issue, and that is that we will not bow to foreign pressure like this.
Smita, very quick question. There is an erosion of trust for sure. Is there a communication breakdown that you're sensing? I don't want to oversimplify it and say, we need to just pick up the phone, even though I know Asha was using a metaphor there. But is there a communication breakdown, or is there a conversation going on to try and resolve this?
Unfortunately, one has to think of this as a communication breakdown. Otherwise, it would not have resulted in this kind of a penalty of an additional 25%. But it would be myopic to think that the US president is just a petulant child and an egomaniac, and all we need to do is suck up to him. I respectfully disagree. He's a tough negotiator. He prides himself in striking deals, whether you agree with him politically or not. But the fact is that he uses the bully pulpit of being the head of the most powerful country in the world, and he has struck deals for his country with friend and foe in the rest of the world. If you're an American, you'll give credit to him. Yes, his polls have shown that he's most unpopular right now, but he cares a zilch. He doesn't care at all what the world thinks, what the polls show. The thing is that I agree we should not react in a knee-jerk manner. Yes, we don't even react in a knee-jerk manner. That's not how our foreign policy works. We move, in fact, like an elephant. It took us decades to turn 90 degrees and reduce the suspicion levels with our relationship with the US. Even today, those in this city, in New Delhi, who have been working assiduously to improve ties with the US are probably striking their foreheads and saying, oh my God, is this what it's 2 decades of hard work gone down the chute? Because there are many people who are going to say that this is what America is. But the point is, this is not what America is. This is not what America thinks. Yes, temporarily, during this process that we are negotiating trade, this is what America thinks.
What are those concessions that India can make if Russian oil is not going to be one of them? What could it possibly be? I'm actually wondering, because Professor Latham, if I could bring you back into this, and we've got some breaking news coming in that the tariffs will take effect after 21 days. So there's this very substantial window obviously coming in, which is the clearest possible indication, and we can all agree that this is very much an active negotiation that's taking place. I agree with Smita, only a communication breakdown could have resulted, in this very language of, if you don't do this in the next 24 hours, then we'll take action, etc. But this 21-day window for the tariffs to take effect clearly signals that there is an opportunity for negotiation, and that negotiations, in fact, are probably happening. Professor Latham, what kind of concessions, in your view, could be on the table? India is making it clear, at least thus far, that cranking down the import of Russian oil is not up for discussion.
Well, first of all, I would say that the delay in terms of imposing the sanctions, that's Trump 101, isn't it? That's been the case since day one. This is a hard deadline, a hard deadline, a hard deadline. Oops, 21 days from now, 30 days from now, 90 days from now is the new deadline. So I'm not surprised. Secondly, what can India give? Well, it can't give Trump what he really, really, really wants, which is some concession on the oil. I mean, of course, India is going to buy cheap oil. It needs oil, and Russian oil is cheap at the moment. And I know it's hard for North Americans and Europeans to get this through their heads, but the Ukraine war is not the most important thing in the world around the world. That's really a Euro-Atlantic obsession at the moment, and it doesn't play that way in the global South. India is not going to reform its agricultural sector. Canada won't even reform its agricultural sector. I mean, there's too many jobs at stake. There's too many political constituencies that have some investment in that. There's just no way that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Where I do see some possibilities is in terms of defense industrial collaboration and cooperation. We've already seen baby steps taken in that direction. India purchasing not the F-35, which is a piece of junk, but maybe investing in the F-47, the sixth generation fighter, which is under development now in the United States. Maybe simply buying more from America that's not high profile, high tech, cutting edge, next generation stuff, and building the relationship around the obvious to me, which is this geopolitical relationship, which has an economic component to it.
Yeah.
Some of it is big, buying Russian oil, but some of it is smaller, buying American military technology or American firms investing in India, like General Electric has, for example. So I see small gestures, small movements. One last thing about gestures, this is not about Trump. This is about powerful American social forces that are being channeled by Trump. Does he matter? Yes, individuals matter in human history. But you take Trump out of the equation, those forces are still at play. And they're still going to be working themselves out. And India and Canada and other countries are still going to have to work out ways to deal with that part of the American population as long as they occupy the White House.
Ambassador D.P. Srivastav is also with us. He's India's former ambassador to Iran. Here on Primetime on NDTV, we're getting as many voices as possible on this constantly breaking story. A minute ago, we just told you that Trump has announced 21 days. It's 21 days for this tariff bomb to take effect. So obviously, there's a window for negotiations. Ambassador Srivastav, what do you make of this tariff bomb? We've been talking about it for the last 20 minutes. Various views here. How do you see it? What do you think India's reaction will be or should be?
Steve, I was in Washington in early 90s, 91, when Super 301 and Special 301 sanctions were sought to be imposed on us. And we survived. So my suggestion is, of course, I'm out of the government, but I think we need to wait it out. Now, I have 3 or 4 points to make. This is not simply about oil. Europe buys gas from Russia. Russia accounts for 17% of Europe's LNG imports. So why only pick on Indian purchase of crude oil? Europe is also buying energy from Russia.
Yes.
The second point, that oil price cap, the system was devised by Americans. And the idea was to reduce Russian revenues without disturbing the global oil supply. And this is still in force. It is still part of the US law. And it is part of the EU law. The EU has now reduced the price cap from $60 to $47.5.
Yes.
Now, that arrangement was devised to allow third countries to continue buying Russian crude. Now, the third point, if there's a stop, what happens? Russia accounts for something like 5 million barrels of crude oil exports. Iran accounts for another 1.5 billion or so. So you will be removing about 6.5 to 7 million barrels per day of oil from world market. At the moment, the consumption is around 105 million barrels. So roughly more than 5% of the current supply. There is no alternate source which can take care of this. There will be a huge oil price shock, and this will also affect the American consumer. Now, the fourth point is India is not America's problem. Our trade, our surplus is a paltry $47 billion or something, or around that figure.
Okay.
China has a $300 billion surplus. Similarly, in case of oil, China buys double as much from Russia oil, and it also buys something like 70 BCM, billion cubic meter of gas per year from Russia. So even in energy terms, unless China falls in line, it's not going to make any difference to Russian coffers and the war effort in Ukraine. And from looking at it from our point of view, similarly, on a conciliatory note, America is not our problem, because America is a market where we have run a surplus. So there's a reason to be, conciliatory to them. And I think one way out could be, we can partly diversify. For instance, LNG imports, we buy a lot of LNG from Qatar. Now, part of that can be diversified or changed. In fact, I was on the GAIL board for 3 years, and during my term, we started buying from America.
Ambassador, just hold on to that thought. Just look at this breaking news. I'll come right back to you on this because it's related to what you're saying. This is the third update on this broadcast where Trump has basically instructed his Secretary of Commerce to identify whether other countries are directly or indirectly purchasing Russian oil, and has threatened punitive tariffs against these countries as well. Smita, the point on Russian oil being reinforced, India has pushed back, very, very explicitly articulated that energy security is our autonomy, it's our sovereign decision, it's our national interest. Trump here is saying, forget about India. Anybody else looking at Russian oil is going to be punished in the same way. He's digging in his heels on this point as well.
It could also be because of the question that was asked in the press conference that, hey, you yourself are doing it, fertilizer. It was asked about that you're taking Russian fertilizer. So that could be that, oh, okay, so if we are taking it, the other countries must be taking it too. So this is just, it goes on and on, I don't think he's just hunting now, that game which is there where those little crocodiles come up and you start hitting them all the time. It's like that. It's ridiculous. But then what to do? I mean, America's elected him and we have to deal with him for the next 3 years or at least till midterm. So let's see, we have to deal with it. There's one point that you had brought up about the diaspora, and one of the guests had said that, Indian diaspora, we could lose their leverage. But unfortunately, what one has seen in the past month, during this past month about the Indian diaspora is that they have very limited political leverage on foreign trade issues. They might hold influence in US politics in a different aspect, but I don't think so. They have remained largely silent because trade policy, I think, is shaped by the tougher guys, by the institutions in the US dynamics. I don't think that advocacy groups in the Indian diaspora have very little marginal impact as far as decision making is concerned.
Asha, you want to respond to that or add to that? Smita says the Indian diaspora doesn't really have a say when it comes to trade policy. That's taken by the bigger boys.
Absolutely. So the thing is that what the Indian diaspora needs to be, this is a wake-up call even for the Indian diaspora. What the diaspora needs to do is to make sure that we are following the Israeli model, right? Which is that we are making sure that we are there in the right places at the right time and investing in the right candidates. For example, in Lindsey Graham case, right, in the Senator Lindsey Graham, how is it that we have not supported his candidacy? He's running again in 2026. We should all be there writing a small check. And these are small amounts and this is a very transparent system in the US, thankfully. There should be at least a dozen people that should be there in and buying influence in Washington, D.C., because it's possible to buy influence legally, openly, and transparently. This is what the Indian diaspora should be doing. And we haven't done that, and I think we are paying a price now. Look at the Israelis, right? The Israeli model is, the Jewish model is that the Jewish diaspora will make sure that if any candidate said anything against Israel, it gets punished. Where is our power on that? And I think, thankfully, though, I have a feeling that this is the first time the Indian diaspora is slowly going to wake up. Right now, there is one party there in Washington, D.C. that is playing this game, and that's me. And thankfully, at least the people are watching me right now. But this needs to be at least 200 of us that need to be playing the game in Washington, D.C.
No,
we have to be doing this. Yeah.
Interesting that you accept that the Indian diaspora should be doing a lot more. That is a important piece of clarity, because from the outside there is perhaps a kind of a disproportionate sense of what the diaspora can and cannot do. So that's an important point. In fact, Smita is the editor of ANI, and it was the ANI US correspondent today who asked that question to Trump, which has gone so viral. It's become, in many ways, the face of where things are at right now, and represents what many people see as American hypocrisy and duplicity. Here's an America that is importing these sensitive goods like uranium and palladium, and then, lecturing countries like India as far as importing oil is concerned. Here is that comment where ANI's Reena Bharadwaj asked this question to Trump. Just take a look at what he said.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
India says that the U.S. imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
India says that the U.S. imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that.
Okay, I've got enough time to just get final comments from everyone, a few seconds each, if you please. Smita, I'll kick it off with you, since that soundbite from Trump was in response to your reporter's question in Washington. Is there a deal in sight? I know it's going to be difficult to get there, but can we agree that a deal is in sight, and all of what we're seeing right now is just a means towards that?
No, I don't think there is, right now at least it's completely fogged out, and I don't see a deal in sight right now. 50% is a huge thing. It's something that should propel us to work towards a deal. So I'm just, again, hope is not a policy incentive, but then, hoping that somewhere better sense prevails on both sides.
Okay, it's all fogged out right now. Professor Latham, what do you think?
I think the interests are too powerful. This is not about hope, and it's not about wishes, and it's not about wish casting or anything like that. It's simply that the interests of these two countries geopolitically and ultimately economically align, and they're too powerful. And what we're going through now is a period of turbulence. When that meeting takes place on the 25th of August, which is before the 21-day deadline, I'll bet you there's a deal that gets done. Not everybody will be perfectly happy with it, but it'll be a deal that everybody can live with, and that will advance India's interests and the United States' interests.
Ambassador Srivastava, very quickly, do you see any major escalation from this point forward towards a deal that may or may not be ahead?
We should not look for a deal in next 10-15 days. We have to be prepared and rough it out for a few months. But there is some scope where we can make an adjustment without affecting our domestic sector. India was importing Russian crude oil not only for processing and sale in Indian market, but also for making petrochemicals for exports to third countries. Now, why should we invite American wrath for the sake of supplying petrochemicals to European market or US market or African markets? So there's a scope for cutting down our energy imports from Russia, but we must maintain. We cannot allow America to dictate our energy security.
Okay, right now it doesn't look like that's on the table, but fair enough.
But
I quite agree with Ambassador Srivastava. In fact, both of us dealt with Iran when sanctions were there. He was in Tehran and I was in Delhi. We opened escrow accounts and dealt with it. I also dealt with Venezuela, but that was before the sanctions kicked in. So I have a fair idea on how to, and conversations are important.
Yeah.
And that's where I agree with Ms. Motwani, that conversations are important. We must talk, but we cannot threaten. We cannot, from a bully pulpit, order or, take punitive actions, because India's energy security is very important to it.
Yeah.
And I think we've been on record saying we won't compromise. Having said that, a deal is a deal, and I think both sides know the art of making a deal, especially the US side.
Right.
And I'm sure we can reach accommodation. However, the trust deficit, which Vishnu mentioned, I don't know how long that would take to bridge.
Asha, I started with you, I'll end with you. 20 seconds to you.
Okay, so the deal is on the table. It's going to happen. US is going to blink. India needs to make the phone call. Trump is going to melt.
Okay, we'll end it there. Thank you very much, Asha Jadeja Motwani, Smita Prakash, Ambassador Srivastav, Ambassador Sinha, and Professor Latham. This was very enjoyable, very illuminating. I know hope is not an instrumentality when it comes to diplomacy, especially when you're dealing with someone like Trump. And boy, during this broadcast, has he reminded us all that a deal is probably not 15, 20 days away. A lot of hardballing lies ahead for India, and we'll have to see where things actually go. But here on NDTV, we will be tracking it very, very closely and breaking every twist and turn on this. And coming up next, we have a conversation, an exclusive conversation with a man who has seen his country receive the worst side of Trump in the last few weeks. The ambassador of Iran, live and exclusive right here on India Matters.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
Fenesta Windows. Beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine Finer Fenesta.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है. ड्रीम सिटी. तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं. तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया. कशित आई ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में, चांस ही नहीं.
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो.
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
The weather was very bad. The situation remains very, very tense. It remains precarious and it remains dangerous. The Dharali village.
मार्ग से वहां पर हेल्प पहुंचा.
Fenesta Windows. Beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine Finer Fenesta.
My birthday gift to पापा. ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में. फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग. जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है. बुलाओ.
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो.
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
And India has hit back very hard at Donald Trump and the United States. The External Affairs Ministry has just put out a statement saying India will protect its national interests. a 3-paragraph statement from the External Affairs Ministry, and I just want to read out that statement to you. It's a statement that's been put out by the External Ministry spokesperson who says, and I quote, and I'm reading out that full statement to you first here on NDTV, the United States has in recent days targeted India's oil imports from Russia. We have already made clear our position on these issues, including the fact that our imports are based on market factors and done with the overall objective of ensuring the energy security of 1.4 billion people of India. It is therefore extremely unfortunate that the United States should choose to impose additional tariffs on India for actions that several other countries are also taking in their own national interest. We reiterate that these actions are unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interests. Big, hard-hitting counter-strike by India tonight against the Donald Trump administration, just about an hour after it announced the doubling of tariffs from 25% to 50% against India. This comment from the External Affairs Ministry, published just 2 minutes ago from the social media handles of Randhir Jaiswal, the External Affairs Ministry spokesperson, is as hard-hitting as it comes. And that final line that you see at the bottom of your screen is really the hard-hitter viewer tonight. India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interests. This is a warning being issued to Trump. In return, not only will India make no concessions as far as importing Russian oil is concerned, and by no means as a concession to Trump because he has arrogantly demanded it from India, but that India will take actions necessary to protect its national interests. Is India signaling counter consequences for Trump as a result of this very, very arrogant, very belligerent behavior by the US president? There is something called deal making which has its place. People would say this is just Trump indulging in the only way that he knows in how to arrive at a deal. But India feels disrespected. India feels that this move is unfortunate. And India has said that it is therefore extremely unfortunate that the US should choose to impose these additional tariffs when several other countries have been doing the same for many years. So not only has India called out American hypocrisy, India has called out the whimsical nature, the selective outrage of Donald Trump as far as importation of Russian oil is concerned. This is India for the second time in the last 48 hours throwing the ball right back into Trump's court and basically saying, look who's talking. First, we've exposed you and shown how you are the one who also imports Russian equipment, and then who are you to lecture us? Point number 2, you say nothing about so many other countries that import Russian oil, even though Trump has just announced that he has asked for information on which countries import Russian oil so he can impose tariffs on them. And I think the coup de grace, the finishing move as far as India is concerned tonight, viewer, is India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interests. It doesn't get clearer, it doesn't get more aggressive, it doesn't get more firm than that. This is perhaps the hardest language that India has ever used in a diplomatic statement on India-US relations. And we are seeing historic turbulence between India and the United States right now. It's not just about Trump. Ghazali Mohammed, who tracks foreign affairs for us, is live with us. Ghazali, this is going to be another sleepless night for at least two governments. The US government for sure, or at least the India desk at the State Department of the US is not going to be sleeping tonight. Neither are we. This is a big statement coming in from India, hitting right back at Washington, D.C., calling out their hypocrisy and telling them, be prepared for even more consequences. India will protect its national interests.
Yeah, Shiv, and in as many clear words, like reiterating the point that we are not the only ones buying or dealing with Russia when it comes to oil. There are many countries who are part of the same group which keeps criticizing India for dealing and engaging with Russia. they themselves are engaging in trade with Russia. India pointed out in its previous statement that how even US is dealing with Russia. And meanwhile, China, being the largest importer of oil from Russia, continues to have trade talks with US. No such words against China. China is one of the largest importer of Russian oil, but Mr. Trump or the US administration has not gone after China. Rather, they are holding trade talks with China. Just last week, they had one session between the Russian foreign minister, he meeting with the US State Department officials. And India has made its point very clear. The one, that we'll always protect our national interest, but it is also going to be very challenging that what could be the next round of a step, because Mr. Trump has also in its executive order had said that somebody, if they will identify more countries who are dealing with Russia and put tariffs on them as well. But it should be well known to the Trade Department as well as the State Department, because there have been many countries and companies which have come under sanctions for dealing with Russia. There have been companies from Iran, there have been companies from China, they have come under sanctions. But those companies or the countries have not got any new sanctions or tariffs by Mr. Trump in its new executive order. It seems like he has singled out India, and people in the know of the things are also hinting that perhaps Mr. Trump is very upset that India has still not given him that kind of credit which he was expecting regarding the ceasefire between India and Pakistan after Operation Sindoor. And it's all coming out in form of weaponizing the tariff against India as far as the recent order is concerned.
You know what? That last line of this statement from the External Affairs Ministry, Ghazali, sounds to me almost like a warning. India will take all steps necessary to protect its national interest, which basically means not only will India not reduce the importation of Russian oil, but it may take some additional steps as well. This is sounding like India putting Trump on notice, saying, look, watch your words. You know, you've taken a pot shot at us. You have doubled the tariff on us, but we are capable of hitting back as well. That's what this means. We will take all necessary steps.
Shiv, it was almost like if you see the previous statement when India had clarified, when External Affairs Ministry had clarified that it is not just us who are purchasing oil from Russia. Even back then, after 2 days after that statement, India was waiting that perhaps Mr. Trump will also reconsider his decision. And he was even asked last night in one of those press briefings that India is accusing you and other countries of dealing with Russia. Why you are not sanctioning them or putting tariffs on them? And he went on to say that I don't know anything about it. So it was expected that perhaps the 24-hour deadline which Mr. Trump had given, he will reassess his own opinion and decisions. But it seems that even he is being very reckless to put those additional 25% tariffs on India. And now the Indian government, External Affairs Ministry, the Commerce Ministry, they are all assessing this executive order and perhaps the next round of steps or what would be the next punitive measure or steps which India can take is being discussed in the corridors of power now.
India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interests. What a fabulous, sharp line, no ambiguity, no lack of clarity, no fog, no philosophy. This is India basically saying, we will protect our national interests. Nothing comes above our national interests. Is this India calling out Trump's bluff? I will not hazard a guess. That will only be known in maybe the hours and the days ahead. Remember, it's daytime in the United States, but it's going to be a sleepless night for the Indian government as it figures out how to navigate this tariff bombshell. India has drawn a line in the sand and said, we see this as extremely unfortunate. We are going to call out American hypocrisy for the second time on an official basis. This is not source-based. This is for the External Affairs Ministry, and that India will protect all its national interests. Boy, the fallout of this is going to be big. Historic turbulence in India-US relations. How much worse is it going to get before it gets better is really the big suspense question that we will be tracking for sure overnight and here on Primetime on NDTV. Quick break. Rolling coverage continues on the other side. Stay with us.
Fenesta windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Fenesta.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है. ड्रीम सिटी. तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियाँ आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशित आई ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में, चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
My birthday gift to Papa. ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में, फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun, because I just think making music.
Good evening, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. Tonight, what we are witnessing is not just a tariff hike, it's a punishment dressed up as policy. In a stunning move, Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, has announced a 50% tariff on Indian exports to the United States. And let's be clear, this isn't about trade imbalances or market access. This is retaliation, this is pressure, this is about Russia. Donald Trump has accused India of fueling the Russian war machine, quote unquote. A direct reference to India's decision to continue importing discounted Russian crude despite Western sanctions. And now the policy choice has been met with what can only be described as an economic punishment. Let's try and unpack what's really happening here. India, like many developing economies, has prioritized energy security over Western geopolitical posturing. It has repeatedly made it clear we will buy oil where it is affordable. That oil has helped keep inflation under control, manage our current account, and insulate Indian economy from global shocks. But now Donald Trump's message is clear: choose the West or pay the price. This is a dangerous precedent. It's not just a challenge to India's economic interests, it's a challenge to our strategic autonomy. Can a sovereign nation then be punished for acting in its own interest, for not towing Washington's line? Let's also not forget that India has been a key partner in the Indo-Pacific, a cornerstone of the Quad, a counterbalance in Asia to China, and yet it is now facing a steep economic penalty for a sovereign energy decision. So who benefits from this? Not the Indian exporter, not the American consumer. But India right now has stood its ground before, like it has done, and with the latest announcement coming in today, will New Delhi respond? Yes, the response has also come in from New Delhi. The Ministry of External Affairs has said, and I quote them, "We have already made our position on these issues clear, including the fact that our imports are based on market factors and done with the overall objective of ensuring the energy security of 1.4 billion people of India. It is therefore extremely unfortunate that the US should choose to impose additional tariffs on India for actions that several other countries are also taking in their own national interests." And the Ministry of External Affairs has gone on to reiterate that these actions, which are essentially increasing of tariff from 25% earlier to 25% being increased today, are unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. And India will take all actions that is necessary to protect its national interests. Some piece of breaking news coming in now. And as expected, politics has started over Donald Trump's tariff. Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, has said Trump is trying to bully us. Weakness cannot override citizens. That is what the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, has said in his latest tweet, which he has just put out, in which he has said that Trump is trying to bully India. We'll try and connect with a reporter in just a bit. Of course, this is coming within minutes of the statement that has been issued by the External Affairs Ministry. Rahul Gandhi here saying Trump's 50% tariff is economic blackmail, an attempt to bully India into an unfair trade deal. PM Modi better not let his weakness override the interests of the Indian people. That's what Rahul Gandhi has said. Of course, the opposition has been asking a number of questions with regards to this. Let's first listen in to what Nick Harper has to say with regards to this tariff bomb which has been dropped by US President.
Well, it was threatened and now it's happened. An additional 25% duty placed on India, all because of buying Russian energy. It now means that one of the United States' major allies and one of its major trading partners will have a total duty of 50% placed on goods that are leaving India and entering here, the United States. Already there was that 25% base rate placed on India. That was set last week by the US president. But Donald Trump had also warned that any country buying Russian energy would face an additional penalty. We've known about that for the last couple of weeks, but those threats against India have increased during the course of this week. And now all of it has come to pass with this announcement from the White House. And all of it follows US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's meetings this Wednesday in Moscow with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, the aim of that meeting was to try and achieve a ceasefire in Russia's war in Ukraine. The US president had given Vladimir Putin a deadline of this Friday to achieve a ceasefire. No ceasefire for Russia would have mean Donald Trump imposing a 100% tariff on Russia. But he'd also warned that there would be secondary tariffs or penalties put in place against any country that was buying Russian energy. And remember, India buys both Russian energy and military equipment, both of which have angered Donald Trump. He has said that he has now received, in theory from Steve Witkoff, what he calls additional information. That information being that the government of India is currently directly or indirectly importing Russian Federation oil. Donald Trump says that this additional 25% penalty will come into effect 21 days after the date of this order that has just been published, so 3 weeks from now. Of course, all of this calls into question the nature of the US-India relationship, not just when it comes to trade. The two countries are considered strong allies. They have security partnerships, including the Quad grouping with Japan and Australia, all of that aimed at trying to push back against China's dominance. And remember, Prime Minister Modi was here in Washington just a few months ago, back in February, one of the first leaders to visit the White House when Donald Trump returned to the Oval Office. These latest actions, though, from the US president make it unclear when another sit-down meeting may happen between the two leaders, these tariffs really becoming a barrier to close relations anytime soon. Nick Harper, NDTV, Washington.
Let me bring in the guests who are joining us now. Richard Rosso is Senior Advisor and Chair on India and Emerging Asia Economics at CSIS. Daniel Block is joining me from Washington, D.C. He's Senior Editor Foreign Affairs and a contributing editor at the Washington Monthly. Ambassador Shashank is joining us. He's a former Foreign Secretary. We have David K. Johnson, who is journalist and author. Richard Rosso, how will this 50% tariff affect key Indian export sectors like pharma, the textiles and the gems, and are we staring at a potential job loss crisis?
Yeah, I mean, luckily for India's sake, India is largely a services-driven economy for economic growth and agriculture for employment. So it's always good to remember this is kind of the smallest of the three buckets when you think about where the economy is at, where jobs are at. But the United States is a very meaningful partner as India hopes to start landing some of that global manufacturing that might be shifting away from China. The United States is India's largest export market by far for goods exports. So it's going to have a very real direct impact in the sector that the Modi government wants to see grow. So this is quite real, but we've got a few weeks to try to get this deal across the finish line. We got at least one more round of negotiations within that window. Hopefully they make some progress, but the Russia is a bit of a surprise, I think, in how aggressively the president's pursued that the last couple of days.
What really explains this kind of agitation which is being displayed by President Trump here, John? India, in its response, has been very measured. The response is coming in from the Minister of External Affairs. And today, again, after this increase in tariff to 50%, we are seeing India say that we are doing it in the national interest, just as many countries have done so. Why is Donald Trump so agitated, particularly with India? John? All right. That's a question to David K. Johnston. Apologies.
Thank you. Well, first of all, understand that under the American Constitution, Donald Trump can't impose tariffs. Congress can impose tariffs. There's a very small, limited exception. So all of this is based on Donald's claim of a power he doesn't have and which is being litigated. Secondly, Donald doesn't know anything. And what you're seeing here, as I've been reporting on him for almost 40 years, is that he has no knowledge of the world. He doesn't understand things. And he is flailing around trying to figure out what to do because he's made promises and threats, none of which he's been able to carry out. So frankly, I wouldn't be particularly worried about this because Donald Trump doesn't have authority to impose tariffs. The American Constitution is very clear about that. That is a power only held by Congress.
Okay, so if Donald Trump doesn't have the power, then what exactly is he indulging in with these constant tweets? Is it bluster?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. This is his whole career as a con artist, as a quote-unquote businessman who lost money left and right. Donald Trump's whole career has been based on bullying people, having some leverage over people for various reasons, all of which I've documented in my best-selling books. And Donald believes that he is all-powerful. He has said, I have an Article 2, that's the presidential section of the American economy, of the American Constitution. I have an Article 2 that says I can do anything I want. It doesn't say anything close to that, but Donald believes he has dictatorial powers. And I'm shocked that everybody is acting as if he does.
Okay. And that brings me to the question that was asked today, Daniel, to Donald Trump with regards to US imports from Russia. He says, I don't know anything about it. He certainly doesn't know what is the nature of import coming in, or is it his way of avoiding a question which has been repeatedly asked by India, that you yourself import uranium, fertilizers from Russia?
So I'd say with Donald Trump, you can never rule out the possibility that he doesn't know something that he should know the answer to. We've seen that again and again with this president. If I had to bet, though, I would guess it's what you said, that he's trying to avoid a question that he does know the answer to and doesn't want to answer. He does that all the time when he's asked about uncomfortable or difficult subjects. And this makes him, like many politicians, often when they're asked a question they don't want to respond to, they'll say, oh, I don't know, or I haven't heard anything about that. But he takes it really to a new extreme in that he simply won't respond to difficult questions. And it's one that, in some ways, I would expect the president to have an answer to in this case. But again, it's Trump, so no surprises there that he's not handling that question in a way that you would expect the US president to.
Okay, then Ambassador Shashank, just minutes ago, the response came in from the External Affairs Ministry. Of course, as I said, there is a great degree of, caution here. India saying that these actions are unfair, unreasonable, and unjustified. India has long defended its oil imports from Russia on economic grounds. Is that narrative now no longer acceptable to Washington, D.C. and the Trump administration?
Well, it seems that the United States wants India to stop buying oil from Russia and perhaps start buying oil from the United States or from the Western countries or from other suppliers. India is going for the oil which is available, which is under the international sanctions regimes, and Russia has also been working on that basis. So therefore, I feel that so far India has not violated any of the sanctions, etc., which have been imposed by the West. Even though one can say that, well, these are not imposed by the United Nations, but by the individual set of countries. Secondly, India has tried again and again to talk to Russia and to Ukraine how to bring about an end to their conflict. So it's not that India has not tried that. So it is both linked. That is, buying oil for its 1.4 billion people. Secondly, trying to bring an end to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And thirdly, in order to keep the oil markets stable in the world, India has also been supplying the processed oil products to European Union and others, those who are interested. But anyway, if they are not interested now and President Trump feels that India is making money out of it, and I do not know how the Indians are passing on that money to the Russians, because that is, they are saying they are funding the Russian war with Ukraine. So I don't understand that. But then India will have to find other markets, whether within India or elsewhere. So I think this will go on because Russia is supplying the oil at the prices which are reasonable for them. And perhaps there will be pressure from the Indian exporters to somehow get support from the Indian government so that they don't lose out the whole market because of 50% tariffs in the US. So it's likely that Indians might also talk to the Russians that to make some concessions on the oil prices so that part of the subsidies or part of the concessions can be extended to the Indian exporters, those who are hit very hard. But India will also have to look for alternative markets. I have no doubt about it. Our exporters will have to look for that. And President Trump is making it much easier in a way, which is not good because we have tried for last 20 years to improve our relations, to set up a strategic partnership with the United States. But somehow, recently, in the last 1 month or so, after Pakistan was able to get into the good books of the United States, apparently they have become informal advisors to President Trump how to deal with India. Okay. And I think that is what is happening. And India, of course, I mean, we are talking to the other suppliers, other people with whom we can have supply chain relationships. So the East Asian countries, Northeast Asian countries, maybe even China, Russia, Africa, and elsewhere. So we'll have to see how best we can take care of them. But we must continue our dialogue with the Americans, because as we find that other colleagues are saying, that we have to find a proper bilateral trade arrangement which is acceptable to both sides and which is also according to the Indian Constitution and the American Constitution.
Okay. David, since you pointed out that very interesting aspect that the US president has no powers, it's the Congress which has the powers in the case of trade deals, then what really happens to the talks that are ongoing?
Well, a lot of companies are, in fact, the importing countries, paying these tariffs, but then they're filing to get the money back. And the smartest move for the Indian government, and I'm sure it will do this, Maria, is to go and litigate this, to go and say, you don't have any authority to do this. And in relation to the what's motivating this by Trump, let's remember that India has been a big beneficiary of Russia having to sell oil to India at about 20% below the world price because of sanctions. Trump is trying to figure out what to do in Ukraine, and India is now being drawn into this. Remember, Trump promised that in one day he would end the war in Ukraine, and it's been 9 months since the election, and he's gotten nowhere because he has no idea what he's doing.
Then, Richard Rosso, how should India balance its strategic autonomy with maintaining a stable partnership with the US? Or do you think that question doesn't arise anymore, given how Donald Trump's stand has been? He has only taken a maximalist position now.
Well, look, I think we still luckily have a pretty good reservoir of goodwill. Times like this that the United States could have taken a different course in engagement with India, are very different approaches after Russia invaded Ukraine and basically giving India a pass at that time. The murder for hire came out, and the United States didn't make an astonishingly big deal about it or anything. So we have a reservoir of goodwill. I think we can survive this, but I think for India, it's going to be kind of a dual track approach, right? Try to get this deal done because the United States is too important of an economic partner for India's exporters to let this die, but also realizing India's got political bright lines and agriculture market access that the President of the United States does not understand. So hopefully getting the deal done, but at the second track, as India's been doing very successfully in recent years, is building stronger economic ties with other very important partners. India's been signing robust trade agreements. The recent visit of the head of the Philippines, initiated a whole number of important announcements. So try to get as much as they can out of the U.S. relationship because it's too important, but also I think further deepening ties with other critical partners. It's a good dual track approach and one that I think is pretty pragmatic.
What about the Russian energy strategy? Do you think that this will push India to rethink that Russian energy strategy or double down on it as a matter of principle and economic compulsion?
Yeah, we've seen U.S. pressure on India on oil purchases and Iran and Venezuela yield, I think, the kind of outcomes we wanted. The question is this really a policy proclamation by the president, or is it a negotiating plug for a couple of narrow objectives we have on the trade agreement, or for the U.S. to swap out our own hydrocarbons? I think you look back 4 or 5 months ago, and the president's view was Ukraine started the conflict. So I think for India to dodge every single time the administration policy and how we look at the conflict changes, if suddenly Russia ends up and is looking at an agreement with Ukraine, a ceasefire of something, it could change again dramatically. So careful not to jump at the short-term things, because I don't know yet that we consider this to be President Trump's core policy.
Okay, so let me bring in Daniel now. Daniel, a thought on, should India adopt the strategy that it has done so far, waiting and watching, and at the same time very patiently reiterating that this is unreasonable? Or should India also hit back with some kind of counter tariffs?
I'm not sure how much it matters one way or the other. And I say that because we've seen other countries attempt both when it comes to dealing with Trump and tariffs. We've seen countries hit back and try and be aggressive and strike a deal, and we've seen countries that kind of sit back patiently and don't do anything and don't retaliate. And, I'd say on balance, I think the countries that have not hit back have probably wound up getting better deals than the ones that have struck back aggressively. But again, neither is a sure way to save yourself from Trump's tariffs. We're talking about a president who, to some extent just really loves tariffs. He once said that it's his favorite word in the dictionary. He has a kind of fetishization of tariffs. So I'm not sure that there's a clear playbook or right way for India to handle this if its goal is to get the tariffs off. Like I said, I think on balance, states that have not struck back have been more successful at striking trade deals with Trump. But there's no guaranteed way to succeed when it comes to getting tariffs off your country if you're negotiating with Donald Trump.
Okay, David, because you'll be exiting the show any moment now, so let me ask you the last question. Has India's foreign policy, particularly in energy diplomacy, made it vulnerable to global backlash?
Well, India's economy is growing, driven by several things. I mean, it's growing quickly in the pharmaceutical industry, where there's a huge future, not only now, but with what's coming with new research in manufacturing biosimilars and other advances. And it's benefited greatly from this deeply discounted Russian oil that's helped build its economy. If you're going to be a world power, and India wants to go back to 500 years ago when it, along with China, were the richest countries in the world, yes, it's going to be vulnerable. And the advantage India has is a highly educated group of diplomats and trade negotiators who know what they're doing, with a prime minister, whether you like or dislike his policies, who's an educated, thoughtful person against someone who doesn't literally know anything, Donald Trump, and who has a mercantilist view of the world. He wants to go back to the economy of when the British East India Company ruled India. That's his whole view of the world. If you have $1 or a piece of gold and I don't have it, the only way to get it is to attack you in some way, not to grow the economy, because Donald doesn't know anything about economics despite a degree in that field.
Ambassador Shashank, India so far had maintained that strategic balance between US and Russia. Would you say that in the new world order and a president in Donald Trump in charge of the White House, India will be forced to choose between the two countries?
I think it's too early to come to that conclusion. India has been working with both Republican and Democratic administrations to improve strategic relationships, technical tie-ups in critical energies, critical technologies, new areas, and we have been moving ahead on that. Only thing is that, yes, perhaps not as fast. What President Trump is trying to do is to bring India directly into the American area of influence. So it would like India to become like Japan or Australia or something like this, so that they must listen to what the Americans would say. But I think, we have come very far from where we were at the non-aligned movement, strategic autonomy, when Americans were saying that we were closer to the Russians, buying almost 80-90% of our armaments, defense equipment from the Russians. It is coming down, and they have been showing a lot of understanding that it is a legacy kind of issue which has to continue, and then gradually America and Indian partnership can become of extreme importance for both of them. It can be a defining partnership for this century, as some of the experts have been saying from the American side. But I think President Trump has priority for setting the balance of trade right for the Americans. And he feels that the only way to do it is by raising the tariffs. So we have to ride out this storm and then see how best we can create a better relationship so that it is rewarding for both sides. India does not want a one-way relationship in order to get somehow concessions from the American side and not give it back to them. It must be a mutually beneficial relationship. So I think we'll have to continue working on that so that it is seen in good faith. We are working together, but at the same time, we would like it to be a peaceful world. Russia has been an old trusted friend. We don't want Russia to go under the, let's say, the overriding power of the Chinese, who have been able to now become one of the most important countries in the world. And they openly declared that in the next 20 years or so, they will become number one scientific, technical, and military power in the world. So I think Americans have come to realize perhaps that that will be a bit too late for them. So they must move very quickly to see how best they can get Russia to obey their commands, India to obey their commands. So I don't know whether it's going to take place that way or not, because India so far we were growing at 2 or 3% every year. So it's much easier to say that, all right, I mean, we must abide by whatever others are saying because we really cannot grow that fast. But now suddenly the IMF is saying that no, India is going to be one of the biggest economies in the next 3 or 4 years. It will become number 3rd economy, and then over a longer term period, a much stronger economy. So I think that perhaps doesn't suit everybody. India also finding it very, very new kind of a situation. So we ourselves also must come to realize that, well, we have a good brain power in the country, which we are sharing with everyone, because India's policy has always been, the more you share, the more you gain. If you see that with the patents, etc., also the Indians have been sharing whatever the information they have. So I think this is a new kind of situation. Many Americans would like very much what India does. They may not like what China does, what Russia does. So therefore, that is the other issue, that President Trump finds that here is a country which is very much like in the image of the United States. And still it's moving so fast, whereas the Americans are not doing that well. So I think President Trump wants quick results. India would not mind giving them good results, but it should be mutually beneficial and not work against the strategic interests of the country.
Okay. Richard Rosso, what is visible right now is that the tensions between the two countries are at a level which needs some kind of dialing down. How do you think the temperature will go down, and who should make that effort? It should come from the US President himself, because he has been taking to Truth Social every day announcing these punitive action.
Yeah. Last time we had a crisis, I would say, of this magnitude in 2013. It was really only resolved by the fact that India had an election and we chose to engage Prime Minister Modi, which he'd been kind of held out, and we estranged for quite some period of time. And we don't have a moment quite like that when you can have that ability to trigger a dramatic reset. I think if we get a trade agreement done in the next couple of weeks, and you can at least remove that top line 25% or bring it down, I think that also reduces the pressure India's faced directly on the Russia issue. Because again, I think that's more of a tactic than a dramatic policy shift by the Biden administration. So I think it is reparable in the near term. But right now, it just feels like the United States is pushing this off the edge of a cliff for whatever reason. India's got dramatic bright lines on what they can offer in the trade agreement. And the fact that the United States has gotten rid of almost all of our senior India policy leaders across the U.S. government, there's nobody at a senior level to tell President Trump that the agriculture tariff issue is real. These are livelihoods. These are people living on the edge that can't get their ag products to the United States. Nobody, I think, is able to whisper in his ear and give him the confidence that India is not using this as a bluff. It's very real. So there is a pathway where I think we could repair things. But right now, the United States is driving us off the cliff as fast as we can.
This new measure will come into effect in 21 days' time. The Indian team is in United States. They will be, for talks. What really is the purpose of this talk then, if it is Donald Trump who's deciding unilaterally?
Well, I think India might be able to put some other sweeteners on the table that the U.S. trade negotiators think would excite the U.S. side. Promising certain levels of investment in the United States by Indian companies, or again, acquisition of American petroleum or maybe defense. These are things that the government, if it controls, maybe even some broad numbers of investment promises in both directions. Maybe there's some other things beyond the undoable things on agriculture and dairy that they could put on the table that would excite folks enough to get a deal back in front of the president. But otherwise, we're going to be circling the drain for a long time, because what's left in terms of what they've been trying to negotiate so far is politically impossible in India. And I just think the United States, the White House, if we're going to get a deal, they've really got to digest and understand that.
All right, Richard Rosso. David, Ambassador Shashank, and Daniel Block. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. We are slipping into a short break, and then we'll get you a special report on how India has got a lot of support now coming in from Global South. The entire Global South is rallying behind India. We'll get you details when we return. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Rahul Gandhi has tweeted minutes ago saying Trump's 50% tariff is economic blackmail and attempt to bully India into an unfair trade deal.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Finesta.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है. ड्रीम सिटी. तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं. तो जब ये रियलाइज हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की जरूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया. कशी ताई, ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में? चांस ही नहीं.
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो. प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम. डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ. कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
United States continues to target India unfairly, and India has maintained a measured response so far with a lot of caution. India's External Affairs Ministry issuing a statement saying that these tariffs are essentially unreasonable and unjustified. India, remember, has been the leader of the Global South, and what's evident now is that the entire Global South is rallying behind India. Here's a special report.
US President Donald Trump's tariff tantrums have no bounds, becoming more provocative and threatening day by day. And the leader of the Global South, India, has had enough. After the US leader made baseless allegations against New Delhi for its imports of Russian oil, India exposed the West's hypocrisy. US and Europe import large quantities of minerals and fertilizers from Russia, a fact President Trump seems to ignore.
India says that the US imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that.
Not just India, the BRICS bloc, led by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, is increasingly challenging Washington's hegemony, questioning Trump's tariff escalations. Standing behind India, Russia accused the US of exerting illegal trade pressure on New Delhi, asserting sovereign nations have a right to choose their own trading partners. New Delhi has asserted it will not tolerate Washington's baseless allegations, its actions speaking loud and clear. Amid Trump's tariff tantrums, NSE Ajit Doval is in Moscow, set to meet Russian President Putin and other leadership, strengthening this strategic relationship. BRICS together represent over 40% of the world's population and about a quarter of the global GDP, and see Trump's tariffs as a threat to the multilateral system. Brazil too snubbed Trump, with President Lula saying he would rather meet Prime Minister Modi and speak to him than President Trump.
Eu respeito, eu não vou ligar para comercial não, porque não quer falar. Mas pode ficar certo, Marina. Eu vou ligar para o Trump para convidá-lo para vir para a COP, porque eu quero saber o que ele pensa da questão climática. Vou ter a gentileza de ligar. Vou ligar para ele, vou ligar para o Xi Jinping, vou ligar para o primeiro-ministro Modi, vou ligar. Só não vou ligar para o Putin, porque o Putin não está podendo viajar. Mas vou ligar para muitos presidentes. Cara, vem.
China also called out Trump's abuse of tariffs.
中方反对滥施关税的立场是一贯和明确的。关税战、贸易战没有赢家，搞保护主义，损害各方的利益。
Iran too has slammed Trump on tariff threats to India.
United States in the last century has used economy as a strong weapon against independent countries. I believe that not only India, any country is not safe of the threat of and such this behavior of Trump and United States.
The BRICS is demanding key reforms to the World Trade Organization, but through consensus, not confrontation. Their message? Trade wars don't just hurt rivals, they shake the global system. As the world's power balance shifts, the Trump tariffs are triggering more than economic calculations. They're forcing a geopolitical realignment, with the BRICS now emerging as a counterweight to Washington's trade agenda. Disha Bagchi for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
फिनेसा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
माय बर्थडे गिफ्ट टू पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
You know, first when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut and he decided the release date. But he was always, like me and Akshay were so into making the film, I think, along with Sumanna and all. Sometimes when you're so into it and you know, you don't realize, you don't see it from, and then he saw it from a third-person perspective. I mean, he was always super confident about the film, and he had actually had this talk with me about how I've done. And yeah, we all grew up. I was in the 8th grade when I saw Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge and said I want to make a love story like this. For a person like him to say that you've made a great film, all he had asked for me was to make your best film for me, and I did, and I'm just glad that. So that was the first thing, and that validation was great. I wasn't shouting over the roof for it. It gives you a lot of confidence at that moment,
Absolutely.
for the person who's actually put his money where it is, and he wasn't talking about anything else, but on a very unassembled film at that time, could feel the emotion and be listening. But it was the first time we felt that we made something special. But yes, once the numbers came in, I think then it was Akshay.
The advance.
Yeah, and the advances came in, and then people were sending me messages, and all they said, no, don't listen to anyone. So I at one point just put my phone off and said, this is getting too out of hand.
Very difficult to cross at this moment. That is creating a massive challenge for the rescuers. Good evening and welcome. At this moment, I am coming to you live from about 40 kilometers from Dharali. I am just about 35 kilometers from Uttarkashi. And I've been brought here, and I've come here to try and make my way to Dharali because those visuals, those videos that we saw from yesterday, more than 24 hours ago, those visuals are terrifying. We don't know yet how many in that village are still under the rubble. We don't know yet what exactly is the situation of that village. Many believe that more than half of that village, which housed 1,500 to 2,000 people, has completely been wiped off. Dharali, a very important village on the way to Gangotri, on the Gangotri highway, which had many homestays, hotels, where Tirthyatris, the pilgrims, used to stay just before they were making their way to Gangotri, at this moment stands in ruins. With help, though trickling in, but not as much as the entire enormity of the situation would have demanded. It's been more than 24 hours that I have been on the road with my colleague Momin, who is handling a very difficult, in fact, job at this moment, because sometimes I'm just speaking. He's the one who is shooting me using the camera when we are walking through very treacherous terrain. And in the last 24 hours, without a wink of sleep, both of us, along with our driver, have tried to make our way to Dharali, because not only do we want to go and see what has happened there, but we also want to make sure that help is reaching there. We also want to make sure that the story of Dharali is captured. One of the worst tragedies after 2013, Kedarnath flash floods, which unfortunately I also covered for more than a month. At this moment, I can tell you, you can see the NDRF crews going from here. They are also stuck. Every few kilometers, there is a landslide. From 8 o'clock yesterday till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it rained continuously. And here, also at this moment, where you are seeing, the road has been completely washed off. And the effort is to make some sort of a temporary arrangement so that the heavy trucks carrying the important digging equipment, other things which NDRF and SDRF would need to help people in Dharali, in Harsil, that in fact can be moved. But that's not the only challenge. If they are even able to do this, it's been more than 24 hours of continuous work and the road is still not in that situation where they can come in, there are then challenges ahead. And just about 16 kilometers from here, a very important bridge, a 100-meter bridge, has been washed off. So even if the teams make their way to that place, from there, Harsil is still about 30 kilometers. And that's just the beginning of the devastation that Uttarakhand has seen. While in the last 24 hours, we've been traveling through the rains, we've literally climbed mountain to try and make our way here. Unfortunately, we are so near, yet so far from our destination, from our goal, Dharali. Let me also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that having witnessed the 2013 Kedarnath flash floods, I can only tell you that it was of tragedy of epic proportions. And Dharali also is more or less writing a similar chapter. Just take a look at what you see behind me. This is a river, the Bhagirathi River, in absolute spate. And around this river, when it goes to Uttarkashi and everywhere else, there have been, in fact, alerts sounded that there will be heavy rains tonight. And all those near the bank of the river have been asked to vacate it. Hotels, ashrams, restaurants, all have been told to be extra cautious. The Chief Minister is camping in Uttarkashi, but there are larger questions. The Chief Minister is making sure that at least the response of the administration is adequate. Thankfully, after 2 o'clock, the rain have subsided, and since then there have been sortie after sortie of the choppers. Harsil, a very important military base, the helipad has been washed off, but there are 2 more which are being used by the civilian and the military helicopters to try and ensure that help reaches those who are in most desperate need at this moment in Dharali. Because time is of essence, every passing minute is throwing those people closer to death. And that's the race against time at this moment. But there is a larger question about what development and what kind of development does Uttarakhand and people of Uttarakhand need. That is something that will be pondered later. At this moment, it's race against time, rescue, then relief, and then possibly post-mortem. Take a look at the 24 hours that we spent trying to reach destination ground zero, Dharali. We are still en route, Uttarkashi, and this gives you a sense of how difficult not only the rescue operations, but the entire, this whole situation has been, not only just for the people of Uttarakhand, of specifically the Dharali and other villages, but also at this moment, for the administration and in adjoining areas as well. This is a fresh landslide which has taken place, and look at the massive boulders that it has brought down with it. It has broken the road. It has also broken the security fencing which was placed right here, and right on this very spot. You would still see some slithering down of the debris at this moment. This has been a continuous process that we have been seeing and witnessing since the morning. Every few kilometers we are stopped. The first time I came live in the morning, we were about 37 kilometers from Uttarkashi, and this is the danger. This is the danger that people, in fact, have to face. You saw this massive slide right in front of our cameras. My colleague Momin was giving you a sense of, we were just trying to show you, and this huge rock fell right from the very top, and it can bounce and go in any direction. So it is quite unsafe at this moment. I believe this, landslide is going to keep us here for some times. Just the sheer, look at this, the size of those boulders which have come down. And it will take, the JCB is working, but it will take few hours before this can be cleared and we can be on our way to Uttarkashi. More, in fact, debris coming in from the very top. Now, what's happening and why is it like you've seen our viewers, if they are tuned in to NDTV, they would have seen in the last hour and a half 4 such fresh slides. This is actually the biggest one that we have seen. It's still continuing as we speak. And the problem is that since yesterday, it has been continuous rainfall. So what the rainfall does is it seeps into the soil, brings down the trees from the top, and along with it, the whole portion of this mountain with these huge boulders comes crushing down. That's the river Bhagirathi in full spate as well. And it is just about, now we are just about 31 kilometers, just about 31, 32 kilometers from Uttarkashi. We are trying to make our way to Uttarkashi and from there to Batwari, which we have been told is the last place where it is accessible by the road, because the road post that has completely caved in. And there is no way that people can make their way from there on. Literally is the end of the road. It's as is difficult to cross over because of the road which has been washed off. So people are taking this route, climbing up the mountain and then climbing down. It was difficult for me to, carry a bag and the live unit and come down. This man is carrying the most precious thing that he has, his own child, a little baby here. आप कहाँ से आ रहे हो इतने मुश्किल रास्ते से?
ऊपर से आगे से आ रहा हूँ।
क्या कौन से गांव से?
अभी उत्तरकाशी से आ रहा हूँ, इधर जाना है बारसू आगे।
बारसू जाना है? उत्तरकाशी से पैदल आ रहे हो?
नहीं, बीच में।
जहाँ पे गाड़ी में जा रही है उसके बाद फिर वहाँ से पैदल निकल के। आप इतने छोटे से बच्चे को लेके आ रहे हो, मतलब ये इतना, मुझे डर लग रहा था नीचे आने में कि मैं गिर जाऊंगा। आपको डर नहीं लग रहा था इसको बच्चे को लेके आने में?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो सब हो जाता है।
आपका बेबी है कितना में छोटा है ये?
4 दिन का है।
4 दिन का बेबी है? अभी 4 दिन पहले हुए?
इसकी मदर है।
बहुत बहुत बधाई आप दोनों को। आपको so this is the father, this is the mother. आप दादी हैं?
दादी।
तो इतना मुश्किल हो रहा है सड़क बहने से आप लोगों को?
क्या करना बेटा, बहुत दिक्कत हो रखा है।
डर नहीं लगा इतने छोटे से बच्चे को ऊपर से लेके आने?
डर लगे तो घर तक पहुंचना है।
हॉस्पिटल में थे आप लोग?
जी,
उत्तरकाशी जिला हॉस्पिटल में। तो वहाँ से आप लोग आ रहे हो? नाम सोचा है आपने? बेटा है बेटी है?
लड़का है, नाता है, नाती।
नाती? अच्छा, नानी हो आप इसकी?
नहीं, दादी।
दादी हो?
दादी।
पोता है आपका?
पोता है।
तो नाम सोचा है आपने?
अभी तो हमारे यहाँ 21 दिन बाद नामकरण होता है।
21 दिन बाद नामकरण होता है। बहुत बहुत बधाई आप लोगों को। जल्दी सड़क बन जाए, आपके बेटे को दोबारा से परेशानी ना झेलनी पड़े। थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। I have some chocolates, but this kid is too little to get some chocolates. But fascinating how things are. At one end, there is death, devastation, desperation. And look how life works. On one hand, as I said, death, and on the other, this little life has just come 4 days back. And, the road has been washed off. His parents and grandmother bringing him all the way across this mountain. It's fascinating what you find when you try and cover, or you come to cover these kind of things. I mean, Momin and I were struggling to walk down with our equipment, and that man had his most precious thing bundled up in his hands and just walking across that mountain. Hats off to the spirit of these people. Anyway, let's move on. This milky white stream flowing in full force could be a setting for a romantic scene in a Bollywood movie. But the real picture here, about 16 kilometers from Gangnani in Uttarkashi, is very dramatically different. It's the picture of devastation. It is also the picture of why the full force of the rescue operation has not been able to, in fact, reach the village in Harsil, the Dharali village, where the flash flood created massive destruction. This is exactly on the highway, on the Gangotri highway, the place where a 100-meter bridge was essential for any movement further towards Harsil and then to the main spot, the ground zero of the flash flood which created havoc. But at this moment, this bridge yesterday, because of the incessant rainfall and the flash floods that came, this bridge has been washed off. I mean, when you look over the edge, it gives you an eerie feeling. And this is the reason why, after many hours of trying to, in fact, create some sort of a temporary structure, the NDRF teams have failed to create anything that would, in fact, get them on the other side. Now, how has this impacted this entire operation? Well, the roads are washed off at several places, as we have been seeing or have been showing to you throughout. But because of this bridge and the inability, because there is nothing, the NDRF came, they broke and cleared the debris from here. But the problem is that there is no way they can make a makeshift bridge at this moment. And because this makeshift bridge cannot be made, even if they connect all the other points, heavy equipment like the earth-moving equipment, the cutters and the diggers, all those things cannot move across, and they can't go towards the Dharali village, where this would be the most essential thing in the life-saving operation. The road is cut off, the bridge is washed off, and on the other side, though at least from here you can see few stretch of the road for few kilometers absolutely okay, but this road is waiting for the heavy movers to roll in and so that they can reach the Dharali village.
Fenesta windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Fenesta.
Markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
CDSL
for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
You know, first, when Sayyara released and we as audience realized, oh my God, what is happening? You know, when did you realize it? Like, it's like, whoa, I didn't expect this, what is happening? Like that wave that hits you.
You know, the first thing that really hit me, I'm telling you, was a month back actually, to be honest, is when Adisa saw the film. And he saw a very loose cut.
India has hit back at Trump, has signaled that it finds Trump's double tariff bomb extremely unfortunate. It has called out Trump and America's hypocrisy when it comes to tariffs, especially since China and the European Union buy even more Russian oil than India actually does. But most importantly, India has signaled to Trump that India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interests, signaling that India will not bend to this bullying from the Trump administration. Thanks for tuning in. The big breaking story tonight here on NDTV. A quick reminder of the headlines we're tracking tonight. Tariff terror by Trump is escalating. Undoubtedly the biggest story. Trump doubles tariffs on India to 50%, extra 25% tariffs
kick in 21 days from now. That's 3 weeks. India faces highest tariffs in Asia. But like I said, India has hit back hard at Trump's tariff bombs. The government says it's unfortunate, unjustified and unreasonable. India promises to take action in national interest. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi calls Trump tariff blackmail 2 days after backing Trump's economy is dead jibe. He says bullying India into an unfair trade deal. Damage control by the leader of the opposition after he was exposed supporting Trump. 5 dead, many missing in Uttarakhand Cloudburst. 9 army soldiers still untraceable. Landslides block routes, marring the rescue operations. NDTV on site, continuously reporting.
This is the problem. The more they try and clear, much more comes from the top, and it creates this blockage all across this highway, and which is very...
Prime Minister to attend the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in China on August the 31st. The big story breaks on NDTV. It's his first visit to China since the Galwan clash. It's a big, stunning move that was expected to happen, but perhaps not so soon. The deadline expired and Trump dropped the bomb in a stunning move. The US president has announced a 50% tariff on Indian exports to the United States, doubling the existing 25% that he had dropped in bomb number 1 a few days ago. These are now, viewer, the highest tariffs imposed on any country in Asia by the United States, and it has taken India-US relations to a troubling new low at the hands and at the behest of Donald Trump. Trump has accused India of fueling the Russian war machine, a direct reference to India's decision to continue importing discounted Russian crude oil despite Western sanctions. Point to be noted, the Europe and China buy much more Russian oil than India, but they don't face action from the Trump administration. And now that foreign policy choice has been met with what can only be described as an economic punishment. But India has stood its ground. For the second time, Delhi says that it finds Trump's actions and words unreasonable and unjustified. India has, most importantly now, said it will take all necessary steps in order to protect its national interests.
Well, it was threatened and now it's happened. An additional 25% duty placed on India, all because of buying Russian energy. It now means that one of the United States' major allies and one of its major trading partners will have a total duty of 50% placed on goods that are leaving India and entering here, the United States. Already there was that 25% base rate placed on India. That was set last week by the US president. But Donald Trump had also warned that any country buying Russian energy would face an additional penalty. We've known about that for the last couple of weeks, but those threats against India have increased during the course of this week, and now all of it has come to pass with this announcement from the White House. And all of it follows US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's meetings this Wednesday in Moscow with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, the aim of that meeting was to try and achieve a ceasefire in Russia's war in Ukraine. The US president had given Vladimir Putin a deadline of this Friday to achieve a ceasefire. No ceasefire for Russia would have mean Donald Trump imposing a 100% tariff on Russia. But he'd also warned that there would be secondary tariffs or penalties put in place against any country that was buying Russian energy. And remember, India buys both Russian energy and military equipment, both of which have angered Donald Trump. He has said that he has now received, in theory from Steve Witkoff, what he calls additional information. That information being that the government of India is currently directly or indirectly importing Russian Federation oil. Donald Trump says that this additional 25% penalty will come into effect 21 days after the date of this order that has just been published, so 3 weeks from now. Of course, all of this calls into question the nature of the US-India relationship, not just when it comes to trade. The two countries are considered strong allies. They have security partnerships, including the Quad grouping with Japan and Australia, all of that aimed at trying to push back against China's dominance. And remember, Prime Minister Modi was here in Washington just a few months ago, back in February, one of the first leaders to visit the White House when Donald Trump returned to the Oval Office. These latest actions, though, from the US president make it unclear when another sit-down meeting may happen between the two leaders, these tariffs really becoming a barrier to close relations anytime soon. Nick Harper, NDTV, Washington.
The US decision to impose 50% tariffs on India would come as a shock at certain levels, but the key question is whether the 21-day period which exists before this is actually implemented is going to be a period within which there is some compromise, some negotiation which happens between both sides. Remember, it's not so much the issue of tariffs which India and the United States were negotiating which is troubling New Delhi. It's the additional sanctions of 25% because of India's continued import of Russian oil that New Delhi would deem completely unacceptable. We're a large country, we've stated this repeatedly, we have energy requirements and there are incredible double standards, which was made clear in the last statement of the External Affairs Ministry. Double standards why? The US continues to import key items from Russia. Europe depends to a large extent, or significant extent I should mention, for its energy requirements on Russia. Therefore, why is there this double standard as far as India is concerned? But the relationship between India and the US is still too large. It's a very, very deep strategic relationship. And I think that there is the expectation that nothing in terms of the broader relationship is going to be put away, no matter how much of a crisis this may be. And I use that word deliberately. It is a bit of a crisis as far as the overall relationship is concerned. What I do believe this will result in is a significant trust deficit between Washington and New Delhi developing. Delhi would never have expected America to do something like this. There was always a sense that despite differences, they were working towards a trade deal. But all of a sudden, this entire oil import situation comes in. New Delhi has stated our position very, very clearly. There are clear double standards which exist between the West and India on this issue. And if you've got a partner as important as the United States imposing sanctions at 50% equal to Brazil upon India, possibly the highest sanctions in Asia, then that's deeply problematic indeed. In Haifa, with Xavier Thomas, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
So what is Trump's new order really all about? We already know that he has slapped 25% tariffs and now 25% additional tariffs slapped on India, raising it to 50%. So let me just make sense of this for you. For direct or indirect Russian oil imports, the target is the Russian oil trade. India is accused of skirting sanctions. Now, Trump, interestingly, has made the effective date August the 27th, which gives India a 21-day window before these threatened tariffs actually kick in, which is the clearest sign that Trump means all of this muscle flexing and dadagiri in order to negotiate some deal that he has in his mind. All imports are to be taxed. So this is a 50% tariff threat on all Indian imports into the United States. So unless pre-shipped or tariff exempt, this hits trade, not just oil. Wider Indian goods are also impacted. There is no stacking relief, and I'll explain that in a moment. This tariff applies even on the top of others. So existing tariffs, then 25%, and then 25% more. Monitoring other countries as well is what Trump has just said. Other Russian oil buyers may be next. This is after an Indian journalist exposed Trump's hypocrisy when asked about what about all the Russian equipment, including uranium, that the United States imports from Russia. Well, the White House has said this is a security threat and has ordered cities' national emergency powers. The retaliation clause includes the US may escalate if retaliated against. Agencies are now on a war footing. The Commerce, Treasury secretaries are all monitoring compliance as far as these tariffs work. Now, let's show you what the tariffs look like right now after Trump has imposed them. India now has the highest tariffs imposed on it among any country in Asia. Just look at this chart. India stands at 50%. It's the highest tariff that has been imposed on any country in Asia. China is at 30, Bangladesh 20, Sri Lanka 20, Vietnam 20, Pakistan 19%, Cambodia 19, Japan 15, Saudi Arabia 10, and UAE 10. Might I just remind all of our viewers that China has a 30% tariff on it from the United States, even though it imports much more Russian oil than India actually does. So that's, of course, some geopolitical duplicity at play here that India is having to navigate. Now let me show you how India has hit back. Additional 25% tariff on India has been announced by Trump. The Indian government has hit back saying actions are unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. Trump has said, we'll take all steps to protect national interest. India has responded saying India directly or indirectly importing Russian. Others also acting in their national interest, India directly or indirectly importing Russian oil. There's an error there, of course, but I'll get that corrected in just a moment. So, a political firestorm has erupted after former US President Donald Trump slapped a 50% tariff on India over Russian oil imports. Rahul Gandhi calls it economic blackmail, while Derek O'Brien jibes, now what will 56-inch say? Take a look at some of these reactions. Live now is David Sofair, Republican strategist, Shankar Iyer, author and columnist, Jayant Krishna, senior fellow, US-India Policy Studies with the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C. Ajay Bagga is a trade and market expert. Jonah Blanc is an American author and journalist. Ajay Jain Bhutoria, advisor to President Biden, deputy finance chair with the Democratic Party. So a whole host of big international experts joining us this evening. I'm going to kick it off with Shankar Iyer. Shankar, welcome, and to all of you as well. What are you making of this non-stop escalation that we've seen this evening? Trump doubling the tariffs on India, making India now have the highest tariffs of any country in Asia. Trump also giving India a 21-day sort of window before these tariffs actually kick in. India is hit back saying we will protect our national interests. What is your reading, Shankar Iyer?
Well, the latest round of tariff is actually in the rise in Trump's frustration that he is not getting into India to bend its knee like the EU has done or the UK has done and other countries have done. India is a 1.5 billion strong nation. It has its own complexities. It is a continental economy. So it will navigate this differently. The interesting thing in this, I mean, we all know about the duplicity of American foreign policy. It's not a secret. But the interesting thing here is that if there are no tariffs on any import of any fuel into the United States. So theoretically, India could buy all the oil from Russia, refine it and pump it back into the US economy and not face any tariffs. So for a country which talks about tariffs and about funding of Russian economy, this is one point that still exists in their system. As for India's retaliation, I only wish India had spoken up earlier. It wasn't till I wrote on Sunday the various imports of European and American nature from Russia